The sky was a clear, bright blue, with white clouds drifting like mist. Wildflowers and grasses swayed gently in the breeze, carrying the fresh scent of earth and plants. If she hadn't opened her eyes to find herself in a completely unfamiliar place, Lucy might have taken a moment to enjoy the beautiful view. But the truth was, just a moment ago, she had been an overworked office employee in the 21st century, staying up late to revise yet another unreasonable request from a client. Then, in the blink of an eye, she suddenly appeared here. After thinking for a long time, Lucy could only come to one conclusion. Did I die suddenly? Then she looked around again. Did I time travel? There really was no other explanation. Of course, the most important thing now was to figure out where she was. This place didn't look like somewhere safe enough for her to have stayed unharmed for several hours. As soon as she moved, Lucy gasped. What was that tight thing around her waist? It felt like it was squeezing the life out of her. Looking down, she saw layers upon layers of skirts spreading out like blooming flowers. The outermost layer was embroidered with golden thread, decorated with pearls and gems, and dusted with gold powder that shimmered like a river of stars. Above that was a tightly laced corset, the main reason she could barely breathe, and around her neck hung a necklace made of glittering gemstones. On her left arm hung a small handbag, decorated with gold and set with a large, blood-red gem in the center. In her right hand, she held a round fan embroidered with delicate patterns, beautiful, but clearly impractical. She looked exactly like a noble lady from the Middle Ages, dressed for an important social event. So why would a noblewoman, all dressed up, suddenly appear in the middle of nowhere? Was she meeting some kind of beastly prince? She muttered in confusion. All around her stretched a vast grassland, filled with waist-high grass. The view was wide and empty, with no other landmarks in sight. Even if she wanted to leave, she wouldn't know which direction to go. What surprised her most was that there were no signs of anyone else nearby. With a dress this heavy, dozens of pounds and more than 10 layers thick, any movement should have left clear traces on the ground. Yet there was nothing. But there was nothing, no trace at all. It was as if she had suddenly appeared here out of nowhere, not walked over mountains or fields to get here. Looking down at her clean, tidy clothes, without even a blade of grass stuck to them, it seemed impossible that she had walked. Could she have been dropped from the sky by a plane? She looked up. That actually sounded like the most reasonable explanation. Oh, wait, shouldn't she first figure out whether she was still on Earth? She stared straight at the sun until her eyes watered from the brightness, then calmly lowered her head. This sun looked unfamiliar. Glancing at her dress, which clearly had a Western medieval style, she wondered if she might be on Earth during the Middle Ages. Maybe back then, the sun just looked 4 or 5 times bigger than it does now. Well, she knew that was unlikely. So, she needed to find a way to leave this place, find someone she could talk to and figure out where and when she was. Judging by her outfit, she probably wasn't an ordinary person. Maybe if her family found her, she could live a comfortable, privileged life again. While thinking about all this, she didn't stop moving. She quickly took off all her clothes, including the tight corset she hated so much. No one could seriously expect her to cross a grassland wearing such a complicated gown, right? Surely not. The gown was made of separate upper and lower parts. Beneath it, there were 2 soft inner layers, 5 layers on top, 13 layers of skirts below, a pair of white lace gloves, a colorful silk shawl, a corset made of fabric strips, and a metal frame to hold the skirt's shape. Altogether, it weighed dozens of pounds. The moment she took it off, Lucy felt completely free. Did those elegant noble ladies, who couldn't even lift a heavy handbag, really walk around every day wearing dresses that weighed this much? She put on the 2 soft inner layers, tied the skirt into pants using strips from the corset, and chose the sturdiest-looking layer to wear on the outside. At the same time, she searched through the clothes for any clues that might help her understand this strange new world. She quickly noticed 2 important things. One was a rose-shaped symbol that appeared on almost every piece of clothing, and the other was a handbag she had almost overlooked. She wasn't sure what the rose symbol meant. She opened the golden handbag, which was decorated with a large blood-red gemstone. Inside were a folded letter, a pocket watch, a box of lipstick, and a small makeup case with a mirror. The letter was folded because the handbag was only the size of a palm, and it wouldn't fit otherwise. She took it out first to read. There was no name, sender, or recipient on the envelope. Only the same rose symbol she had seen many times. The envelope was already open, meaning someone had read it before. She unfolded the half-page letter. The message was short. Dear, it's been many years. How have you been? Your grandmother missed you very much, but sadly, she passed away last month and couldn't see you one last time. Before she left, she gave you a farm in the Tanarxi territory as your inheritance. You are now the owner of that farm. Please take good care of it. Signed, Denoy Popperstein. The name was covered by a red stain. It looked like a fallen rose petal, a smudge of lipstick, or perhaps a drop of something else. She instinctively rubbed the red mark with her thumb, trying to clean it. As her finger moved, the red mark shimmered and disappeared, revealing the name beneath it, Lucy. The moment she saw her own name, her mind went blank, as if struck by a sudden shock. For a few seconds, she couldn't think at all. Then, a voice echoed in her mind, bringing her back to awareness. At the same time, lines of black text on a white background appeared before her eyes. Ding! Leisure Farm System activated. More lines of text quickly followed. Player bound. Lucy. Player identity confirmed. Leisure Farm loading. Farm system unlocked. Farm missions activated. Lucy's vision blurred for a moment. In front of her, the lines of dialogue boxes that had been refreshing suddenly turned into a game interface she knew all too well. Wasn't this the same casual farming game she used to play on Earth to pass the time? Wait a second. Had she traveled to another world, or had she somehow entered her own mobile farming game? While her mind was still foggy, a new line of text appeared on the game panel. Beginner mission January 13th. After receiving your grandmother's gift, you decide to leave home and check on the farm. Please reach the farm as soon as possible. Leaving it idle for too long may cause unexpected events. Mission reward, 100 experience points, backpack function unlocked, beginner guide. Proceed to the marked location to unlock the next route. Lucy's pupils tightened. She remembered that in the mobile version of the game, the story was about an overworked city employee who, after years of exhaustion, decided to return home and take over a family farm. She had always related to that story, which was why she had played the game for more than 2 years. But where did this grandmother come from? And wasn't the game originally set in a modern world, not some medieval fantasy land? So, was this leisure farm system her special ability after crossing into another world? She fell silent. If that was the case, this so-called special ability didn't seem very useful. Not only was it unhelpful, but it was also urging her to cross a vast grassland to find her farm and complete her mission, or else something unpredictable might happen. Hello? She tried calling out. The game panel didn't respond. Fine then. Lucy sighed and continued rummaging through her handbag. Since she clearly couldn't find the farm right away, wasting a little more time wouldn't hurt. The next item she opened was a pocket watch. It looked old, less shiny than the other things, but it had been carefully maintained. It was clear that it had been treasured for a long time. The clock face still had 12 numbers, with the hour, minute, and second hands, no different from those on Earth. Above the open cover lay a slightly faded photograph. The photo showed a noble girl, about 10 years old, sitting on a chair, with a young male butler standing behind her. The girl looked somewhat like Lucy, so much so that Lucy was instantly startled. She quickly opened a small makeup box with a mirror and looked closely at her reflection. The Lucy in the mirror looked about 70% like her Earth self, but her skin was fairer and smoother, her features more defined, with a touch of Western beauty. Overall, she looked more beautiful. It was as if she had been upgraded from a standard version to a deluxe edition. Instead of thinking she had traveled into a parallel world, the first thought that came to her mind was character customization in a game. It was like importing her photo into a game's face creation system. The result looked like her, but more perfect. Considering she had activated a leisure farm game system, This seemed the most likely explanation. After all, no one could really have such a flawless figure. When she changed clothes earlier, she could hardly believe it, but now it made sense. As for the photo in the pocket watch, it was probably automatically updated to match her new appearance after the system's face customization. The makeup box was palm-sized, square, and decorated with silver. Inside, besides the mirror, were 4 compartments of different colored powders. From what Lu Shi could tell, they were foundation, highlighter, blush, and eyeshadow. Quite a complete set, though with her current complexion, she hardly needed them. There was also a separate lipstick. Unlike modern tube lipsticks, it was a small round box about 3 centimeters wide, filled with red balm. It was probably meant to be applied with a fingertip. The color was a classic bright red. Very beautiful. After putting everything back into her handbag, Lu Shi looked at the luxurious dresses scattered on the floor. Her movements paused for a moment as she fell into thought. The dresses seemed to be covered with pearls, gems, and threads of gold dust. Without hesitation, Lu Shi quickly removed all the valuable decorations, wrapped them in a piece of cloth, and kept them close with her handbag. Once she found a place where people lived, these treasures would be her greatest support. As for the remaining fabric, she didn't want to waste it. No one knew how many more days she would have to walk across this grassland. The cloth could at least serve as a blanket to keep her warm at night. The metal frame of the skirt could also be taken apart and straightened to make a simple weapon for protection. Lu Shi tested it. It was thin but strong and could even be used as a small stand when combined together. The frame was made of 3 metal rings of different sizes, connected by ropes. The smallest ring fit around the waist, while the largest one spread out the skirt, making it puff up. Normally, such frames were made from stiff fabric, but with 13 layers of skirts, only metal could hold the shape. After packing everything, Lu Shi carried the heavy bundle on her back and started walking in the direction shown by the beginner's mission guide. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind hit her face. Before she could open her eyes, a deafening roar came from the sky, so loud it made her head ache. Rohar, Lu Shi instinctively looked up toward the sound and murmured, "I think I just saw a dragon." It was a huge creature with icy blue scales, looking very much like the dragons described in Western legends. Its body was like that of a giant lizard with a round belly, and 2 enormous wings beat the air, sending waves of wind across the plain. Even though it was thousands of meters above, Lu Shi could clearly see its massive form. A sudden fear gripped her. The metal frame in her hand slipped and fell onto the grass with a dull clang. The dragon was looking at her. Even from such a great distance, Lu Shi felt as if she were staring straight into its cold, predatory eyes. Her body trembled with fear, but she didn't dare to move, frozen like a statue. Fortunately, it was only a brief glance. After seeming to confirm that Lu Shi had no value or threat, the enormous ice-blue dragon withdrew its gaze and flew away from the grassland without hesitation. Long after the dragon's figure disappeared from sight, Lu Shi collapsed to the ground, exhausted and trembling as if she had narrowly escaped death. She gasped for breath. Did I really see a dragon? She still couldn't quite believe what she had witnessed, but as soon as she spoke, she realized her voice was hoarse. Proof that it had truly happened. Shaking her head, which still buzzed from the dragon's roar, Lu Shi closed her eyes and took deep breaths, trying to calm herself and regain her strength so she could move again. If a dragon hundreds of meters long had just flown overhead, what kind of creatures might live on the ground? The dragon's appearance told Lu Shi that this was a fantasy world where dragons existed. That meant she had to accept the fact that if dragons were real here, other incredible creatures must exist too. After several minutes, perhaps 10 or more, Lu Shi finally stood up. Instead of checking her pocket watch right away, she organized the information she had gathered so far to plan her next move. The dragon just left. Logically, its presence must have left a strong scent or aura behind. Wherever dragons exist, they should be at the top of the food chain, extremely powerful. That means no other creatures would dare to stay nearby for a while. So, leaving now should be the safest option. I won't run into anything else. Of course, even if she did encounter other creatures, Lu Shi had no choice but to move on. She needed food and water to survive, and those wouldn't appear if she just stayed in one place. It's now 12:27 at noon. She glanced at her pocket watch and placed it somewhere easy to reach. The sun is very hot. If my knowledge from Earth still applies, it should be summer. It probably won't get dark until after 8 in the evening. That gives me about 7 hours to find food, water, and shelter. The temperature difference between day and night on the grassland is large, and places with plants often gather a lot of dew. If you can't find a water source, you can collect dew to stay hydrated. But the place you live in must be free of plants and dry enough to keep your clothes from getting damp and causing you to lose body heat. Lu Shi spoke slowly but clearly. Talking to herself like this was her way of organizing her thoughts and distracting herself from fear. It worked well. When Lu Shi looked up again, her focus was completely on choosing the right direction. The direction shown by the beginner's guide was slightly different from the one the dragon had flown toward. The good news was that her destination was not in the same direction as the dragon. The bad news was that if she followed the guide too far, she would soon leave the area protected by the dragon's presence. Lu Shi decided to take a middle path. She would follow the general direction of the guide while staying as close as possible to the dragon's route. A small difference in direction wouldn't affect the guide. In fact, it would automatically adjust to her movements. Just like a navigation app. Whether it was really the dragon's presence or not, Lu Shi had been walking across the grassland for a long time. Other than a few tiny insects she couldn't identify, she hadn't seen any larger animals. Even so, she didn't lower her guard. Who knew what might be hiding nearby? The grassland wasn't all tall grass reaching up to her shoulders. There were also scattered trees, bare patches of soil, and even some clear paths left by animals passing through. Some animals hide their tracks to avoid predators, but others, confident in their strength, don't bother, like elephants on Earth. Following these existing paths was much easier than forcing her way through thick grass. What made Lu Shi most thankful was that her shoes weren't the kind of uncomfortable medieval high heels. Though they still had some height, they were more like thick-heeled leather boots. The sturdy soles gave her a sense of safety while walking on unknown ground. At least she didn't have to worry about stepping on something sharp. When her stomach suddenly growled, Lu Shi, who had been on high alert, froze for a moment before realizing the sound came from herself. She was hungry. Hunger came even before the night arrived. When she opened her pocket watch, she realized she had been walking for 5 hours straight. Strangely, Lu Shi didn't feel tired. Maybe her body had already grown numb from the endless walking and could no longer sense exhaustion. She licked her dry lips. Thirst was actually more troublesome than hunger. A person can die from dehydration faster than from starvation, especially after such intense movement. Her body was losing more and more water, but she couldn't afford to stop. At night, dew would gather on the leaves of plants, a safe way to get water. But it was only 5 in the afternoon, and the sun was still shining brightly. Lu Shi had to look elsewhere. The easiest source nearby was the wild grass all around her. Plants contained some water, which might help her thirst and fill her stomach a little. The grassland wasn't made of just one kind of plant. The so-called wild grass was actually a mix of many different species growing together. Lu Shi didn't know much about this world, so she had to rely on her knowledge from Earth. She avoided plants with strange smells, odd colors, or unusual shapes. She once read that in nature, the more colorful a plant is, the more dangerous it might be, because if it weren't, animals would have eaten it long ago. After some careful picking, she noticed a kind of grass that looked quite ordinary and somewhat familiar. It resembled mustard greens from Earth, only 4 or 5 times larger. What caught her attention were the bite marks on its leaves, left by some unknown animal. That meant a few possibilities. It was tasty, it was safe, or at least it was edible. Of course, there was still a chance that what was safe for animals might be harmful to humans. After thinking for a moment, Lu Shi decided to take a small bite and wait half an hour to see if she felt any discomfort. She didn't have many other options. The grass didn't taste good. It was a bit astringent, with a bitter aftertaste typical of wild plants. But it was juicy. As she bit into it, the green liquid filled her mouth. It was even more bitter than unsweetened black coffee, but soon, Lucy no longer felt thirsty. At the same time, she had lost most of her desires in life. Did she really have to keep living? She had crossed into another world where dragons existed, surviving alone on a vast plain. Her so-called special ability was useless and even threatened her to complete some unknown mission. She had no idea what had happened before, and after walking for hours across the grassland, she was surviving by eating wild plants. In this second life of hers, did she really have to keep living? The sun had already sunk halfway below the horizon, and the golden light of sunset spread across the grassland. Strangely, the sun in this world didn't look much different from the one on Earth. It was just another glowing star. Lucy was amazed by the view, yet she couldn't help but think about it. After eating the wild mustard grass, she felt no bad effects. Her skin didn't break out, her stomach felt fine, and she had no discomfort at all. Her mental state, however, was far from normal. Honestly, who could stay calm in a situation like this? The fact that she hadn't broken down yet showed how strong her willpower was. After forcing herself to eat until she was full, Lucy even packed some extra grass to carry with her. Who knew if she would find more of it later? It was best to be prepared. Food was no longer a problem, but she still had no idea where to spend the night. Lucy kept walking, hoping to find a suitable place before dark, somewhere with fewer weeds, dry ground, and, ideally, some kind of shelter to block the cold night wind. Just as she expected, not long after 8 o'clock, the sun completely disappeared. A bright silver moon hung in the sky, shining together with countless stars. Why is there even a moon here? Is this really not Earth? Lucy wondered aloud. The moon in this world was indeed different. It was noticeably larger and shone with its own light. Unlike Earth's moon, which only reflected sunlight, this one seemed to glow on its own, though not as brightly as the sun. Because of that, even after sunset, the moonlight was bright enough for Lucy to see her surroundings clearly. She could even keep walking through the night without much trouble. However, Lucy thought it would be best to find a place to rest. After all, many things could go wrong at night. The temperature had already dropped by more than 10 degrees Celsius, so she wrapped herself in another layer made from torn pieces of her dress. After walking for more than an hour, just when she was about to give up, she finally found a suitable spot. It was a large dirt slope, more than 2 meters high, with no other plants on it except for a single short tree. It was exactly what Lucy needed, and even that small tree could serve as a good cover. After walking across the grassland for over 10 hours, Lucy was desperate to find a place to rest. She didn't think about one important thing. If she found the place comfortable, wouldn't other animals think the same? But she was too tired to care. All she wanted was a safe place to rest and sleep for a while. She didn't have the energy to think about anything else. After circling around the small tree and finding nothing unusual, Lucy chose the side sheltered from the wind. She gathered some dry grass to spread on the ground to keep the dampness away, then laid down the extra pieces of her dress and clothes on top. It was a simple but warm little shelter. Lucy curled up and fell asleep. Just before drifting off, she silently hoped it wouldn't rain tonight. Although the sky was clear, she still couldn't feel completely at ease. Half asleep, Lucy suddenly felt a warm source of heat beside her. It was soft and furry, like the expensive fur coat her grandmother once bought. She instinctively hugged it closer, but after a moment, she realized something was wrong. A fur coat? How could there be a fur coat here? And why did she think of her grandmother? Startled, Lucy opened her eyes and saw a wolf-like face resting quietly in her arms, sleeping soundly, with its head on her arm. It looked surprisingly gentle. It wasn't exactly a wolf, though. It had features between a wolf and a fox, with the sharpness of a wolf and the grace of a fox. A bright red streak of fur ran along the corner of its eye like natural makeup, and a small flame-shaped mark glowed faintly on its forehead. If this creature hadn't appeared beside her in the middle of the wilderness, Lucy might have admired its beauty. But now, all she felt was fear and unease. If it had been any other kind of animal, she might already have become its meal. As Lucy began to wake up and try to pull her arm free, The unknown wolf-like creature sleeping beside her stirred uncomfortably. With its eyes still closed, it made soft whining sounds, as if complaining, its voice tender and childlike. Then it snuggled even closer into her arms. Ah! This thing really seems to be a cub. Calming down, Lucy blinked and carefully studied the creature in her arms. Although it was about the size of a medium dog, weighing around 40 to 50 pounds, the faint milky scent on its fur and its soft, smooth coat clearly showed that it was still just a baby. Maybe this little wolf thought she was its mother? Watching how it pressed close to her, Lucy guessed as much, though she had no way to be sure. Looking up at the night sky, she tried to stay awake in case the cub woke up and caused trouble. But after a long, tiring day, her body refused to cooperate, and sleepiness washed over her again and again. Forget it. The world can wait. Sleep comes first. Whatever happens can wait until I wake up, she thought, closing her eyes and letting herself rest. Sleep is like a small death. Only the difference between waking and not waking. Either way, it comes sooner or later. With that thought, Lucy relaxed completely and slept soundly. She slept well through the night. When she opened her eyes the next morning, the gentle sunlight warmed her body. If not for the weight of the wolf cub lying on her, she would have loved to stretch and greet the sun. The cub sat gracefully on her stomach like a cat, tilting its head as it studied her. Its paws were covered with fluffy fur around the wrists, shaped like little clouds, making it look as if it were standing on mist. Its long tail, almost as long as its body, swayed happily as Lucy woke up. Seeing that she was awake but not moving, the cub jumped lightly off her stomach and leaned close to sniff her face. I'm awake, Lucy said, turning her head aside and sitting up helplessly. Fortunately, the cub only watched her quietly, showing no sign of pouncing or mischief. Seeing this, Lucy began to push her luck. Right in front of the wolf cub, she started packing her things. The cub looked at her curiously but didn't do anything, just tilted its head to the side, much like the dog Lucy had raised for 6 or 7 years. When the cub stood in her way, Lucy instinctively said, "Move aside." Surprisingly, the cub seemed to understand and obediently stepped back a few paces, continuing to watch her. It was even more well-behaved than a dog. A risky thought flashed through Lucy's mind, but when she considered the cub's size and what its parents might look like, she quickly dismissed the idea. After packing up, Lucy took out some wild greens she had prepared the night before. She planned to eat first before continuing her journey. With a blank expression, she took a few bites. The wolf cub, curious, came closer as if wanting to try what she was eating. It was just a bunch of wild plants, so Lucy didn't mind sharing. She handed over a small portion, and the cub, without hesitation, ate it. Then its crystal-clear blue eyes widened in disbelief as it looked at Lucy, clearly saying, "You actually eat this?" Lucy gave a small, helpless smile, but before she could say anything, the cub turned and ran swiftly down the slope. At the bottom, hidden under some grass, was a hole about a meter wide. Lucy had only checked around the low trees the night before and never imagined there was an animal den beneath the slope. If she had known, she would never have stayed there overnight. In no time, the cub came running back, carrying a large piece of meat in its mouth. It stopped politely in front of Lucy, placed the meat down, and its meaning was clear. Eat this instead. Lucy was touched. She hadn't spent much time with the cub, yet it was being so kind to her. Still, after thinking it over, she decided to refuse its offer. Who knew what kind of creature that meat came from? What if it was poisonous? "Sorry, I can't eat this meat. I don't know if it will make me sick, but thank you anyway." As she spoke, Lucy noticed that the piece of meat already showed clear signs of decay. The temperature in the cave stayed the same, and most animals knew how to store meat, usually burying what they couldn't finish, so it could last for about a week. This piece had clearly been left for much longer. From the moment the little wolf walked out of the cave alone, and its parents never appeared that night, Lucy should have realized something was wrong. Wolves would never leave their young alone in a cave, nor would they let them eat spoiled food that had been there for over a week. Something must have happened. The dragon had only appeared yesterday, but the wolf pup's parents had already been gone before that, so it couldn't be related to the dragon. Maybe because Lucy had been silent for too long, and after hearing her refusal, the wolf pup thought for a moment, then lowered its head and finished the meat itself. It didn't seem to mind the rot. It was clearly used to eating such food. Lucy came back to her senses, unsure what to say to the little wolf. She lowered her head and finished the wild greens in her hand. Eating grass didn't seem much better than what the wolf pup had. Your parents might not be around anymore. I don't know how much food is left here, but if you want to survive, you'll have to learn to hunt on your own. Out of gratitude for the pup's kindness, Lucy continued, also, this cave isn't safe anymore. Without your parents, other animals will soon take over this good spot. You're still small and can't protect it. You might even become someone else's prey. You should leave soon. Even tiger cubs feared adult hyenas, and elephant calves could be hunted by lions. The little wolf's situation wasn't much safer than Lucy's. Lucy looked straight into the pup's eyes and spoke sincerely. As for taking the wolf with her, please, she could barely feed herself, living on grass. The pup was as big as a grown dog and needed meat. How could she possibly feed it? Was she supposed to sacrifice herself to do that?
Whine.
The wolf pup tilted its head, licking the last bits of food from its mouth, looking at Lucy with innocent, soft eyes. Lucy didn't dare look again, afraid she would soften her heart and take the little wolf with her. Forcing herself to be firm, she stood up and said goodbye to the cub. I still have things to do. Let's say goodbye here. Watching carefully in case the cub suddenly jumped at her, Lucy walked a long distance before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the little wolf hadn't followed her. This should be the best choice for both of them. After feeling down for a while, Lucy noticed something strange about herself. Yesterday, she had walked for more than 10 hours, and before sleeping, her whole body had felt sore. But when she woke up, she felt completely fine, as if nothing had happened. Where was the muscle pain that should come after such heavy exercise? She jumped a few times on the spot and realized her body felt even better than when she had first arrived in this world. She was full of energy, and a strange but reasonable thought came to her mind. She focused her thoughts and summoned the leisure farm game panel she had seen yesterday. Anyone who had read enough novels or watched enough anime would know that this kind of system could appear or disappear with a single thought. Skipping the beginner's guide, Lucy looked at the top right corner of the panel, tapped the gray silhouette icon, and opened her personal information page. Player, Lucy, human, level 0, 0/100 EXP. Title, None, Sleep, 1/1, restores 100 stamina, 100 energy, stamina, 200/100, recovers 1 point every 5 minutes, energy, 200/100, resets daily at 4 a.m. Status, perfect, perfect/healthy/good/tired/exhausted, skill, carpentry, locked, unlock at Carpenter Kent's place. Outfit, unnamed noble outfit set 1. Damaged. Lucy's eyes stayed on the stamina and energy bars for a long time. To be honest, even though she was now connected to a leisure farm game system, she didn't really feel anything special. Other than the virtual panel floating before her, she had no idea where the actual farm was. How could she believe in her so-called special ability when she couldn't even see the main part of the game? Even if this whole thing was just something Lucy imagined after being too shocked, it wasn't impossible. The reason she followed the game system's instructions was simply because she didn't know what else to do. Having a goal was better than having none. But when she woke up and found her body had refreshed just like in the game, even someone as calm as Lucy had to take a moment to process it before thinking about what was really going on. Could this special ability actually be real? If so, she needed to think carefully about the features of the game Leisure Farm and whether there was anything she could use in real life. Leisure Farm was known for its realistic countryside experience. Its slogan, "Let city dwellers enjoy the peace and comfort of rural life, giving tired hearts a place to rest," sounded wonderful. But in truth, the game required a lot of effort, and that was exactly what made it feel realistic. The game had 2 main stats, stamina and energy. Stamina was used for each action, while energy limited how many actions could be done in a day. Stamina was almost unlimited. It automatically recovered 1 point every 5 minutes, and players could also restore it by eating in-game food. Any edible crop could restore stamina, even without being cooked. Energy, however, was fixed. Once used, it didn't recover automatically and had no continuous recovery method. It represented how much a person could realistically do in a day. There was a limit to how much work one could handle. For example, chopping a tree cost 2 stamina and 2 energy. That meant a player could chop at most 50 trees a day before running out of energy. Very realistic, right? Well, except for the part where the game sometimes required hundreds or even thousands of trees to level up. To make things easier, Leisure Farm gave players 2 basic ways to restore stamina and energy: sleep and the daily reset at 4 a.m. Both stats could also be increased over time. When Lu Shi was at level 0, both her stamina and energy were 100. Every day at 4 a.m., they would automatically return to full, no matter if they were at 0 or 99 the night before. The sleep function increases both stamina and energy by 100 points each, and these points are added to the current values rather than being limited to a maximum of 100. The numbers 200/100 on Lu Shi's game panel must have been gained this way. When Lu Shi woke up, it was a little after 6 in the morning, past the daily refresh time. By then, her stamina and energy had already been restored to full, and the bonus from sleeping was added on top, turning 100 out of 100 into 200 out of 100. It's worth noting that the status bar has 5 states, which depend on energy levels. If the energy exceeds the maximum, for example, above 100%, the state is perfect. From 100% to 81% is healthy, 80% to 21% is good, 20% to 0% is tired, and below 0% is exhausted. Although Leisure Farm sets an energy limit, players are never completely unable to act. Even when energy drops below 0, the game simply records it as a negative value, allowing players to keep moving, though stamina consumption doubles. It's like an office worker who keeps working even when completely worn out, wanting to relax through a peaceful game, yet somehow ending up even more tired. Of course, players can also buy energy potions from the store to restore energy. Money can solve most problems, both in games and in real life. No wonder she had been able to walk for more than 10 hours yesterday. It turned out her stamina had been recovering automatically. Lu Shi thought for a moment. She almost believed she had turned into a superwoman after crossing into this world.
Wait.
Her eyes fell on her right forearm. The skin there was smooth and unmarked, but she clearly remembered cutting it on a blade of grass yesterday. The wound should have been right there, yet now it was gone. Had it refreshed? Could the daily 4 a.m. refresh not only restore invisible stats like stamina and energy, but also heal her body? After checking herself again, Lu Shi was sure there were no negative conditions left on her. Without thinking too much about the possible pros and cons, she knew that, for now, this was only a good thing for her. It would take at least 10 days just to walk out of the grassland, and no one knew what might appear beyond it or how long the journey would take. The body's daily refreshability ensured that Lu Shi would not suffer from malnutrition, illness, or weakness even without enough food. She would still be able to move and survive, even in such harsh conditions. This special ability, it's actually quite useful, Lu Shi said with relief. But that relief didn't last long. After walking for just one morning, her stomach began to growl loudly. It was obvious that the wild mustard she had eaten earlier wasn't enough. It had already been fully digested before noon. Although her body could refresh itself every day, she was still human. After intense activity, she would still feel hungry before the next refresh, sometimes so hungry that she could barely walk. Even if her stamina and energy values looked fine on her game-like panel, she was still a living person, and her body's real condition mattered. The surroundings were still silent, with no signs of life. That made her give up the idea of hunting. After all, she wasn't sure who would end up being the hunter or the hunted. Standing before a patch of wild mustard, Lu Shi expressionlessly picked one plant after another. Since it didn't keep her full for long, she decided to gather more and eat several times a day. As long as she was alive, She shouldn't give up easily. 3 days passed like this. Just when she was getting sick of eating wild mustard, living creatures finally began to appear around her. The first and most common ones she saw were rabbits. They had long ears, red eyes, and big front teeth, but also a mouse-like tail and cat-like whiskers. Each was about the size of a basketball, round and chubby, quite different from the rabbits on Earth. Still, she firmly decided to call them rabbits. Even if someone tried to argue otherwise, she wouldn't change her mind. She named them round rabbits, which suited them perfectly. These round rabbits were one of the lowest creatures on the grassland's food chain. They were numerous. Seeing one usually meant there were a dozen more nearby. They ate grass, weren't dangerous, and their only real strength was their incredible speed, almost too fast for the eye to follow. However, these creatures were not very alert. When facing Shi, a being more than 10 times their size, they did not run away as long as she made no move to hunt them. Instead, they freely moved around her. They were also not very smart. Because they ran too fast, they often had little accidents, sometimes slipping and hitting a rock, or bumping into each other from different directions. Shi once saw such a scene with her own eyes. 2 round, snow-white rabbits crashed into each other with a thud, fell to the ground, and stopped moving. Before she even decided how to hunt, Shi suddenly found herself with 2 ready-made catches. The saying about waiting by a tree for a rabbit to come is true, she thought. Even without waiting, the rabbits come to me. As for whether these round rabbits were edible, there was no need to worry. As creatures at the bottom of the food chain, their main role was to feed those above them, so they were almost certainly harmless. Since the food had practically delivered itself, Shi saw no reason to refuse it. Carrying the 2 rabbits, she began looking for a place to make a fire and roast them. Normally, one would light a fire at night, for warmth and to keep wild animals away, but Shi had the ability to refresh her body, so she was not afraid of catching cold. At night, she could simply wrap herself in a few more layers of cloth. Besides, while animals on Earth feared fire, who knew what the creatures of this world thought? What if fire didn't scare them but instead attracted them? Shi had also discovered that the sleep function, though useful for restoring 100 points of stamina and energy, was very unreliable. During 2 or 3 hours of deep sleep, she could not be awakened at all. In other words, every day she had to sleep as deeply as if she were dead for at least 2 or 3 hours to gain the benefits of that function. She could not determine the exact duration, since she had no way to measure it precisely. Only a rough estimate. For that reason, Shi had never made a fire. Starting a fire wasn't really a problem, especially during the day when the sun was out. She had several plain, transparent glass-like gems in her bag, shaped like small discs, which worked perfectly as magnifying lenses. She also didn't have to worry about tools for skinning and bleeding prey. During the past few days, Shi hadn't spent all her time traveling. To keep her energy within a safe range, she often stopped to rest and let it recover naturally. While resting, she would make useful survival tools, such as a sharp stone knife tied to a metal handle, turning it into an axe-like weapon. She also made a small mat woven from grass stems. She had planned to make a full-sized mat, but after 3 days, she only managed to finish one about half a meter wide. To make things worse, she had rubbed her fingers raw the day before, and by the next morning, the wounds had completely healed. Although the cuts were gone, she lost the chance to build up calluses, so her fingers kept getting hurt again and again, always returning to their soft, delicate state. I knew it. There's no way such a powerful ability comes without a price, Shi muttered. A faint, uneasy feeling crossed her mind, but she quickly pushed it aside. She soon found a good spot. A natural puddle formed after the rain, about 2 meters wide and 30 centimeters deep. A group of small, round creatures, about the size of chubby rabbits, were drinking there. In nature, size often means strength, so when Shi appeared, the little animals, none taller than her knees, scattered in all directions, even though her actual fighting ability wasn't much better than theirs. Luckily, she found something else near the puddle, a kind of fruit shaped like tiny gourds, each about the size of a thumb, growing in clusters like grapes. Before running away, Many of the animals had been eating them, so they were clearly safe to eat. However, after tasting two, Lu Shi regretted it. The ripe ones had a sharp, alcohol-like bite, while the unripe ones were sour and tangy, nothing like the sweetness she had hoped for. After a moment's hesitation, she still picked a bunch. At least they were edible, and it was good to have something different after eating too much wild mustard grass. On the damp soil, Lu Shi built a fire and began to prepare her catch. She carefully removed the fur, cleaned it, and hung it to dry. Once ready, it could be used to make 2 water containers. Although the mustard grass was juicy, it couldn't be used as a full substitute for water. Lu Shi first thought about roasting the meat directly, but she had no seasoning and wasn't confident about controlling the heat. The taste probably wouldn't be great, so she decided to try something different. She chose to cook it like a clay-baked chicken, wrapping the meat in mud and burying it under the fire. This way, the heat would be even. The meat wouldn't burn easily, and she wouldn't have to watch it constantly. That would give her time to do other things. However, she couldn't just cover the meat with mud directly. She needed to wrap it in leaves first, then coat it with mud. She didn't have much else with her, but there was always plenty of mustard grass around. After thinking for a moment, she crushed a few gourd fruits and added them in. A bit of spice was still flavor, and it should taste better than plain roasted meat. She didn't add the gourd fruit to all the pieces, though. Worried that large chunks might not cook evenly, she divided the meat into 4 portions and only added the gourd fruit to 2 of them. That way, if it didn't taste good, she would still have a backup. When everything was ready, Lu Shi used the cooking time to wash her clothes, hair, and face, things she hadn't cleaned in 4 days. The sun was shining brightly, so she set up a rack near the fire to dry her clothes. It didn't take long before everything was dry. The fire was slowly dying down. Thinking the meat should be almost done, Lu Shi stopped adding wood and decided to let it sit for another half hour before digging it out. Before she could move, she heard rustling in the grass. A few round rabbits dashed past her in panic, and from a distance came a series of howls. It sounded like a predator was chasing them. Lu Shi didn't run. All her things were here, and packing up would take too long. Even if she left everything behind, would running really keep her safe? On the open grassland, there was no way she could outrun a hunter. Instead of turning her back to a wild animal, it was better to stand her ground by the fire. Maybe the flames would scare it off. She picked up a few sticks to stir the fire back to life, gripping her stone axe tightly. The howls grew closer, and sweat gathered in her palms. Wait, why did that sound seem a little familiar? The grass rustled again, and after a soft whimper, a somewhat familiar figure appeared before the cautious Lu Shi. It was the same wolf cub she had met on the first night. "It's you?" Lu Shi blinked in surprise, then her tone suddenly changed. "What happened to you?" The cub looked pitiful. Its once beautiful, fox-like face was covered with dried blood, one eye tightly shut as if injured. Its silver-gray fur was matted with mud and blood, tangled into clumps, completely different from before. When it saw Lu Shi, it became visibly excited. Its tail wagged quickly, but it didn't rush toward her. Instead, it crouched down at a safe distance, showing submission, and looked at her with its one open eye, waiting for her to come closer. Smarter than a dog, Lu Shi thought. If it were her own 50-pound troublemaker at home, it would have jumped on her already. She had twisted her ankle 3 times because of that. Seeing that the cub meant no harm and looked so pitiful, Lu Shi sighed. Her heart softened, and she walked over to check its injuries. The cub cooperated the whole time. Even when she accidentally touched a wound, it only whimpered softly without struggling. After examining it, Lu Shi found 6 bite marks and more than 10 scratches. The wounds varied in depth, clearly made by creatures about the same size as the cub. From the uneven marks, she could tell those creatures were inexperienced hunters, probably young ones themselves. She just didn't know what kind of animals they were. So, some animal was teaching its young how to hunt and used you as practice? And you managed to escape because they weren't skilled enough? Lu Shi gently wiped away the blood and dirt with water. Once the cub was mostly clean, she washed the wounds again. The shallow ones could heal naturally, while the deeper ones she wrapped carefully with clean cloth to help them recover. The only good news was that the cub's eye wasn't seriously hurt, just irritated by sand and slightly swollen. After She rinsed it with clean water. It should heal soon. Woo! The cub let out a low sound in her arms, as if agreeing with her, or maybe disagreeing, but it didn't really matter. The meaning was almost the same. The bloodstains had clearly dried for more than a day. Since the wolf pup didn't seem in a hurry to leave, it must have already shaken off its pursuers before following a scent or some other trace to find Shi. Seeing there was no danger, Shi didn't rush to go either. There were still 4 large pieces of roasted meat cooking under the fire, and after being busy for so long, her stomach was already growling. Shi touched her stomach, only to realize the growling sound was actually coming from the wolf pup. That made sense. The little wolf had escaped a life-and-death chase a day ago, its wounds hadn't been treated, and it had probably gone a long time without food while tracking her. Even though it was hungry, the pup stayed quietly on the grass mat Shi had woven, letting her clean and treat its wounds. The mat was too small for her to use, but just right for the pup. Hungry? I'll get you something to eat. Shi patted the wolf pup's head, stood up, poured water to put out the fire, and dug out the 4 clay-covered pieces of roasted meat. The pup watched curiously, puzzled about how those lumps of dirt could be food. Remembering that Shi had once eaten grass, its crystal-clear eyes showed a bit of worry. Hopefully it wasn't that kind of strange food again. Shi turned and saw its expression, laughing softly. Don't worry, it's meat, real, tasty meat. Then she thought for a moment and added, well, at least it should taste better than grass. Meat? The pup tilted its head from side to side, staring at the clay lumps, still unable to see where the meat was. Finding 2 stones of the right size, Shi looked at the pup and said, it feels like fate that we met again. We only saw each other once, yet you came all this way, hurt and tired, just to find me. Do you really trust me that much? How about I give you a name? From now on, you'll be called Xiaoyuan. It means fate or connection. Ao, the little wolf blinked and gave a soft cry, accepting the name. Good Xiaoyuan. Shi adjusted her grip, then struck the clay shell with a stone. The outer layer cracked open, revealing tender greens baked around the meat. As soon as she lifted the cover, a rich aroma of roasted meat filled the air, stunning Shi with its delicious scent. Even Xiaoyuan, watching from the side, widened its eyes in surprise, overwhelmed by the mouth-watering smell. This was roasted meat without any seasoning from gourd fruit. As it cooked, the fat from the meat melted and was absorbed by the mustard leaves beneath it. Heated by the fire, the leaves helped cook the meat again, letting their juices soak into it. When eaten raw, mustard leaves have a strong grassy taste, but once fried in the meat's oil, that smell disappeared. Instead, a faint bitterness mixed with the flavor of the roast, making it rich but not greasy. Is it because I've been eating grass for too long that anything tastes good now? Or? Shi tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. She quickly lowered her head in disbelief, staring at the golden roast. Is this really that delicious? Xiaoyuan stood up and slowly moved closer to Shi, rubbing against her arm in a friendly way. It was clear it wanted to taste the roast too. Shi looked at the large piece of meat in her hand and generously shared half with Xiaoyuan. Seeing how happily it ate, she confirmed the truth. It really was that delicious. So, why did I spend all those days eating grass? Shi cried out in frustration, then turned her sorrow into appetite and took a big bite of the roast. Xiaoyuan quickly finished its share and stared eagerly at the remaining 3 mounds of earth. With its clever mind, it immediately understood that mound equals tasty meat. Xiaoyuan looked at Shi with pleading eyes. The piece in Shi's hand was enough to fill her up, but she was curious about how the roast would taste with gourd fruit added. Would it still be this good? Giving in to Xiaoyuan's begging, she started roasting another piece. A sweet, fruity aroma mixed with the smell of meat. The gourd fruit, which tasted sharp and spicy when raw, turned sweet and slightly tangy after roasting, giving the meat a pleasant fragrance. Shi gave most of the second piece to Xiaoyuan, then looked up at the sky with a sigh. She wanted to speak, but her mouth watered instead. She knew her thoughts were pointless. A few days ago, the dragon's presence had scared away all living creatures on the grassland, leaving her with nothing to eat but grass. Still, she couldn't help feeling unwilling. When she came back to her senses, Xiao Yuan had already finished the second piece. Lu Shi was about to tell it to save the last two for later, but she noticed that Xiao Yuan didn't seem to be asking for more. Xiao Yuan glanced at the 2 mounds of food with eager eyes but restrained itself from doing anything more, as if it knew that food shouldn't be eaten all at once, but saved for later. Thinking about how Xiao Yuan's parents had abandoned it in a cave and disappeared, and how it had survived for so long by eating spoiled prey, Lu Shi couldn't help but feel sorry for it. Still, that didn't stop Lu Shi from making the right decision. After finishing the meal, she cleaned up all traces and quickly set off again. She had already stayed there too long. Normally, there was no need to rush, but the smell of roasted meat was so strong that even Xiao Yuan couldn't resist it, let alone other animals with sharp senses. Fortunately, the remaining 2 pieces of roasted meat were still sealed in their clay shells, so no scent escaped, and there was no need to worry about attracting anything. Although Xiao Yuan was covered in wounds, it could still move freely. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to catch up with Lu Shi so quickly. It could even help carry small things in its mouth. If not for the injuries on its back, it could have carried more. Lu Shi wasn't heartless enough to make an injured companion work. She carried everything herself. Luckily, she didn't have much to bring, and with enough containers, she could easily wrap things up in pieces of cloth. With nothing else to do, Xiao Yuan didn't seem weak at all. Since Lu Shi didn't travel fast, it went ahead to scout the path, driving away small animals and reducing any possible danger. At night, when Lu Shi found a place to rest, Xiao Yuan became her little heater, curling up beside her to share warmth through the cold night. During the hours when Lu Shi couldn't wake from her sleep, Xiao Yuan kept watch, making her much safer. The only downside was that their food supply was being used up much faster. Xiao Yuan didn't need to eat every day. Once every 2 or 3 days was enough, but whenever Lu Shi ate, she couldn't resist sharing some with it after seeing its pitiful eyes. Each meal for Xiao Yuan meant a whole plump rabbit. Fortunately, Lu Shi could replenish her supplies. She made sure to eat well at noon, while keeping breakfast and dinner light, so the food could last. It wasn't that Lu Shi refused to change the menu, but on this grassland, the round, chubby rabbits were the easiest to hunt. By finding the plants they liked to eat, digging a small pit nearby, and setting a simple trap, she could catch 1 or 2 in no time. Ever since Xiao Yuan learned that the delicious roasted meat came from those chubby rabbits, she had tried hunting many times. But the rabbits were too fast, and she could only watch them run away every time. If those rabbits weren't so foolish and often got caught by accident, probably very few animals could ever catch them. Didn't catch one again? Lu Shi smiled as she looked at Xiao Yuan, who came back looking disappointed. She cheerfully pulled a plump rabbit out of her trap. She had never missed once, and she was quite proud of that. It had been 10 days since she appeared on this grassland, and 7 days since Xiao Yuan started following her. In those 7 days, Xiao Yuan's wounds had completely healed. With plenty of food lately, she looked much healthier than before. Her fur was smooth and shiny. Every time, Lu Shi couldn't resist giving her a few gentle pats. But whenever Xiao Yuan failed to catch anything, she would become very upset, and Lu Shi always had to comfort her for a long time. Lu Shi understood. When Xiao Yuan's parents left, she hadn't yet learned how to hunt. She had only picked up a little from other young ones while being hunted herself. And with Lu Shi, a capable guardian, always providing food, she never faced real danger, so her progress was slow. Still, Lu Shi couldn't bear to let Xiao Yuan suffer. She was just too sweet and adorable. It was worth mentioning, Xiao Yuan was a girl. There, don't be sad. I'll make something new for you today. Lu Shi patted Xiao Yuan's head gently, comforting her while glancing toward the edge of the grassland. There stood a tall mountain. 3 days ago, Lu Shi had seen its peak in the distance. After walking for 3 days, she finally reached its base, ready to leave the grassland where she had survived for 10 days. At the foot of the mountain was a forest. If she wanted, she could reach it by nightfall. But she worried that food might be harder to find there, so she decided to stay one more day to catch a few more rabbits to take along. Besides the one they would eat soon, she had already caught 3 more as supplies. The grass mat woven from stalks had reached a length of 1.5 meters. At night, it could barely serve as a bed when spread on the ground. Xiao Yuan loved this mat and would always lie on it whenever she stopped to rest. Over the past few days, the fur taken from the round rabbits had been put to good use. The first 2 pieces were made into water pouches, and the rest were enough to stitch together into a rabbit fur blanket. After adding the skins from today's catch, it became a blanket about 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. Looking at the collection of things in her hands, Lucy found it hard to believe that she had survived alone on this vast grassland. During these 10 days, she had faced real danger. Once, while walking through thick grass, an unknown poisonous snake bit her arm. If she hadn't reacted quickly, tying her arm tightly, cutting the wound open, and letting the poisoned blood flow out, she might not have made it to the next morning's reset. Another time, a large creature, something like a lion, was drawn by the smell of roasting meat. Luckily, Xiao Yuan noticed its scent from afar, grabbed the meat, and carried it away to lure the beast off. Thanks to that, Lucy was safe, though they went hungry for the entire day. If not for her special ability and Xiao Yuan's help, Lucy might not have survived this long. But no matter what, she was still alive. The sun's nice today. Let's try grilling the meat on a stone slab, she said. The clay-roasted method needed mud, but since water was scarce, Lucy didn't want to waste the dew she collected each night for drinking. So she decided to try another way. Woo! Xiao Yuan wagged her tail excitedly, full of anticipation. The stone slab was set up, and flames burned fiercely beneath it. The midday sun shone down, heating the slab until steam began to rise. Lucy sliced the meat into thin pieces and rubbed them with a few kinds of wild herbs she had found that could be used as seasoning. Under the combined heat of fire and sunlight, the meat began to sizzle, releasing a rich aroma. Golden oil dripped from the slices, glistening in the light. The herbs, fried in the oil, gave off an even stronger, mouth-watering scent. Lucy turned back to get her tools, ready to take the roasted meat off the fire. When she looked to the side, she saw Xiao Yuan sitting neatly, drooling so much that a small puddle had formed on the ground. Lucy couldn't help but smile and handed the first piece of roasted meat to her. The stone slab wasn't very big. Finding one that fit was already lucky, so she couldn't be picky about the size. Besides, the stone knife wasn't sharp enough, so the meat slices were as big as her palm, more like chunks than slices. She could only roast 3 or 4 pieces at a time. Lucy didn't have a big appetite. Even though she had used a lot of energy, 2 or 3 pieces of roasted meat were enough for her. The rest she roasted for Xiao Yuan, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Xiao Yuan wagged her tail happily as she ate. She looked elegant and graceful, like a noble wolf, but her wagging tail gave away her excitement. While eating, Xiao Yuan's ears suddenly twitched. She quickly turned toward the direction they had come from. Lucy froze for a moment, then immediately realized something was wrong. The last time Xiao Yuan acted like this, they had run into that lion-like creature. Without hesitation, Lucy stood up, grabbed her belongings, and ran along the route she had already planned. As she ran, she secured her pack so it wouldn't slow her down. Xiao Yuan dropped the half-eaten meat, picked up the bundle of 3 round rabbits tied with grass that Lucy had left behind, and ran ahead to lead the way. The stone slab and the half-cooked meat were left behind, partly because there was no time to clean up, and partly because Lucy hoped the smell of the meat would distract the creature and buy her more time to escape. Lucy had thought she was close to leaving the grassland. The traces of animals around had lessened, especially those of large creatures, so she had felt safe enough to roast meat. She hadn't expected the smell to attract a predator. But regret wouldn't help now. She could only run toward the forest as fast as she could, trying to put more distance between herself and the danger. A deep, familiar roar echoed from the place she had just left. Lu Shi instinctively turned around and saw, from a distance, a figure that looked familiar. Wasn't it the same lion that had stolen food from her and Xiaoyuan last time? It wasn't drawn by the smell, but had been following them all along? The thought flashed through Lu Shi's mind. There was no better explanation for the lion's behavior. Was the roasted meat she made really that tempting? It had been chasing them for 3 or 4 days without giving up. There was no time to think further. Lu Shi quickly looked away and kept running toward the forest. To her relief, the lion was indeed distracted by the roasted meat she had left behind, stopping for a long while and giving her a chance to get farther away. But the lion was much faster than she was, so Lu Shi didn't dare slow down, afraid it might catch up again at any moment. Ignoring her exhaustion, she finally reached the edge of the dark forest just as night began to fall. In the fading light, the forest looked like a giant beast opening its mouth, ready to swallow anyone who came near. Lu Shi stared at the forest ahead, her heart filled with unease about the unknown, but she couldn't stop now. The dangers in the forest were hidden, but the lion's threat was already close behind. Gritting her teeth, she rushed in with Xiaoyuan. The forest, untouched by humans, was even harder to move through than the grasslands, and the hidden dangers were more numerous and harder to guard against. Night fell soon after they entered. The thick canopy blocked out the last bit of light, and Lu Shi, who was used to having moonlight at night, suddenly felt completely blind. If not for the faintly glowing game panel visible in her view, she might have thought she had truly gone blind. But strangely, even though the panel seemed to glow, it didn't light up anything around her. Unable to see her own hand in front of her face, and surrounded by a complex environment, Lu Shi had no choice but to stop.
Buen? Xiaoyuan seemed to sense something.
It stopped walking ahead, turned back to her side, rubbed against her leg, dropped the prey it had been carrying, and made a questioning sound. Xiaoyuan, it's too dark here. I can't see anything. Lu Shi hesitated for a moment. The darkness deepened her fear of the forest, making her too scared to take another step. But she also knew she couldn't stay there. After calming herself, she spoke firmly. Xiaoyuan, I'll give you a rope in a moment. You hold it in your mouth and lead me forward. Although the beginner's guide helped her tell which direction to go, it didn't warn her about trees or rocks ahead. She still needed Xiaoyuan to guide her safely.
Woof!
Xiaoyuan responded. Lu Shi tied the prey Xiaoyuan had caught onto her own back. She was no longer in a hurry. There was no point rushing now, so she decided to carry the load herself and walk slowly. She handed Xiaoyuan a sturdy rope made from several strips of cloth. Xiaoyuan held it in her mouth and led the way through the forest, while Lu Shi followed carefully, feeling the pull of the rope in the darkness. After more than half an hour, Lu Shi felt relieved that she had made the right choice. From the edge of the forest, in the direction she had come from, came a loud, angry roar. The lion that had been chasing them. Perhaps the forest was too cramped for its large body, or maybe the darkness made it uneasy. It might also have been wary of the unknown dangers inside. In the end, the lion stopped outside the forest, roaring a few more times in frustration. Lu Shi let out a long breath. To be honest, she hadn't gone very far, otherwise, she wouldn't still hear the lion's roar. If it had entered the forest, she would have been caught easily, unable to see, or even know which way to run. Once she was sure the lion wouldn't come in, Lu Shi decided not to go any farther either. After all, if even a lion was afraid to enter, there might be other dangers hidden inside, even if she hadn't met any yet. She gently tugged the rope and called softly, Xiaoyuan, let's stop here. We'll find a place to rest. Xiaoyuan obediently stopped. With the rope still in her mouth, she made a few soft sounds through her nose in response. As the time in the darkness grew longer, Lu Shi's eyes gradually adapted to the dark. She could faintly see the edges of nearby blurry objects. Even if Xiaoyuan left briefly, she wouldn't accidentally run into a tree. Xiaoyuan didn't leave for long, and found a good place to rest. Over time, it learned what Lu Shi looked for in a resting spot. Dryness was essential, followed by some cover. It also preferred the area to be free of small creatures like snakes, insects, and mice, or at least cleaned of them. There was an old, withered tree whose trunk had tilted over the years and leaned against another tree, forming a natural space. Perhaps because the fallen trunk blocked the sunlight, no plants grew underneath, only a layer of fallen leaves. Xiao Yuan quickly dug out a clean patch of ground, pulled out 2 small snakes from the leaves, and threw them far away. It checked the surroundings twice more and found no other creatures. Good news. The ground without leaves was damp, but Lu Shi had already woven a grass mat earlier. She laid it down and covered it with a rabbit fur blanket to block the dampness. Her old skirts had been turned into 2 sheets and some cloth bags. She folded a sheet over herself and, with Xiao Yuan's body heat, kept warm during the cold night. The semi-enclosed space created by the 2 trees made Lu Shi feel surprisingly safe, and she fell asleep. At dawn. In fact, it was only 4:30 a.m., and the forest was just beginning to brighten. But Lu Shi didn't dare sleep much longer. She was afraid the lion might come into the forest to chase her at dawn. She hurriedly packed up and continued traveling with Xiao Yuan. The forest was dangerous and unpredictable. Lu Shi didn't dare go deep inside. She crossed the entire forest to the other side, but decided to take a slightly longer route around the edge. To be safe from the large lion that might chase her at any moment, she kept a safe distance from the forest edge, staying neither too close nor too far, with an escape route behind her. Focused on traveling, she didn't notice how the morning passed. Suddenly, her stomach growled, reminding her to stop and rest. Lu Shi looked back behind her. She wasn't sure how far she had walked or if she could shake off the lion, but resting was necessary. When she put down her luggage, Lu Shi noticed she had many new cuts and scratches on her body. She sighed, realizing that everything comes with a price. Although her body refreshed every day and couldn't develop protective skin like a shell, her mental endurance for pain had grown stronger. After tending to her wounds, Lu Shi started preparing lunch. She used the fire starter she had saved earlier, making it easier to rekindle the fire. The forest was full of firewood, so lighting the fire didn't take long. She had to be careful around the fire to avoid nearby flammable objects and prevent forest fires. Worried that the smell of grilled meat might attract more animals, like before, Lu Shi decided not to add any seasonings this time. She simply skewered the rabbit meat on a stick and roasted it over the fire. If Lu Shi didn't dislike eating raw meat, she might not have started the fire at all. Feeling that the grilled meat probably wouldn't taste good, Lu Shi remembered to ask Xiao Yuan. This time, I didn't add any seasonings. It might not taste great. Are you eating it cooked or raw? Xiao Yuan, a wolf of unknown breed, naturally ate raw meat. But after tasting Lu Shi's grilled meat, Xiao Yuan completely switched to the cooked side. Even though Lu Shi said it might not taste good, Xiao Yuan still chose the grilled meat with a determined look. Lu Shi, worried that the lion might be chasing her from behind, wasn't very focused on grilling. But when she looked again, she was surprised to find the meat was perfectly cooked, neither underdone nor burnt, making her feel very relieved. The unseasoned grilled meat had only a faint meaty flavor, without the smell of burning wood, which eased her nerves. What relaxed her most was the silence behind her, with no sounds of movement. After cooling the meat for a while and making sure it wasn't too hot to eat, Lu Shi took a bite. She was slightly surprised, not because it was bad, but because it was unexpectedly delicious. When she caught these round, plump rabbits, Lu Shi had simply skinned and bled them, keeping only the meat wrapped in mustard grass leaves for carrying. Overnight, the outer layer of the rabbit meat dried out quite a bit. When she roasted it, all the fat was sealed inside, not spilling out, and it blended perfectly with the meat. Of course, plain grilled meat doesn't have much flavor, but Lu Shi wrapped the rabbit meat with mustard grass leaves. The juice from the mustard grass was abundant, and as she moved the meat back and forth, some of the grass juice seeped into the rabbit, making it the perfect seasoning. A slight bitterness from wild greens, just enough, just right. Xiao Yuan was already happily eating, and Lu Shi felt a bit confused. Since she couldn't find anyone to ask, she could only credit the round, chubby rabbit. Maybe it was naturally so delicious that any way of cooking it would taste good. Lu Shi relit the fire, extinguished the campfire, checked several times to make sure it wouldn't reignite, then packed her belongings and prepared to continue her journey. The plants in the forest were much richer than on the plains. Even though Lu Shi was in a hurry, she still took in the scenery and saw countless kinds of plants that looked similar to those on Earth. Most of them were inedible, whether in this world or on Earth. Until Lu Shi saw a cluster of mushrooms growing at the base of a tree, she stopped. On Earth, there are many types of mushrooms, but most are poisonous, either naturally toxic or dangerous if not cooked properly. Except for a few varieties, eating them is very risky. But mushrooms do taste good, or else so many people wouldn't risk poisoning just to have a bite. Lu Shi wasn't particularly fond of mushrooms, but after being in this world for a long time, her diet consisted of only a few very bland wild vegetables and some delicious but monotonous rabbit meat. She couldn't help but miss the taste of mushrooms. Mushroom soup, roasted mushrooms, fried mushrooms, stir-fried mushrooms. Just thinking about it made her salivate. The mushroom Lu Shi found perfectly fit several mushroom truths. First, it grew under clean tree roots. Poisonous mushrooms usually grow in dirty, messy environments, while edible ones tend to grow in cleaner places. Second, it was pure white in appearance. The brighter the color, the higher the chance of toxicity. On Earth, most safe, edible mushrooms are simple in color, white, yellow, or light brown. Third, some mushrooms had small holes made by insects. Tiny insects are less resistant to toxins, so if a mushroom has been burrowed into by insects, it almost certainly isn't poisonous. Fourth, mushrooms that had been eaten by insects didn't change color. After breaking the poisonous mushroom, the toxins contact the air and change, causing the mushroom to change color. Non-poisonous mushrooms do not change. The mushroom truths match up, and Lu Shi quickly determines that the large white mushroom in front of her is 99% safe to eat. The remaining 1% still needs testing before she can be sure. Each large white mushroom is about the size of a palm, shaped like an open umbrella. She picked fewer than 10, filling half a cloth bag. Lu Shi isn't greedy. Once it's full, she stops. She doesn't regret leaving behind the mushrooms she can't carry. The forest is so big, there will be more mushrooms later. Xiao Yuan watches Lu Shi from the side, tilting his head. He can't understand her actions, or why she finds the white cluster of mushrooms worth collecting. But after a long time, seeing Lu Shi smear colorful leaves onto pieces of meat to make delicious roasted meat, Xiao Yuan's only expectation is for new food. Lu Shi has no pot, so she can only roast the mushrooms to improve her meal. At 3:30 a.m., Lu Shi lights a fire. Yawning, she skewers the mushrooms and places them over the flames. Half an hour before her health refreshes, she uses this time to test the mushroom's toxicity. In half an hour, even if the mushroom is toxic, it won't cause her to suffocate so quickly. As long as she endures a little longer, her body will flush out the toxins and restore health. This is the best way to test. Even if the toxins take longer to act, Lu Shi isn't foolish. After eating, whether she feels good or bad, isn't it obvious? If she feels uncomfortable after eating, she won't eat the mushroom again, toxic or not. Fortunately, the result is good. After eating, she feels fine and her body is in great shape. The mushroom is also quite tasty. Lu Shi worries that plain roasted mushrooms might be bland, so she cuts a small piece of rabbit meat, oils it up, and spreads it on the mushroom before roasting again. The roasted mushroom naturally carries the aroma of the fatty meat, combined with its unique flavor and texture. She almost wants to swallow her tongue. Xiao Yuan can't help but make a sound to remind Lu Shi that he is still here. Lu Shi was generous and handed several pieces of mushrooms to Xiao Yuan. But Xiao Yuan, aren't you a meat eater? Do you like the taste of mushrooms? The answer is
yes.
Xiao Yuan looked amazed, as if a new world had opened up for him. He kept eating the mushrooms Lu Shi gave him, finishing all of them. He also rubbed against Lu Shi's leg, hoping for more. Although the mushrooms looked big, they didn't take up much space in his stomach. Eating them didn't make him feel full, but it helped his appetite. Seeing that Xiao Yuan was eager for more, Lu Shi decided to cook some meat too. Since she already had a fire going, it would be a waste not to. She left half of the mushrooms uneaten, planning to save them for later. After a whole day and night, she didn't hear any more sounds from the lion behind her. Lu Shi guessed that the lion probably wouldn't chase her into the forest. Her travel speed was fast enough that the lion could catch up in just a few hours if it wanted. Since the lion wasn't coming, she didn't need to rush. She could stop occasionally to find tools and materials to improve her living conditions. For example, she used tough tree bark to make a simple pot. She boiled water to drink or cooked food into soup, which helped her learn new recipes. She tried making mustard green soup, gourd fruit soup, mushroom soup, and meat soup. Sometimes she mixed 2 or 3 ingredients together, and all the flavors turned out great. Starting with almost nothing and surviving in the wild felt tough, but strangely, she found joy like playing a cooking game. Every dish she made in this strange world was delicious. Unknowingly, Lu Shi spent 10 more days in the forest. During this time, she unlocked many new types of food. Mushrooms were the easiest to find and gather. Next were fruit trees with various fruits. By recognizing signs like insect marks or bite marks on the fruits, she could tell if they were safe to eat. Xiao Yuan also helped. Although he couldn't tell which plants were edible, he seemed to sense which ones were poisonous and would warn Lu Shi. On the grassland, a chubby rabbit was hunted and eaten by the 3rd day in the forest. Lu Shi had to find new prey. She could survive on fruits, mushrooms, and wild vegetables, but Xiao Yuan could not. Xiao Yuan is a carnivorous young animal still growing. Lack of food affects its health and ability to move. So, the small, non-toxic snakes along the way became food. At first, Lu Shi was afraid to kill them, but now she was skilled enough to cut the snake's vulnerable spot with a stone knife at a glance, separating its head from its body. With some seasoning and boiling in a bark pot, it became a delicious snake soup. There were also some small birds. Xiao Yuan was very agile and could easily climb to the top of trees, almost always catching them. They didn't look like dogs, but more like cats. The method of making migrant chicken was more suitable for these birds. Their size was similar to chickens on Earth. They could be emptied of their insides, filled with seasonings and fruits, making a dish even tastier than rabbit meat. Now, Xiao Yuan spent half of each day on the tree trunks, waiting to pounce on these birds. Under the fire, 2 migrant birds were roasting with a bark pot on top, boiling a fruit soup. The sweet aroma slowly spread out. Wouldn't it be great to have an iron pot? Lu Shi looked at the bark pot and sighed. This kind of pot was almost disposable, used once, broken once. Although Xiao Yuan's claws were sharp and tearing bark was easy, she still found it troublesome. If she had an iron pot, it wouldn't break easily. It could be used to cook meat, extract oil, and even fry dishes with animal fat. Overall, Lu Shi was craving to cook. It had been over 20 days since she traveled here. Every day, she either boiled or roasted food. Even if it tasted good, it was easy to get tired of it. Suddenly, there were some rustling sounds of leaves. Lu Shi looked up. As expected, Xiao Yuan was carrying a strange bird and jumping down from the treetop. It wasn't a direct jump to the ground but jumped between trees, from a higher branch to a lower one, and only jumped directly to the ground when about 2 meters high. Lu Shi casually caught the prey from Xiao Yuan's mouth. The bird was small, about the size of a palm, and would be ready to roast in no time. She placed it under the fire, and it would be cooked soon. Recently, Xiao Yuan's hunting skills had improved a lot. With more prey, Lu Shi didn't worry about food sources and didn't bother to save any prey. The main issue is that Lu Shi now has more tools, and her luggage is too heavy to carry extra burdens like prey, since she still needs to keep moving. She casually opened the bird's belly and skillfully took out the organs. Suddenly, she paused and pulled out something somewhat familiar. Half of a bird egg. Huh. Lu Shi blinked, realizing she had overlooked this type of food. On Earth, Lu Shi had never heard of bird eggs or snake eggs being poisonous. The reasoning is the same, and it should be the same in this world too. Xiao Yuan, did you catch it in the bird's nest just now? Have you seen this kind of bird egg before? Lu Shi excitedly turned around and asked Xiao Yuan. She was already thinking of a dozen ways to cook bird eggs. Xiao Yuan tilted her head slightly, blinked her pretty fox-like eyes, and nodded. Lu Shi briefly explained how to eat bird eggs. Soon, Xiao Yuan became even more excited than Lu Shi. In just a few moments, she climbed back up the tree to get the eggs from the top. Lu Shi glanced at her game panel. Since she hadn't completed the beginner's task, all game functions were grayed out and locked. She could only see some data messages. Lu Shi dislikes games that force players through tutorials. To prevent players from being confused about what to do after entering the game, most games have a tutorial lasting about 10 minutes. During this time, players must follow the tutorial without any freedom. So now, Lu Shi could only check her game stats, follow the tutorial's guidance, and couldn't do anything else. She buried the beggar bird, wiped her hands, and watched Xiao Yuan climb down with a whole bird's nest in her mouth. Probably worried about breaking the eggs, Xiao Yuan didn't jump down like before. There were 3 eggs in the nest, slightly larger than quail eggs, but not by much. Likely, the bird laid only a few eggs before Xiao Yuan caught it halfway through, so there weren't many eggs. That's a bit few. I can't do much else. I'll just put them in the soup, Lu Shi thought. Since the eggs were small and few, she had no other options but to cook them in the soup. She set aside half of the fruit soup for later. Then, she cracked the 3 bird eggs, about the size of quail eggs, into the soup. Soon, a layer of egg flowers floated to the surface, and a fresh, fragrant aroma spread out just in time. That was a completely different taste from eggs, of course. It couldn't be the same. There was no fishy smell at all, only fresh flavor. After blending with the sweet taste of fruit soup, it created a new flavor. The egg drop felt soft like pudding, easily sliding down the throat. The texture was very different from meat, wild vegetables, or fruit, and it instantly won over Xiao Yuan, who had never tasted this kind of flavor before. Lu Shi was okay. She came from another world full of delicious food, so she was a bit surprised by the taste but not overwhelmed. It was just too little. There were only 3 bird eggs. Not only that, Lu Shi was worried the flavor might not turn out well, so she divided half of the soup to make enough egg drop soup for herself and Xiao Yuan. The bowls were wooden. Lu Shi often paused to rest and recover her strength. During her breaks, she used wood to carve bowls, chopsticks, and spoons, since she had plenty of free time. That's why she had so much extra luggage. Next, they shared 3 roasted singing birds. Lu Shi was surprised to find that Xiao Yuan didn't seem very interested in eating. Instead, it kept looking up at the treetops. After a while, Lu Shi realized Xiao Yuan wasn't looking at the sky, but at whether there were any bird nests up there. Do you like eating them that much? Lu Shi asked with a smile. Yao Yao. Xiao Yuan wagged its tail hard, acting more like a little dog in this moment. Then let's keep looking, Lu Shi said casually. These bird eggs are too small. If we find bigger eggs, we could try making egg custard. She paused, thinking aloud. We don't have enough cooking tools, or we could try making cake. Can bird eggs be used for that? Wait, do chickens even exist in this world? Xiao Yuan didn't understand all the complicated things Lu Shi was saying. It only remembered the main point: find big eggs and make egg custard. Maybe the more she looked for something, the harder it was to find. By noon the next day, Lu Shi had stopped preparing to cook, but Xiao Yuan still hadn't found a bird's nest with eggs. Seeing Xiao Yuan look disappointed and jump down from the tree, Lu Shi patted its fluffy wolf head and comforted it. Birds don't all breed at the same time, but most do before early summer. Right now, it should be mid or late summer. Only a few are still laying eggs, so it's normal not to find any. Xiao Yuan rubbed against Lu Shi's hand and whined softly, clearly still not satisfied. All right, let's find a place to stop and cook first. Then we can keep looking later, okay? Lu Shi held up several small birds in her hand. Although she didn't find any eggs, she had caught quite a few birds. Xiao Yuan raised her head. While eggs are tastier, bird meat is also good. Not every place is suitable for making a fire. Forest fires can be very dangerous, so Lu Shi is more careful. This time, things felt different from before. When looking for a place to make a fire, Lu Shi suddenly noticed some unusual signs. Is this a human footprint? The day before yesterday, there was a brief rain. Under the shade of trees, the ground stayed dry longer, and the wet ground clearly showed a human footprint. Lu Shi's mind went blank. She felt confused and didn't know how to react. She knew she had traveled to another world. In this world, she was alone. She had never seen other humans or found any signs of human life. Even though she believed it, she couldn't help but wonder if she was the only human here. Maybe this world is just her imagination, a desperate illusion before she dies. But now, it seemed like she had found an answer. The clear and sudden appearance of another human's footprint in front of her made her realize she was not alone. Lu Shi took a step back, took a deep breath, and her confused mind started to clear. She wanted to meet the person who left the footprint, but she couldn't just show up in front of them. First, she needed to understand what kind of person they were and whether they posed a threat. What if the person was a dangerous thief or something similar? Lu Shi didn't think she could fight back. Even with Xiao Yuan, it wouldn't be enough. Xiao Yuan was just a puppy wolf, about the size of a medium dog. Facing an adult human, they wouldn't have enough strength to defend themselves. She found a safe place to hide her belongings, then returned lightly to the spot where she saw the footprints. Carefully, she followed the trail. She had never learned tracking or done this before, but she understood the basics. She tried to apply them as best as she could. Xiao Yuan was even simpler. It had a natural instinct to sneak close to prey, and after dozens of bird hunts, it had become very skilled. Before long, she saw her target clearly. Indeed, he is an adult man, which proves that Lu Shi's caution was correct. He is wearing clothes that have been patched many times, consisting of a simple short-sleeved shirt and rolled-up shorts. Lu Shi cannot tell much about his clothing style, only that his family is probably not very wealthy, maybe even poor. The man appears to be around 27 or 28 years old in his prime. His height is about 1.8 meters, and his slim figure makes him seem taller. He is holding a well-used axe with many marks on it, focused on chopping a tree. The tree is already leaning and shaking, indicating he has been working here for a long time and is about to finish. No wonder Lu Shi was able to follow his footprints easily. He hasn't moved from his spot. Lu Shi doesn't have any psychological analysis skills. She can only judge whether the person in front of her is trustworthy based on small details. She relies on her intuition, making a gamble-like choice. Just as Lu Shi was about to stand up, she accidentally brushed against a nearby branch, making a rustling sound. The sound was not loud, but the man chopping the tree heard it and quickly turned around, raising his axe to face the direction of the noise. Lu Shi had to change her initial plan. She slowly stepped out from behind the tree and tentatively spoke. "Hello?" She was unsure if her words would be understood. "Who are you?" the man asked cautiously, not relaxing just because she was a woman. Fortunately, they could communicate. Lu Shi took a deep breath, her mind racing. Based on the details she observed, this man seemed to be safe, a resident living in a human settlement, not a dangerous bandit or robber. Of course, living in a human settlement doesn't guarantee trustworthiness, but Lu Shi had no other options. She was unfamiliar with this world and desperately needed to find a place where humans lived, to learn everything about this strange world and decide how to survive. She couldn't live in the forest forever. In that brief moment, just as her thoughts settled, Lu Shi's face showed a fragile expression, her eyes red and looking very pitiful. "I accidentally had an incident and was left alone in the wild. I have been here for a long time. You are the first person I have met. Can you take me back to a place where people live?" She did not directly tell him her name, nor did she ask Xiao Yuan to come out of hiding. If the man had any bad intentions, Xiao Yuan could surprise him and help her escape. Lu Shi was lucky. The man did not seem to have any bad intentions. After looking at her patched-up, worn-out clothes, he seemed to believe her and honestly said, "I see. I can take you to my village, but you have to wait until I finish cutting down this tree. My house is broken, and I need new wood." After saying that, the man turned around and started chopping another tree, completely ignoring the pitiful Lu Shi. Lu Shi had prepared some sad stories to ask for help, but she couldn't say them now. She watched the man's back for a while, making sure he was serious about chopping the tree. Then she thought of a plan and asked cautiously, "Okay, but I left my things over there when I arrived. Can I go get them now?" The man, with his back still turned, simply waved kindly and said, "Sure, go ahead." Lucy took a few steps back, seeing that the man didn't react further. She signaled Xiao Yuan to stay and watch him, then quietly went back to get her belongings. Her luggage was stored in a remote place. It took her over half an hour to go there and come back. When Lucy returned, the man had already cut down a thick tree, tied it behind his back, and cleaned up the branches and leaves. Only the trunk, about 3 meters long, was left. Seeing Lucy carrying a big bundle of things, the man finally relaxed and said, "You're back.
We can leave now.
My village is a bit far, and it will take a long time to walk. Are you okay?" Lucy shook her head. She was used to walking long distances now. The man didn't say much more. He didn't even notice that Lucy was no longer pretending to be helpless. He lifted the whole tree on his shoulder and started walking ahead. Lucy hesitated for a moment, looked at Xiao Yuan still hiding in the shadows, and decided to let Xiao Yuan stay hidden. She quietly followed behind them, ready for any unexpected situation. First, because she didn't fully trust the human man in front of her, and second, because Lucy wasn't sure how this man would behave after seeing Xiao Yuan. She didn't want Xiao Yuan to get hurt because of her. "Can you tell me your name?" Lucy asked as she followed the man, trying to sound curious. The man carried a tree on his shoulder and walked slowly, so Lucy could easily stay behind at a safe distance without getting too close or too far.
Valren.
"What about you?" Valren was not a quiet person. Most questions Lucy asked received answers. Lucy thought for a moment before saying her name, wanting to see if he could understand her. "Lucy? That's a nice name." Valren thought for a moment and sincerely praised the name. Lucy felt they might not be saying the same name, but she couldn't tell the difference. "Do you really trust me just like that?" Lucy asked, feeling suspicious. She was worried that her lack of knowledge might be exposed if she kept testing, so she asked directly. "You have many wounds. You seem used to it." Valren replied honestly. Lucy didn't have many wounds, as her body refreshed every day. After nearly a month surviving outdoors, she knew how to avoid injuries. But the marks on her clothes wouldn't disappear. The cuts had been roughly sewn up, and the patches looked more interesting than her dull face. Her personal profile also showed her outfit as a wanderer's torn clothes, which had changed without her noticing. Anyone who saw Lucy could tell she had been struggling to survive in this forest for a long time, leaving behind many scars. She had grown used to these changes. Valren didn't know much, but he could feel that Lucy really needed help. Lucy opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Facing such sincere kindness, her defenses felt small and weak. Yet she clearly understood that her actions were not wrong. She was still very unfamiliar with this world. "Can you tell me about your village?" Lucy asked, putting aside her emotions and trying to talk casually with Valren. Valren did not seem to be on guard against Lucy, or perhaps Lucy's questions were not very important, so he answered everything. As a result, Lucy learned that the village where Valren lived was called Kova Village, located right next to the Pro-Black Forest, which was the forest where Lucy had survived for over 10 days. The villagers relied on hunting ordinary monsters in the Pro-Black Forest for their livelihood. Ordinary monsters. Lucy was surprised. The word monster sounded like it couldn't be associated with ordinary at all. Yes, low-level monsters usually don't come close to the forest edge. "As long as you're careful, you won't encounter danger," Valren said naturally. After some probing, Lucy finally understood that the word monster was similar to animals on Earth, a broad term that covered many creatures. The difference was in their levels. For example, the round rabbits, snakes, and small birds Lucy had seen before were all ordinary monsters. They generally had no special abilities and could be easily hunted by humans. Above them were low-level monsters. These monsters are large, often several meters, or even over 10 meters tall. They are physically stronger, making it hard for normal cold weapons to break through their defenses. Most importantly, they can use magic. Yes, magic like fireballs, wind blades, or freezing spells. However, low-level monsters usually only master one or two types of magic, mostly of the same element. If you handle them properly, a group of about 10 adult men with weapons can hunt them. There are also mid-level and high-level monsters, but when Lu Shi asked about them, Valren shook his head. I'm not sure. Mid-level monsters are very dangerous. If one appears, the patrol team will notify us. Village Chief Ruli will take us to Vigori town to hide. Vigori town is the administrative center of Kova village, about 50 kilometers away. It belongs to the Trumini kingdom, but in reality, it is under the Grant territory, Valren explained. Lu Shi was confused. None of these place names made sense to her. Fortunately, Valren only knew a few place names and didn't have more detailed information, so Lu Shi didn't have to reveal her ignorance. Soon, they arrived at Kova village. After leaving the pro-black forest, a small path appeared on the ground, making travel much easier. Clearly, the people of Kova village often traveled back and forth to the forest. Valren, you're back. It looks like you've found some good wood.
Who is she?
A middle-aged man carrying tools greeted Valren, glancing at a tree before quickly shifting his gaze to Lu Shi behind Valren. Uncle Amei, she's someone I met in the Proho forest. She said she was in trouble, abandoned alone in the woods, Valren replied, scratching his head. Such a poor girl. Uncle Amei sighed. Then he advised, hurry back now, put your things down, and take her to village Chief Ruli. Those mercenaries broke the table again. I need to fix it. I really don't understand what they're doing. This is the 4th time they've damaged the table. Valren nodded and continued walking toward the village. Along the way, he met many villagers. The community seemed very friendly, and everyone could chat a little. Of course, the topic of conversation often involved Lu Shi, who appeared suddenly. Almost everyone asked about her, at least once. Valren didn't mind repeating the same story over 10 times. Only when he returned home did he finally get a moment of peace. Lu Shi kept her gaze lowered. During the villagers' questions, she listened quietly, analyzing the clues in their words. She didn't speak or ask Valren anything. When you don't understand something, it's best to stay silent. Village Chief Ruli was the most mentioned person among the villagers. Everyone trusted him and preferred to leave decisions to him. Even Lu Shi, whose origins were unknown, shared the same opinion. Let Village Chief Ruli decide her fate. For a moment, Lu Shi was very cautious about the unseen Village Chief Ruli, worried she might reveal something in front of him. Unlike Lu Shi's nervousness, the villagers were simply curious and gossiping about her. Although her face is covered in dirt and I can't see her features clearly, I bet she is a beautiful girl. Did you see her hair? It's black, which is very rare. And her eyes are also black. Hey, did you notice? The clothes she's wearing. Did Valren find a noble lady? It looks like I should go tell Village Chief Ruli that Valren found a noble lady returning home. This is a big deal.
What?
Valren found a lost noble lady in the Proho forest? Wow, Valren is really lucky. Maybe he'll become a knight someday. From now on, we might have to call him Lord Valren. What is her name? Lucy? Oh, Miss Lucy. That's a lovely name. Koa village is like a small pond where a fish accidentally jumped in. The peaceful water surface and the bottom are all disturbed, ripples spreading outward. Lu Shi followed Valren back to his home. The house was made of wood and stone, old and worn out. On the way, Lu Shi saw that most houses looked like this, showing a strange kind of poverty. One of Valren's houses had a corner of the roof collapsed. No wonder he went into the forest to cut wood. A little girl, about 1 year old, heard the noise. She wobbled to the door, holding onto the threshold, making ah-ah sounds at Valren. It's unclear what she was saying. Valren's face softened instantly, but he didn't go over. After putting down a piece of wood on his back in the yard, he called into the house, Kuma, I'm going to Village Chief Ruli. I'll be back soon. Little Bina ran out. Watch her for me. A young woman's voice quickly responded from inside. Got it. Let's go, Valren said, glancing at his daughter. He took the lead and started walking, guiding Lu Shi. On the way to Village Chief Ruli's house, they met fewer villagers. Lu Shi also asked at the right time, What kind of person is Village Chief Ruli? Village Chief Ruli is a low-level element warrior. He can defeat a low-level magical beast alone. Several times, he protected Kova village from low-level monsters, Valren proudly explained to Lu Shi. Lu Shi didn't know what a low-level element warrior was, but guessed it was someone with special abilities, like those magic-wielding low-level monsters. Village Chief Ruli was once an apprentice knight for a noble lord. This was somewhat unexpected for Lu Shi. A noble apprentice knight returning to the village to become a village chief seemed unbelievable. It was like a top university graduate on Earth choosing to leave a Fortune 500 company to go teach in a remote mountain area. Not impossible, but such a decision is rarely easy. Soon, Lu Shi met Village Chief Lu Li. Village Chief Lu Li looked to be in his 30s, with a strong build like a black bear. Valren was already tall, but Lu Li was even taller, over 2 meters. However, Lu Li seemed to have a problem with one leg. Just a quick glance was enough for Lu Shi to notice this flaw. Lu Li appeared to have known about Lu Shi's arrival for some time and was already prepared, waiting in the yard. When he saw Lu Shi, he didn't stare or examine her to confirm her identity. Instead, he spoke first, making an excuse to send Valren away. "Valren, aren't you still fixing your house? Go back first. I'll handle Lucy's arrangements." Valren trusted him without suspicion, nodded kindly to Lu Shi, and then turned to leave Lu Li's house. Lu Shi immediately felt nervous. She couldn't be sure why Lu Li sent Valren away, but she didn't stop him. After all, Valren seemed more willing to listen to Lu Li than to her. After entering Kova village, there were no more hiding spots. Xiao Yuan could only stay outside the village. At this moment, she was truly alone and had to rely on herself. Lu Shi steadied her mind and looked at Lu Li with a calm, composed expression. She met his gaze confidently, not backing down. Finally, Lu Li lowered his head first, ending the stare. This also meant he recognized one of Lu Shi's identities, a fallen noble lady. Of course, without mentioning whether Lu Shi's current body was created by a game or not, her status as a noble lady was unquestionable. She was a noble lady inheriting a large farm. But Lu Li didn't know all these details. His judgment of Lu Shi's identity was based on only a few points. 1. Although Lu Shi's clothes are torn and dirty, resembling those of a homeless person, the bright and colorful fabrics she wears are not something an ordinary person can have. The dirt and damage on her clothes further show that she is a fallen noble lady. 2. Lu Shi's attitude and the way she carries herself are very different from someone raised in a different environment. Mayor Lu Li did not miss her gaze when she looked at the houses. It was not a look a commoner would have. Of course, Mayor Lu Li noticed her nervousness when she faced him, but it seemed more like caution and wariness toward strangers. For a noble lady who has fallen on hard times, this nervousness and caution are understandable. Someone who doesn't understand her situation and only acts like a noble is unlikely to survive alone in the wild for long. However, Mayor Lu Li was thinking about something else. What kind of impact might a fallen noble lady have on Koa village? Or perhaps there are other issues behind her situation. Having once been an apprentice knight for a noble family, Mayor Lu Li knew more about nobles than ordinary villagers in Koa. He knew that nobles could be dangerous, and their outward appearance of beauty often hid corruption and dirtiness. If Miss Lucy's accident was just an accident, and she ended up here by chance, then it's simple. Koa village just needs to help her briefly and send her to Viga City, and they might gain a noble lady's gratitude. This could even change the fate of Koa village. But if there are other noble families involved, or if there are conflicts of interest behind her trouble, it could lead to pursuit, or even threaten the entire village. Nobles don't care much about the lives of common people. To hide the truth, they might sacrifice many villagers without concern.
Mayor Luli Said inwardly.
Although he said this, since they saw Miss Lucy, Koa village had no other choice. They couldn't drive her away, nor could they hide her traces. Under elemental magic, everything is visible. The best outcome is to avoid digging into Miss Lucy's background and to send her away quickly. Miss Lucy, our Koa village is just a poor little place, and there's not much of value here, village head Lu said carefully. Maybe the harsh environment would make Miss Lucy leave sooner, but they shouldn't go too far, at least not openly. Lucy's mind raced quickly as she tried to understand his words. She hadn't fully reacted yet, but her body moved fast. From her muddy belt, actually a cloth bag holding jewelry, she took out a small gem about the size of a fingernail and handed it to village head Lu. Is this enough? Her voice sounded cold and firm, but really she was just nervous and didn't know what tone to use, so it came out sounding dry. Village head Lu was more surprised than before. A noble lady giving her own treasure to a commoner as a kind of payment was very rare. It was even more unusual than the appearance of Luo Tianhong. But Lu reacted quickly. No matter how strange it was, the gem was real, and it was given voluntarily by a noble lady. He couldn't miss this chance. His large, dark hand quickly and carefully took the gem from Lu Shi's hand. That's enough. His voice was urgent, almost worried that Lu Shi might change her mind. Lu Shi suddenly realized something from his reaction. He called her Miss Lucy, a respectful title, which meant he saw her as someone important who deserved respect. So, when he said that, it meant the village's conditions weren't good, and they might not host her well. He was asking her not to mind. But Lu Shi misunderstood and thought he was asking her to pay for her stay in the village. Seeing how hurriedly he took the gem, Lu Shi guessed the village was quite poor. Then, Lu talked with her a few more words, mostly polite small talk. To her surprise, he didn't try to find out which noble family she was from. Thinking about it, Lu Shi somewhat guessed the reason. How could a noble girl stranded in the wild forest not have some hidden plans or schemes? If she learned something she shouldn't, it could be dangerous for their village. The worst case would be to take care of Lu Shi without knowing anything, then send her away. The worst outcome is that Lu Shi turns her back on them, looks down on their village's brief help, and forgets about them, with no change in her life. A better outcome is that she feels grateful to the noble girl. If they can get some small reward, it would be enough for their poor village to live a better life. Maybe this is the wisdom of common people living at the bottom. Miss Lucy, you can stay here for now, is that okay? Perhaps because of the magic gem, village chief Lu was especially respectful to Lu Shi, with sincerity behind his respect. Lu Shi looked around. These were probably the best houses besides village chief Lu's home. The houses made of blue stones were big and sturdy, but they still showed signs of poverty. Of course, village chief Lu had said he would give his house to Lu Shi, but his family had 11 members. Asking them to move out, even for a few days, made Lu Shi feel a bit guilty. After Lu Shi refused, village chief Lu found a new house for her. This is the home of brothers Ai Li and Ye. Recently, they caught the attention of patrols from Vigoli town, and now they are apprentice elemental warriors, village chief Lu proudly introduced. Now only their mother, Asuna, lives here. Lu Shi's earlier refusal made village chief Lu realize she was a noble girl who didn't like trouble. This was understandable. Some noble girls, before seeing the real world, hold naive and kind beliefs. Village chief Lu didn't dislike such noble girls. Although they often seem a bit naive and can be harder to deal with, they are better than those who look down on lower classes and see them as less than human. Moreover, Miss Lu Shi generously offered a magic gem to pay her expenses. That gem was enough to buy their entire Kova village, though no one would buy it. This place is fine. Lu Shi nodded. The house in the yard was clearly divided into two parts, probably made by two brothers. One side showed signs of being lived in, while the other looked empty for a long time. Even if she hid Xiao Yuan, it probably wouldn't be noticed. It was a good place. At night, she could secretly bring Xiao Yuan inside. Then I will ask Asuna to come out and tidy up for you, said village head Lu. He strode into the yard and called out to Asuna inside the house. Lu Shi didn't stop him. After all, it was someone else's house. There might be things inside, so it was better for them to tidy up themselves. She would stay inside later. While village head Lu and Asuna talked, Lu Shi looked around again. Kova village was not small. It had at least 1,000 or 2,000 people. On Earth, that would be like a small town. But in this world, a place with that many people was just called a village. Everything is arranged. Miss Lucy. What are you looking at? Village head Lu Li came out of the house, followed by a woman who looked to be in her 40s. She was probably Asuna, as he mentioned. This place doesn't look much like a village. There are too many people, Lu Shi said casually, glancing at Asuna, who was already going to another room to tidy up. She then looked away. Yes, there are too many people. But maintaining a town costs too much, more than we can afford, said village head Lu Li, his expression suddenly becoming serious. He spoke softly, with a tone of regret and self-mockery, not avoiding the topic. Are they collecting taxes randomly? Lu Shi was surprised by his reaction and asked instinctively. No, they are not, Lu Li replied after a long silence, smiling bitterly. His laugh was full of helplessness and irony. They're not collecting taxes arbitrarily. He looked at Lu Shi as if she were a naive little girl. For a village to become a town, it needs to build a strong wall around the entire area to defend against low-level monsters. It also needs a grand church, which costs a lot, to invite priests from the church to live there, to treat the sick and injured residents, and to activate a protective light barrier during dangerous times to keep the town safe. Furthermore, they need to train many element warriors to patrol and protect the town and nearby villages. The taxes are only a small part of the expenses for running a town. The saddest thing is that, in fact, their village can't even afford to pay those small taxes. Lu Shi suddenly realized that village chief Lu Li was trying to play the victim with her because she looked like a noble girl who had never experienced the hardships of ordinary people, but was full of useless kindness. If this story could move her, then Kova village might have a chance to change. But Lu Shi was not moved. She was just an ordinary person, perhaps with noble status in body, but from another world in her soul. She couldn't even control her own future, only following the system's guidance. Village Chief Lu Li, the house has been cleaned, and Asuna, who had just finished tidying up, broke the silence that had fallen between Lu Shi and the village chief. Lu Shi looked at the village chief, then nodded to Asuna, saying, "Thank you." It was as if she hadn't heard what the village chief had just said. No trouble at all, no trouble. Asuna looked gentle. After glancing at the village chief, she turned her eyes to Lu Shi. Maybe she knew Lu Shi's identity, or maybe she didn't. Suddenly noticing something, she enthusiastically raised her hand and took the luggage from Lu Shi's back. More bluntly, she should have just taken the luggage off her. "Miss Lucy, let me help you carry your things inside." The village chief was still thinking about the look Lu Shi had given him earlier. When he heard her, he was surprised and looked regretful, realizing he had overlooked a big issue. He had walked with Lu Shi all this way and never once helped her carry her luggage. It was because Lu Shi's expression had always been so natural. She didn't fully trust the village chief and kept her distance intentionally. The village chief, respecting her noble status, didn't dare to observe her too closely and had simply ignored the luggage. Mayor Ruli may believe that nobles need to keep their distance and always stay proper. He has always maintained a respectful distance. However, Aunt Asuna has not received such education. She believes that the best way to show respect is to be kind and caring to others. It's like grandmothers on Earth who see their grandchildren come home from school. For nobles, this behavior might seem rude or inappropriate, but it shows simple kindness and sincerity. "Wow, this is pretty heavy," Aunt Asuna said as she moved her arms, surprised by how heavy Lu Shi's luggage was. She didn't think much of it and led Lu Shi into the house, explaining the different features inside. Noble girls probably don't know about these common things. Lu Shi isn't really a noble girl, but she also doesn't understand these things. Mayor really didn't follow them inside. It would be rude for a man to enter a noble girl's room without permission. He needs to pay attention to these details so that his village doesn't cause trouble in the future. Not far away, a young boy ran over loudly from a distance, shouting, "Father, I heard." Before he finished, Mayor really cut him off firmly. "Ina, say what you want to say when we get back." Ina stopped suddenly, looked at Mayor Ruli and seemed to understand something. She scratched her head and said, "I understand, Father." Mayor Ruli nodded and then turned to the yard, saying, Miss Lucy, I will leave now. If you need anything, just call someone in the village. A voice replied softly, okay. Mayor Ruli then took his son and left. Once they were far enough away and the sound couldn't be heard by Miss Lucy, he turned back and glared at Ina. When will you change your attitude? If you offend that young lady, she might get angry. Ina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, so, Father, is she really a noble girl lost in the wild? Like the story MacDon told at the tavern, where she fought with her siblings or uncles over inheritance and was set up. Her words came out quickly, making Mayor Ruli's head hurt. Ina quickly closed her mouth, but her eyes still showed curiosity. She wouldn't stop until she got an answer. That was just a noble lady who had a small accident. She'll leave here soon. Don't try to believe the stories you heard from MacDon. They're all false. He made them up to trick people into giving him drinks. Village Chief Ruli was very tired of his son. He knew most of what MacDon said was true, that those nobles really did such things. But he couldn't tell his son that. Ina was a very practical young person. Chief Ruli was worried he might do something to upset Miss Lucy, who was a noble lady capable of showing a whole gem. Chief Ruli didn't want Miss Lucy to leave. Maybe if they stayed a few more days, they could get more gems. No, that idea was wrong. After scolding him, Chief Ruli explained why. Miss Lucy doesn't mind revealing her identity, he said, showing a gem. Every noble's jewelry has their name on it. She's willing to pay for her stay with a gem, which means she's not worried about being found. Element magic is powerful, but identifying who owns a gem doesn't need magic. A simple purchase record can confirm which noble it belongs to. So, no one is chasing her. There's no conspiracy. She just had a small accident. Don't bother her, Chief Ruli repeated firmly. With a son like that, he felt helpless. Oh, okay, Ina said, looking like she hadn't given up. Her bright eyes spun with new ideas. Hurry up and finish what the mercenaries asked you to do. They paid quite a lot. Chief Ruli waved his hand, shooing her away. He didn't want to see his troublesome son anymore. Got it, father. Those mercenaries are really generous. They just give out several silver coins at a time. I wonder what gold coins look like. If only more mercenaries came to our village, Ina replied happily, casually sharing her thoughts as she ran off. Long Village Chief Ruli muttered to himself, yes, it would be great if more mercenaries came. Lu Shi was inside the house, organizing her belongings. Although no one had lived here for a long time, the house was clean and not stuffy. It was clear that Aunt Asuna kept it well maintained, regularly airing it out. Seeing the items Lu Shi took out of her luggage, Aunt Asuna was completely shocked. There was a woven grass mat, a rabbit fur blanket, and a quilt made from a dress filled with bird feathers. Compared to these, the bark-made pots and wooden bowls and chopsticks seemed simple and ordinary. This is a new weaving method. It's very sturdy, Aunt Asuna said, touching the grass mat. She looked at Lu Shi hesitantly, wanting to say more but ultimately lowering her head and remaining silent. This weaving method was simple, used few materials, and was very useful. Especially in a common village like Kova, it could make daily life much easier. Aunt Asuna could see at a glance how many places it could be used. Lu Shi wasn't surprised that this world didn't have this weaving technique. The simpler something is, the harder it is to invent. This weaving method is simple. You can learn it, Lu Shi said after thinking for a moment. Actually, there was no real teaching needed, just a quick look was enough to understand how to weave it. It was very easy. Aunt Asuna hesitated because this weaving method came from Lu Shi, who was a noble lady. That meant the grass mat and the weaving technique belonged to a noble lady. If someone secretly used this method, it would be considered stealing her property and could be punished. Lu Shi realized this, so she said, "You can learn it," which meant she approved of Aunt Asuna's use of the technique. Thank you, kind Miss Lucy. May the god of light bless you. Aunt Asuna was so excited she didn't know what to say, mumbling a string of blessings. Lu Shi didn't know what to reply, so she changed the subject and picked up the rabbit fur blanket. This blanket is very roughly sewn, Aunt Asuna quickly responded, taking it from her instinctively and commenting on it. I didn't have many tools at hand at the time, she explained dryly. She still had to undo the stitches on her clothes before sewing them up. Oh no, I didn't mean it that way, Miss Lucy. Aunt Asuna suddenly reacted, covering her mouth and carefully trying to make amends. Can I help you wash it and sew it again later? She remained silent. That would be helpful. Thank you. No trouble at all, Aunt Asuna said happily. She found her more relaxed when she could be useful. Otherwise, she would only feel uneasy even if she took the weaving method of the straw mat. This quilt. Aunt Asuna's eyes widened again. She had never seen a seam so big that a hand could fit through. Sorry to trouble you again, she said with a serious face, no longer struggling. Actually, that opening was torn when she later stuffed bird feathers inside, but the other stitches were also quite large. She didn't feel like explaining again. She handed the few birds caught by Xiao Yuan to Aunt Asuna to handle. She didn't expect Aunt Asuna to be surprised at the source of the birds. It was as if, because of her noble status, she naturally had some special ability to do such things. She didn't ask about this and instead changed the subject. Can you help me find some clean clothes and hot water? I want to wash myself. No problem. I'll prepare that right away, Aunt Asuna said as if she just remembered. She hurriedly left the room with a bunch of things. She tidied up her personal belongings, thinking about whether Xiao Yuan would be discovered or face any danger. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside in the yard. Before she could go out to check, Aunt Asuna pushed open the door and came in, holding 2 sets of clean clothes. Boiling water is a bit troublesome. I just called some village boys to help. They're stacking firewood in the yard. If you find them noisy, I can ask them to go to the next door to light a fire, Aunt Asuna explained quietly, observing Lu's reaction. It's fine. She shook her head. She knew that it wasn't easy for commoners to boil water and bathe daily, but she didn't expect such a big commotion. She didn't mind at all. Aunt Asuna let out a sigh of relief and handed the clothes to Lucy. Miss Lucy, these are new clothes from Aina and Jenny next door. They haven't been worn yet, so they are clean. The clothes are decorated with bright, beautiful flowers. Although the whole outfit has only a few colors, you can still see the care put into making them. Those 2 girls probably want to save these 2 new outfits to wear on an important occasion. How long have they been looking forward to this? Thank you very much. I appreciate your help, Lucy said, lowering her eyes to hide her thoughts. She smiled and took the clothes. Well, I'll go back to work now. If you need anything, just call me. I'm in the next room, so I'll hear you as soon as you speak, Aunt Asuna said quickly, eager to finish her tasks. She left swiftly. Lucy watched Aunt Asuna's figure as she walked away, then looked away. This is truly a world she didn't like much. Lucy went to the door of the house and looked into the yard. In the middle of the yard, there was a pile of firewood and 2 boys around 10 years old kept carrying more. On both sides of the yard, there were several buckets of clean water. A few older boys carried freshly drawn water into the yard. Next to Aunt Asuna's house, the kitchen door was open. 2 girls, about 16 or 17, were busy. One was adding water to the pot, and the other was putting more firewood into the stove. Everyone was busy, except Lucy herself. Miss Lucy. After watching for a while, a boy finally looked up and saw Lucy. He greeted her with a bright smile. His voice caught the attention of everyone else. All the people in the yard looked up and greeted Lucy. For a moment, the words, Miss Lucy, echoed around. Lucy didn't know them, so she just nodded slightly in response. No one minded her polite reply. Instead, they were happy that she responded. One of the girls who was boiling water came over. Miss Lucy, Aunt Asuna asked us to help you with your bath. After saying that, she introduced herself. My name is Aina, and this is Jenny. Lucy understood. They were the owners of the 2 new outfits. Aina is a tall girl. Even though Lucy is already 1.75 meters tall, Aina is still much taller, probably over 1.8 meters. Her healthy wheat-colored skin makes her look lively and energetic. Jenny, who is still tending the fire, doesn't seem very tall, but she appears more ladylike than Aina. Her skin is fairer, and she looks like a quiet girl. I'll help you clean the bathtub, and the water will be ready soon, Aina said without being told. She naturally took the initiative to do what needed to be done. The bathtub was placed in the last room, which had small windows near the ceiling to let in light and keep the room private, so no one could peek. Soon, Jenny came in carrying hot water, and Aina had already cleaned the bathtub and the whole room. Together, they filled the tub with water. We'll stay outside and watch. When you need to change the water, just call us, Miss Lu Shi, Aina said. After speaking, she and Jenny left the room. The hot water in the kitchen was still boiling. They probably asked the boys in the yard for help, as they didn't think one bucket of water was enough for Lu Shi. They prepared a lot of firewood and clean water outside. It turned out they were right. One bucket wasn't enough. Lu Shi had traveled to this different world for almost a month. During that time, she had been on the move, only washing herself twice, and she had been sleeping outdoors the whole time. Her body was probably very dirty. After changing water 3 times, Lu Shi finally felt clean. She felt much lighter and wasn't sure how much mud she had accumulated. She put on a new set of clothes, then stepped out of the house. Aina and Jenny were waiting at the door. Jenny was rubbing her arm, tired from carrying water so many times. Aina looked much better and seemed very energetic. She was the first to see Lu Shi come out. Miss Lu Shi. Aina looked at Lu Shi a few more times and smiled brightly. She said, Miss Lu Shi looks very pretty in this dress. Lu Shi paused for a moment, realizing that the dress she chose was probably Aina's. It was a bit long at the cuffs and hem. She nodded to Aina and said, Thank you. This is a response to praise and thanks for the clothes provided by the other person. Lu Shi looked around the yard. The stove in the kitchen was already out, and the unused firewood was stacked against the wall. The water buckets she had carried earlier were gone. The buckets are their own, and they still need to use them, so they can't stay here. If you need, you can ask them to bring more. Jenny noticed Lu Shi's gaze and softly explained. Lu Shi was about to say she didn't need anything but suddenly remembered something. She nodded and said, I understand. Aina and Jenny needed to tidy up the house. After telling Lu Shi, they went to do their chores. Watching their figures, Lu Shi felt a bit uncomfortable. She was used to others doing the work, and she was left with nothing to do. This made her feel uneasy. It wasn't that she liked working or being busy, but she had just come from a tense and exciting outdoor survival environment. She hadn't had enough time to relax. Big sister Aina, a boy around 15 or 16, called out loudly from afar. His energetic voice didn't sound annoying or loud. Aina stopped outside the yard, probably having received some instructions earlier. Lu Shi was about to go back into the house when she paused and turned around. She saw Aina blinking and suddenly smiling brightly. Ah, Miss Lucy. It seemed she saw the clothes Lu Shi was wearing and mistakenly thought she was someone else. Lu Shi thought this and nodded in response. This was just a polite reply, but the boy Aina seemed to feel encouraged and spoke enthusiastically. Miss Lucy. The mercenaries just returned from hunting a low-level monster. It's a big one, and they left it in the open space to the west of the village. Do you want to go see it? Huh? Lu Shi was surprised and hadn't fully reacted when Aina continued speaking. Oh, and the mercenaries said that after they deal with the low-level monster, the leftover meat can be shared with us. My father has decided to hold a bonfire party tomorrow night. Would you like to join, like a small animal? The boy Aina looked at Lu Shi with bright, clear eyes full of anticipation. Lu Shi couldn't find the words to refuse, but she also didn't give a firm answer, leaving some room for choice. At this moment, Aina heard the noise and came out. Knowing her brother's personality well, she immediately scolded him. Aina, don't cause trouble for Miss Lucy. Then she apologized to Lu Shi. Sorry, Miss Lucy. Aina is a bit too lively. It's okay. Lu Shi shook her head. Seeing Aina already went out to discipline her brother, she paid no more attention and turned back into the house. Inside, Jenny was finishing up her work. Lu Shi stood there for a while before asking, Jenny, are there any books to read in the village? Lu Shi thought for a long time. Learning about this world through books might be the simplest and most direct way. Because of that letter, Lu Shi was sure she could understand the writing of this strange world. Do you want to read now, Miss Lucy? Jenny looked surprised but tried to hide it. Lu Shi also felt her request to read was a bit strange. After all, her character was a recently helped noble girl who should rest for a while, relax her tense mind, and then do other things. But Lu Shi hadn't forgotten the extra tip from the beginner's quest: please reach the farm as soon as possible. If the farm remains idle for too long, unpredictable things may happen. She had already wasted too much time surviving outdoors. Resting without doing anything was impossible for her now. Every moment wasted made her feel uneasy. I am feeling a bit restless now. Maybe reading can help me relax, Lu Shi said with a blank face. Using a poor excuse, she didn't even believe herself. Jenny looked surprised. Is that so? That really? Lu Shi blinked but didn't say anything else. Jenny started speaking again. She shook her head. Our village doesn't have any books. Ordinary people don't need to learn to read. But perhaps Head Village really has some books. Can I ask him for you, Miss Lucy? Lu Shi paused for a moment before nodding. Thank you. Looking at Jenny's departing figure, Lu Shi felt a strange sense of frustration. It was hard to tell whether it was because of her suddenly changed fate or because of this mysterious world that only revealed a small part of itself. There was no one else in the room. Lu Shi forced herself to calm down, think about what she should do next, and prioritize her tasks. First, understand this world. Whether from books or from others' words, the more I know, the better. I need to learn about element warriors, intermediate monsters, and advanced monsters. These are all important. Only by understanding this world can Lu Shi decide what to do next, instead of feeling lost and helpless, worried about making mistakes. Also, she needed to learn about Xiao Yuan. Knowing how others view monsters like Xiao Yuan would help her decide how to treat her without causing harm. However, Lu Shi thought Xiao Yuan might not be a troublemaker. After all, she was a noble, and just like wealthy people on Earth who keep tigers and lions, in this world, such privileges would be even more exaggerated. Second, get a map. A world map is best. If I can't get that, I must find a smaller map that shows the farm's location. Once I know the route, I can figure out how to get there. This world is full of dangers. Lu Shi realized this the moment she saw the dragon. Luckily, she was fortunate to meet the dragon and Xiao Yuan. The dragon's appearance gave Lu Shi a few peaceful days at the start. Xiao Yuan's presence was a surprise. It would be alert to any threatening creatures nearby and would help Lu Shi hide far away, like that huge lion that had been chasing her for a long time. But surviving the first month safely didn't mean she would be so lucky afterward. She couldn't rely on luck alone to save her life. Third, Lu Shi whispered softly, but soon stopped. Because she was so unfamiliar with this world, she didn't know whether her third goal should be find a team to escort her to the farm or join a team heading toward the farm. Let's focus on the first two tasks for now. Lu Shi cleared her mind of the chaos and, after confirming she didn't need sleep or rest, stood up and left the room. Aunt Asuna was still busy dealing with Lu Shi's pile of miscellaneous items. Cleaning those things, especially the rabbit fur blanket, was not an easy task. After telling Aunt Asuna that she didn't need anyone to guide her, Lu Shi left the yard alone. With no specific goal, Lu Shi wandered aimlessly while observing the entire village, trying to find useful information. Kova village was built around a stream, probably a branch of a large river. Only a narrow, shallow creek remained here. The village was mostly located above the stream, with a few houses built below it. Most of the land below was a mix of messy and orderly farmland. At the end of summer, near early autumn, the fields were golden yellow. As the breeze blew, they looked like a sea of gold. When Lu Shi entered the village, she was heading in a different direction from the pro-black forest and didn't see this scene. Now that she saw it, she was momentarily stunned and lost in thought. Apart from other things, the scenery in this world was much more beautiful than on Earth. Living in such a wonderful world seemed pretty nice. Miss Lucy, so you are here. Long Village Chief suddenly appeared behind her after she had been standing there for a while. He looked nervous and seemed more concerned about her safety than she was. He was holding two books. Lu Shi didn't turn to look at Long Village Chief. Instead, she squinted her eyes to see the golden crops in the farmland. What are those? Golden wheat. They look as beautiful as gold. The flour made from them can be used to make bread. Of course, white bread is as expensive as gold, Long Village Chief answered, following her gaze. He didn't think Lu Shi's question was strange. If a noble lady could tell the difference between golden wheat, green barley, and millet, her status might be questioned. It's amazing how different worlds can have similar crops, Lu Shi thought. Is white bread very expensive? She wondered. Grain prices shouldn't be as costly as gold. If people couldn't afford food, how would common folk survive? She didn't understand. Long Village Chief looked at her meaningfully and explained, only the best golden wheat is chosen. It goes through more than 10 rounds of grinding to produce the finest flour, which is then used to make white bread. As for ordinary civilians, they can only grind the wheat along with the shell to make rough, cheap black bread. The same food can be very different among different people, like night and day. Lu Shi realized this, but she didn't know what to say or how to explain her true thoughts. She turned to Village Chief Lu Li and noticed the 2 books in his hand. What's this? Jenny just came to see me and said you wanted to read some books. Sorry, Miss Lucy. I only have 2 fairy tale and storybooks here for children's learning. Village Chief Lu Li handed the books to Lu Shi. The covers looked old, as if they had been read many times, but they were well kept, showing that someone loved them. Lu Shi didn't rush to look inside. She only glanced at the titles on the covers as she took the books. Elements and Contracts, and Legends of the Trumini Kingdom. Good, the titles don't reveal what's inside. But after a moment of thought, Lu Shi remembered that the Trumini Kingdom seemed to be part of Kova Village's country, although Valorant had mentioned that Kova Village actually belonged to the Grant territory. She tried not to show much interest in the books, keeping a calm and indifferent expression. She casually replied, I just can't relax. I want to read to ease my mood. She had already said this before. Before Village Chief Lu Li could respond, Lu Shi changed the subject. I really can't rest peacefully. Whenever I close my eyes, I feel like I'm still in the forest. Would you mind taking a walk with me around the village? Maybe getting familiar with it will make me feel better. Lu Shi originally wanted to explore the village alone, get to know the routes, and secretly bring Xiao Yuan in at night. But she didn't expect Kova Village to be so big. The houses were spaced far apart, each with its own yard, and the neighbors weren't very close. There were many intersections, and after walking around a few times, Lu Shi started feeling dizzy. Luckily, she met Village Chief Lu Li. She didn't plan to let him go so easily. It's my honor, said Lu Li with a proper knight's bow. Mayor really couldn't walk with Lu Shi all the way through the village. Just as they started, a villager suddenly came over to ask him about some recent events in the village. As the leader of a village with thousands of people and being trusted by the villagers, Mayor Ruli was clearly busy and couldn't spare much time. Lu Shi didn't insist on having Mayor Ruli guide her. Any villager from Koa village could do that. Mayor Ruli is replaceable. Without hesitation, Mayor Ruli called his son, Aina. Unlike the dull and clueless villagers of Koa, Aina, who grew up with him, was quick-witted and good at socializing, which made him more trustworthy. Although Aina's personality might be a little lively and talkative. Just a little. In some ways, Lu Shi thought Aina would be a better guide than Mayor Ruli, because Aina loved to talk so much that he could speak endlessly without much prompting. He would tell Lu Shi everything he thought she wanted to hear and everything she didn't want to hear. This saved Lu Shi the trouble of testing and probing. Miss Lu Shi, nice to see you again. It hasn't been long, haha. Honestly, you look much better in this outfit than Sister Aina. She's always so fierce and never gentle. I wonder who would dare to marry her. After Mayor Ruli left, Aina seemed to let loose, talking non-stop with his mouth wide open. Lu Shi. Hello, Miss Lu Shi, are you just here to look around our village? If so, you came to the right person. I know this village very well, every stone, I know them all. Is there anywhere you'd like to see? I really like Uncle Amai's house. They have lots of wooden things, all very interesting. And Old Keats Tavern, where there's a storyteller named McDon. His stories are really fun. Aina gestured excitedly, trying to show the scene with his actions. Lu Shi. Just looking around. Wow, Miss Lucy, the book you're holding looks very familiar. Look here, the cover has my mark on it. When I was little, my father used this book to teach me how to read. I can still remember the stories inside. Now, it's in my sister's hands. She really loves this book. I wonder if she'll cry today if she can't find it. Ina spun around Lucy happily, her bright smile making it hard to feel annoyed. Lucy. Oh? Sorry. It's okay, Miss Lucy. My sister is only a little over 1 year old and can't read yet. My father used this book to help her fall asleep. But I think she actually prefers Milo fruit, even though her teeth haven't come in fully yet. Our father doesn't let us feed her too much. Do you have brothers or sisters, Miss Lucy? I think my sister is very noisy, but she's also very cute. I can tolerate her for now. I hope she grows up quickly, but not to be as mean as Sister Aina. Ina chirped happily, like 100 ducks quacking around Lucy. Lucy. No, oh no, I think I just saw a talking trumpet. Just joking, Lucy felt like she was just a supporting character now, only able to say, or yeah, okay, almost ready to leave with a simple, go away. Under Ina's enthusiastic introduction, Lucy memorized most of the village's roads, feeling dizzy, and finally finished her wandering before night fell. Standing in Aunt Asuna's yard, watching Ina walk away happily, Lucy closed her eyes. She felt more tired than when she was chased by a lion. Fortunately, she learned a lot from Ina's words. Kova village was once just a small village with about 100 or 200 people, much poorer than it is now. Or, in today's life, the villagers are quite happy and content. Village chief really didn't continue to serve as an apprentice knight for a noble because of some matter. Instead, he returned to Kova village as a low-level elemental warrior and became the village chief. Ina didn't say what exactly happened. Maybe he didn't know either, or he wouldn't be able to keep quiet. After acquiring Chief Ruli, a low-level elemental warrior, the safety of Kova village greatly improved. Although a few adult men could handle a low-level monster, most of the time, these monsters attack before people gather. Whenever a low-level monster appears, several villagers are usually injured or killed. But with Chief Ruli, who can sense the presence of low-level monsters, the village can prepare and respond before the monsters get close. Word spread to nearby small villages, and they moved to join Kova village. Everyone wanted to live in a safe place. Chief Ruli welcomed everyone, gradually uniting more than 10 small villages around him, turning Kova into a larger community. But Chief Ruli did more than that. Using his experience as a former apprentice knight, he helped villagers earn more money. For example, he taught villagers how to grow a special crop that nobles like to eat. Even though selling this crop in Vigwali town would earn only a small profit, it was enough for villagers to live comfortably, eating well and staying warm, without starving. Lucy looked confused. Based on her knowledge of history from Earth, she thought nobles and commoners didn't have the freedom for commoners to sell their crops freely. In fact, on this world, commoners depend on nobles to survive. The land they farm on officially belongs to the nobles. They work the land for the nobles and give most of the harvest, about 70–80%, back to them. The remaining part belongs to the villagers. This leftover food is often not enough for the whole family to eat properly. They might eat one good meal and go hungry for 2. If they don't do this, they can't survive. When food runs out completely, their only option is to sell themselves as slaves to the nobles. Ina immediately noticed Lucy's changing expression and tried to explain, but her view was too narrow and one-sided. Lucy had to think carefully and analyze the situation herself to understand what she was hearing. In this world, because of monsters, the way commoners are treated is very different from Earth. On Earth, noble land is considered safe. Common people usually stay in one place, passing it down through generations. They rarely leave unless there is a major disaster, allowing nobles to continuously exploit them. In another world, even cities with big walls, protective barriers, and elemental warriors are not completely safe. These cities cannot guarantee absolute security. Even if land is owned by a noble, the common people living there can be forced to leave at any time due to a monster attack. Farmland can be abandoned and left unused. Nobles do not bother to chase after these common people just to take a few handfuls of grain. Instead, they use a different method, collecting protection fees. They no longer claim land, but clearly define which towns belong to whom. Monster attacks are usually caused by intermediate-level monsters and are not the highest threat. Any normal town can defend itself. These attacks can be sensed days in advance, allowing nearby villages to be warned. Common people can then temporarily take refuge in towns until the danger passes. There is no need to chase after these villagers. Each town just keeps track of nearby villages. Every year, villages can voluntarily send taxes. Even if they choose not to, it's not a problem. Taxes are based on population, regardless of age or gender. For example, if Kova village has 200 residents but only pays taxes for 100, then only 100 can enter the town during a monster attack. Do the remaining villagers just have to wait and die? Of course not. If they can pay double the tax temporarily, they can also seek refuge in the town. Nobles do not care about the lives of these common people. Instead, they hope that some villages will refuse to pay taxes and become wild villages. When a monster attack occurs, these villages will hand over everything they have in exchange for a chance to survive. Lu Shi listened and didn't know how to judge. Instead of calling these nobles, they seem more like capitalists. They appear to have some humanity but are mainly interested in more thorough exploitation. Most ordinary people only grow crops that cannot be destroyed by monsters. This is because they do not know how to grow other types of crops, and they have no way to buy seeds. Village Chief Ruli's role as an intern knight solved both problems. As a result, the villagers of Kova could grow more crops to improve their lives. Village Chief Ruli even trained 2 young element warriors and sent them to Vigori town to join the patrol team. This completely changed their fate. When Lu Shi heard this, she finally understood why the villagers of Kova highly respected Village Chief Ruli. His actions could be called saintly. He single-handedly changed the lives of thousands of people and is still working hard. At first, Lu Shi didn't realize that there was something different about these villagers she saw. She is from Earth, where poverty has long been left behind. The poorest places she has seen are just rural houses and outdoor toilets. The living environment is not as refined as in the city, but food is actually more abundant, and you can pick fruits and vegetables freely in the yard. But the world she is in now is different. Here, people are not only exploited by nobles, but also live in constant danger. However, on this journey, Lu Shi noticed that none of the Kova villagers looked pale or thin. The houses they live in are sturdy enough to block wind and rain. Ina said that her father is preparing funds to build a town. If Kova village can become Kova town, when monsters attack again, they won't need to run dozens of kilometers to Vigori town for safety. They could also accept people from other villages who can't pay taxes, and they wouldn't collect taxes from them. Lu Shi believes that Village Chief Ruli's ideas are sincere, but this beautiful dream still feels far away. Miss Lucy, you're back. Dinner is ready, and Asuna said with relief, walking forward to meet Lu Shi. It was already completely dark outside, and only the moonlight provided some illumination. Lu Shi glanced at the kitchen, where a pot was still boiling. It was probably reheated several times, not just freshly cooked. She wanted to ask for news, but didn't plan to come back so early. Aunt Asuna didn't dare to call her back directly and could only reheat the food repeatedly. Lu Shi was thinking that soon she would secretly bring Xiao Yuan in. She definitely couldn't let Xiao Yuan go hungry, so she asked Aunt Asuna to help carry the food to her room. That way, no one would know who was eating it. She was holding 2 fairy tale and storybooks given by Village Chief Luli. She was worried about getting them dirty and not returning them properly, so she didn't offer to help. Of course, Aunt Asuna wouldn't let Lu Shi do anything herself. She was eager to take care of Lu Shi. I don't have much appetite right now. Just leave it on the table. I'll eat later, and then take the bowls away, Lu Shi said. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, looking at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, Lu Shi felt she was asking a lot of Aunt Asuna. Maybe they themselves had never eaten so well. The 4 dishes were a plate of roasted small birds, made from a few she brought herself. Since she didn't process the game much, Aunt Asuna chose the simplest method, grilling over fire, probably with some seasoning. The color of the roasted birds was quite different from what Lu Shi would do. There was also a plate of black bread. Finding a piece of white bread in a common village was as unlikely as finding gold, The latter was more realistic. But this black bread wasn't very dark and had few impurities, so it was probably carefully selected. Another dish was wild vegetables stewed with meat. She didn't recognize the meat or the vegetables, probably not the ones she ate on the way. There was also a plate of fruit she hadn't seen before, but it looked a bit like the Moreau fruit Aunt Ina had mentioned. All good things. The soup was probably beet soup. It was milky white, with a few bright red fruits inside. A sweet aroma wafted through the air. Xiao Yuan would probably like this flavor, Lucy thought, and made an excuse to send Aunt Asuna away. Aunt Asuna didn't doubt her. She smiled kindly and said, "Miss Lucy, it wouldn't be right for you to trouble yourself to deliver it. When you're done eating, just call out, and I'll come to pick it up." Lucy didn't insist further. She planned to eat later, and then return the dishes herself. Aunt Asuna wouldn't suddenly come out to stop her. It was still early. Most villagers in Kova village had just finished resting and hadn't fallen into deep sleep. Lucy thought it would be safer to wait a little longer before going to pick up Xiao Yuan. With nothing else to do, she looked at the 2 books given by village chief Lu Li under the faint glow of the oil lamp, hoping to find some useful information. God opened his eyes, and then the world appeared. When the world was born, it was dark and chaotic. God said, "Let there be light," and the element of light appeared, illuminating the world. But the world was empty, and God was unhappy. He placed the earth element down, and the land was formed. Then he released the water element, creating the oceans. But water is flowing, and it flooded the land. God commanded the water element to leave the land. The oceans receded, leaving behind rivers, lakes, and streams. Next, he released the fire element to dry and warm the land. The fire element turned into volcanoes, covering the land with lava. A new plant grew, blocking the spread of lava. It was a new life formed from the combination of water and earth elements. God loved life. He ordered the fire element to settle quietly on the land and released the wind element to scatter seeds across the land. But plants always died quickly. God did not understand. He asked the plants why they died. The plants replied, "Light is good, but we are too weak to withstand continuous exposure to light." Then God spread the darkness element across the land, making it alternate with light, so that half the land was day and half was night. Plants still died. God asked again why they died. The plants said, "Dear God, our lives are so short." God disliked death. He created mighty dragons, elves, and sea monsters, giving each of them great power, immortal life, and unique beauty. The mighty dragons, proud of their strength, saw the land as their territory and the elves living on it as their servants. The immortal elves feared the dragons' power and bowed to them, causing the land to fall. Then the dragons greedily looked at the vast ocean. But the beautiful sea monsters refused the dragons. They said, "You have such strong wings. You should soar in the sky. Neither the land nor the ocean is where you belong." Angered by the sea monsters' rejection, the dragons attacked the ocean. The sea monsters' cries echoed from the depths to the land, but they did not surrender to the dragons. They fought back with small, weak forces. The elves were moved by this and gained the courage to resist the dragons. War broke out, with blood and flames burning from the land to the sea. The world was thrown into chaos, and God was furious. The gods then killed the giant dragon, scattering its bones and flesh across the land. Its blood flowed into the ocean, transforming into countless monsters. The gods found the elf king and asked, "You have immortal life, so why did you submit to the dragon?" The elf king replied, "God, immortal life did not give us the power to fight the dragon." The gods asked again, "Then why did you choose to resist the dragon in the end?" The elf king answered, "The lives that were lost taught us courage. Courage is the strongest power in this world." The gods found the mermaids and asked, "You have no special power, so why do you dare to oppose the dragon?" The mermaids answered, "The ocean itself is our strength." Inspired, the gods created humans. Humans do not have the power of dragons, the immortality of elves, or the beauty of mermaids, but they dare to explore the unknown, light fires and darkness, and protect what is important to them. However, the gods overlooked humans' weakness. The monsters formed from the dragon's bones could easily destroy humans. Humans prayed to the gods, who then made a promise. Those who are recognized by the earth element can control earth. Those recognized by the water element can control water. Those recognized by the fire element can control fire. And those recognized by the wind element can control wind. Elements and the contract. Lu Shi closed the book and sat in the chair, taking a long breath. Are fairy tales from another world all like this? Shouldn't this be called the Bible? Since I don't believe in gods, I don't really trust what's written here. Maybe it's just a story made up to fool children. Glancing at the time, Lu Shi decided to open another book, Legends of the Trumani Kingdom. What surprised him even more was that this book was about the founding history of the Trumani Kingdom. After the gods granted humans a contract, 5 humans first gained recognition of the elements, becoming element mages and warriors. The human who was recognized by the earth element became the first king of the Trumani Kingdom. In fact, those 5 humans originally founded the 4 major kingdoms and the church. Lu Shi. Why does this storybook start off linking directly to the Bible and fairy tales? As he continued reading, he found that aside from the beginning explaining the origin of humans, the rest of the book detailed how King Herman created the Trumani Kingdom. Because it is mainly an introductory book, the language is very simple and somewhat beautified, making it look more like a fairy tale than the book, Elements and Contracts. Lu Shi removed the unnecessary descriptions and summarized the known information from both books. In this different world, the world is made up of various elements and 4 races live here: dragons, elves, sea monsters, and humans. Humans are the weakest among them and need to rely on contracts to control elemental powers, unlike other races that can naturally manipulate elements. Dragons are the strongest creatures in the world, but they are not the giant dragons from fairy tales. They are the descendants of giant dragons that died, with similar appearances and inherited powers, which is why they are called dragons. Dragons usually like high places and occupy tall, steep mountains that are hard to climb, using them as their territory. Elves are an ancient race. The book mentions that elves do not truly die. Every elf that dies returns to the tree of life and becomes a new fruit, then is reborn. However, the exact location of the tree of life is unknown, or rather, humans cannot find information about it. Sea monsters are special. They are not much stronger than humans individually, but living in the sea gives them a natural environment that allows them to live freely, with no predators or dangers. Most importantly, sea monsters are incredibly beautiful. The book emphasizes that no one who has not seen a sea monster can imagine how stunning they are. These details are not very relevant to Lu Shi at the moment, so she mainly summarized information about humans from the book. About a few thousand years ago, humans received the contract from the gods. Humans recognized by the elements could sign contracts and use elemental powers. 5 humans first gained recognition from the elements. They used their strong abilities to protect humans, allowing them to survive threats from monsters and established different kingdoms. Herman, who gained recognition from the earth element, founded the Kingdom of Earth, Trumani. Moretti, who gained recognition from the water element, founded the Kingdom of Water, Sinovaro. Savi, who gained recognition for the fire element, established the Fire Kingdom of Bartlofi. Ichinen, recognized for the wind element, founded the Wind Kingdom of Pavaragon. Lastly, Lofus, who was acknowledged for the light element, created the church. The gods approved of these 5 humans' actions and gave each of them an element contract. Later, people seeking the gods' approval had to go to the corresponding element kingdom. At that time, the 4 great element kingdoms were rising quickly. However, humans are very complex creatures. They can unite in danger, but often hurt each other when safe. Within a few hundred years of their founding, the 4 kingdoms faced wars and chaos. Many strange events happened. The element contracts, once protected by kings, were lost several times for various reasons. This led to the rise of many small countries outside the 4 kingdoms. Meanwhile, the humble church, through time and experience, became the strongest human force today. The church does not interfere in the internal affairs of the 4 kingdoms or the small countries that suddenly appeared. Today, the four great element kingdoms still exist and remain powerful. However, many smaller kingdoms have emerged underneath them, some even threatening the four kingdoms. Thanks to the author of this book, when describing the true mini-kingdom, there are often mentions of scandals from other countries for comparison. For example, the Fire Kingdom of Bartleby was the first to have a civil war. The Wind Kingdom of Pavaragon lost its contracts the most times. The Northwatch Kingdom is a brother country to the Water Kingdom of Zinavaro. From these details, Lu Shi analyzed and understood the world better. Although this might seem like an attempt to tarnish other kingdoms, it greatly expanded Lu Shi's understanding of the world. He took a deep breath, looked at the sky outside, and saw it was nearly midnight. Besides the light in his room, the entire Kova village was quiet. Aunt Asuna next door was already asleep. Lu Shi confidently stepped out of the yard. Using the four main directions, north, south, east, and west, the southwest is the entrance Lu Shi used to come into the village from the pro-Black Forest. According to Aina, Koa village is very close to the pro-Black Forest, so sometimes monsters come out of the forest. Because of this, villagers patrol the road every night to prevent monsters from entering the village and harming people. Although there is a low-level element warrior, Village Chief Ruli, the villagers cannot always rely on him. They need to stand on their own, so they have a regular night patrol team. Lucky didn't want to run into the villagers' patrols, so she chose to leave the village in another direction. In fact, Lucky didn't have many options. There was almost no choice at all. To the southeast of Koa village is also the pro-Black Forest. Ruli's house is located there, so he can respond quickly to dangers from the forest. Lucky didn't dare test what a low-level element warrior could do, so she avoided Ruli's house. To the northeast of Koa village is Vigiri town, the busiest place in the area, with taverns and general stores. Most importantly, Aina told Lucky that a group of 7 mercenaries lived there. She didn't know exactly who they were, only that they were more powerful element warriors or mages than her father. So, Lucky could only leave the village from the northwest. She took a winding path out of the village. She didn't walk randomly or shout. It was dark and quiet at night, and her sounds could be heard far away, but it wasn't clear what might be attracted. Lucky trusted Xiaoyuan's sense of smell. If she could detect danger from several miles away, she could also find out when she left the village and come to find her. Sure enough, after standing for about 10 minutes, a beautiful fox face appeared from the grass nearby. Xiaoyuan softly howled twice. When Lucky turned to look, the fox emerged and jumped into her arms. Lucky had been tense all day, but seeing Xiaoyuan made her relax. She whispered to Xiaoyuan, "I found a place to stay in the village. We'll stay here for a few days. Once I understand the situation better, we'll find a way to leave. Some people in the village are quite strong. Xiaoyuan, be careful and don't let them find you. After I return to my farm, we can enjoy good food every day." Lucky didn't really know the current state of her Golden Finger farm, but it was definitely better than her current situation. During the day, she surprisingly didn't ask Aina about the monster, which was a pity. Otherwise, maybe Xiaoyuan wouldn't have to hide anymore. She returned to her home along the same path without disturbing anyone, very smoothly. Before closing the door, Lu Shi felt a strange sense of unease, even though everything went well. In the shadow of a corner, Village Chief Ruli appeared, looking a bit complicated. As the leader of a village with thousands of residents, he was responsible for the safety of everyone. He couldn't easily trust outsiders like Lu Shi. Even though Lu Shi was a noble girl, her safety and the safety of the villagers were more important. During the day, since most villagers stayed at home, Lu Shi could do anything without being noticed. Plus, Aina was always with her, so Village Chief really didn't pay much attention, only watching more carefully at night. He was just being cautious. But unexpectedly, Miss Lucy only made her move late at night. He was even more surprised that her late-night action involved bringing a young monster into the village, which made Ruli feel powerless, like hitting cotton. As for the few words she quietly told Xiaoyuan earlier, Village Chief Ruli heard them too. As a low-level earth element warrior, he had ways to get close without the monster noticing. Overall, this tracking gave Village Chief Ruli good news. Miss Lucy was indeed a noble girl who had an accident and owned a whole farm. Thinking of the young monster, really shook his head. No wonder he felt something strange when he saw the bird prey she carried. Even nobles usually carry protective magic tools for hunting, but those didn't seem like that. It looked like the young monster was responsible for that. He didn't know how Miss Lucy tamed the young monster, but he guessed she had lived in the wild for a long time, and the monster played a big role. It was understandable why she cared so much about it. However, Miss Lucy seemed very afraid they might hurt the monster, which really couldn't quite understand. Although humans have always lived under the threat of monsters, they understand their own fragility better. Therefore, they use all their strength to protect themselves, and one way is by domestication of magical beasts. If raising a low-level magical beast wasn't so expensive, Village Chief Ruli would also want to keep one to guard their village. Shaking his head, Village Chief Ruli stopped thinking deeply. He figured that a young low-level monster wouldn't pose much danger to the village, so he decided to pretend he didn't see it. The food on the table had already gone cold, but Lu Shi and Xiao Yuan didn't complain. They still ate happily, even though the taste wasn't as good as they had expected. Maybe it's because the food cooled down, Lu Shi thought. "Good night," Lu Shi said softly, blowing out the oil lamp. She spoke gently to Xiao Yuan, who was lying by the bed, then lay down on the warm bed, covered with a new blanket. In the quiet room, free of wind sounds, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. It was a rare night without worries or danger. Lu Shi slept very deeply, so she wasn't surprised when she woke up late the next morning. Even though her body could refresh every day, her mental fatigue had been building up. Only now did she finally feel relaxed and rested. No one disturbed Lu Shi, not even Aunt Asuna. When Lu Shi woke up, it was already past 10 in the morning. She felt refreshed and full of energy. Even if she had to survive alone in the pro-Black Forest for half a month now, she thought that might be a bit too much right now. She told Xiao Yuan to stay hidden inside the house. Then she left her room. Aunt Asuna was outside in the yard, cleaning some weeds. When she heard the door open, she looked up and greeted Lu Shi. "Good morning, Miss Lucy." Lu Shi looked up at the big sun almost in the middle of the sky. She paused for a moment, then changed the subject. "What are you doing?" Aunt Asuna stood up, wiped her hands on her clothes, and replied, "This kind of grass stem, after washing and drying for a day, will be tougher than the ones Miss Lucy used before. It's better for weaving mats." Lu Shi watched as Aunt Asuna moved, then noticed that the clothes rack nearby was already full of her messy old clothes and her rabbit fur blanket. Upon closer inspection, I found everything had been thoroughly cleaned and even resewn, with delicate stitches that made old items look new again. Clearly, Aunt Asuna has been busy since morning until now. "You haven't eaten yet, you must be hungry."
There's still hot meat soup in the pot.
"I'll bring it to you." Aunt Asuna went to the kitchen. Lu Shi touched her stomach. She hadn't felt hungry earlier, but now she realized she was indeed a bit hungry. When the soup was brought over, it was already very cloudy. Aunt Asuna looked embarrassed. "Miss Lucy, maybe you can wait a moment. I'll make a fresh one for you." Lu Shi understood that the soup was probably cooked very early in the morning. Aunt Asuna was worried she wouldn't get to eat it in time, so she kept it simmering. But Lu Shi slept until after 10, and the soup had been hot for several hours, making it quite overcooked. "No need to waste it. I'll just eat this," Lu Shi said, accepting the cloudy soup and 2 pieces of dark bread. There was still some time before noon. Aunt Asuna seemed busy with other chores, so Lu Shi decided not to bother her further. Since she could eat raw vegetables, she didn't mind the taste of the soup. Aunt Asuna hesitated. Village head Ruli had warned her many times not to neglect guests, but Lu Shi's firm attitude made her unsure whether to follow her instructions. Seeing this, Lu Shi simply took the soup back to her room. Before entering, she paused and spoke. "Aunt Asuna, please don't let anyone enter this room. If you need to clean it, I will tell you." "Understood, Miss Lucy," Aunt Asuna replied nervously, relieved she hadn't gone in earlier to wake her. The soup wasn't bad, just not very good. After filling her stomach, Lu Shi didn't eat more. Xiao Yuan also didn't like the taste of the soup, probably because it had been cooked too long and had a slight burnt flavor. Xiao Yuan nudged Lu Shi's leg. Since Anasuna was outside in the yard, Xiao Yuan wisely didn't bark, but looked at Lu Shi with bright, shiny eyes. "Do you want to eat the meat I roasted?" Lu Shi understood Xiao Yuan's look and softly replied, "But we have no more prey to roast. Those few birds had already gone into their stomachs last night, but unfortunately, they were cold and didn't taste like much." Xiao Yuan looked like a sad fish that had lost its dreams, lying on the ground feeling wronged and pitiful. Lu Shi couldn't bear to see Xiao Yuan like this. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly remembered what Ai Na had said yesterday, that some mercenaries in the village had caught a low-level monster. Once they finished dealing with the monster, the leftover meat would be shared with the village. Village Chief Li was already planning a bonfire party tonight. "There will be a bonfire tonight, and many monster meats will be roasted. I will roast some extra and bring it back for you to eat," Lu Shi said softly, gently patting Xiao Yuan's soft wolf head. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan's spirit lifted considerably. Its tail wagged eagerly, already looking forward to the evening. After returning the plates and bowls to Anasuna, Lu Shi left the yard, still holding the 2 books given by village chief Li. She hadn't forgotten that these books were Ai Na's favorite bedtime stories. After reading them, the books had no more use for her, so it was better to return them early. Of course, Lu Shi had a second purpose, to ask Ai Na for some information.
Na.
He was just called away by the mercenaries this morning and hasn't come back yet. "Miss Lucy, do you need something?" "I'll go call him." Village Chief Li was very polite to Lu Shi. Although both the mercenary group and the noble lady were not to be taken lightly, she was more generous than the mercenaries, who couldn't compare. Moreover, the mercenaries' requests for Ai Na were usually small tasks, like gathering plants or doing some chores. They didn't mind replacing him if needed, as they didn't care about changing personnel. "No need," Lu Shi said, refusing. Then she thought for a moment and added, "I'll go find him myself." Village Chief Li looked surprised, but she didn't have time to hide it. Lu Shi explained briefly, "It's nothing important. I just want to take a walk and see what he usually does." Yesterday afternoon, Lu Shi and Ai Na had wandered around for a long time, but they only explored about half the village. They hadn't yet seen the direction where the mercenaries were. The first reason is that Kova village is quite large, and the second is that Aina talks too much. No matter where she stands, she can start talking and introduce a lot of things. She never stops talking even while walking. Village Chief really understood that a noble girl's curiosity about common life is normal. However, he didn't continue this topic and instead brought up something else. "Miss Lucy, you're probably planning to go to Vigori Town." Lucy looked at Village Chief Li and didn't argue. Vigori Town is the only place she can reach now. With no other options, she must go there to find a way to the farm. Seeing Lucy's reaction, Village Chief Li felt a bit more relaxed. "Miss Lucy, the road to Vigori Town is about dozens of kilometers long. It will take at least 2 days to walk there. This is different from Earth, where there are many paved roads that make travel easy. Even if there are paths, there are just small trails made by people, not much easier to walk than across the grasslands." Lucy didn't interrupt and listened as Ruli finished speaking. "The most dangerous part is that you might encounter all kinds of monsters along the way." Lucy understood this very well. "Although I am a low-level elemental warrior, I can't do a good job guarding against many low-level monsters." Ruli politely declined to escort Lucy to Vigori Town. But his words aren't entirely true. The distance is only about a few dozen kilometers, and the route is often traveled by people. At most, they might meet 1 or 2 low-level monsters, which Ruli could handle easily. Unfortunately, Lucy didn't understand these details and could only listen as Ruli continued. "But Miss Lucy, you don't need to worry. Our village often goes to Vigori Town to sell crops. The patrol team from Vigori Town passes by here once a month. When the time comes, just follow the patrol team. They won't refuse us to go along. Of course, you need to be respectful and prepared, or the patrol members won't care about your safety." While talking, Ruli watched Lucy's expressions carefully and explained further. "The patrol team usually has 10 people, including at least 1 low-level elemental mage and 4 low-level elemental warriors. Elemental mages and elemental warriors are different. At the same level, A mage's attack power is at least 10 times that of a warrior. Similarly, becoming an element mage is very rare. Out of 100 people, maybe 10 can become element warriors, but only one might become an element mage, just a possibility. Therefore, every patrol team in Vigori town always includes at least one element mage to ensure safety. Aina and Lu Shi talked about the patrol teams. When mentioning Aunt Asuna, they also casually mentioned her 2 sons and explained what their patrol team does and what patrols are for. In general, the patrol team's job is to circle around Vigori town within 100 kilometers, patrolling back and forth, clearing out any monsters they encounter, and preventing dangerous monsters from appearing near the town. They also check on the registered villages, helping solve some of their problems from time to time, so the villagers can live safely and avoid leaving all at once, which would reduce the town's income from taxes. Taxes are part of the reason for patrols. Only villages that pay taxes and are registered in Vigori town appear on the patrol routes. Lu Shi thought for a moment and asked an important question: when will the patrol team come again? She couldn't wait a month for them to arrive. She didn't have that much time to wait. In 5 days, village head Ruli answered precisely. Fortunately, that's not too long. Lu Shi decided she could wait a few days. She could tell that Ruli was hiding something, but she wasn't from this world and didn't understand everything, so there was no need to pursue it further. Sometimes, pretending to be a little confused is good for everyone. After leaving Ruli's village, Lu Shi headed northeast toward Kova village. This was the liveliest and most bustling part of the village, right next to the large central square. On the open ground, there was a big cloth spread out, covering something unknown. Lu Shi took a few steps forward and suddenly realized that beneath that cloth, there were probably monster meats left by the mercenaries. It looked very large, probably about the size of an elephant from Earth, but she wasn't sure what kind of creature it was. Along the way, many villagers came and went. It was late summer, not yet harvest time, so villagers had little to do. During the day, they had more free time. Besides some who stayed up at night to watch over things, most people stayed at home and slept. They liked to wander around the square or occasionally visit Old Keats Tavern for a drink. Lu Shi was wearing Aina's clothes. She casually glanced around, and most villagers thought it was Aina passing by. A few who knew Aina well noticed the different hair color, whispered to each other, and realized Lu Shi's identity. In a small village like this, there were no real secrets. Lu Shi hadn't tried to hide her identity at all, so villagers just whispered behind her back. The biggest house looked important. Its door had an old wooden sign that read, "Tavern" in crooked letters. Who wrote it, no one knew. Nearby, there were signs for a carpenter, general store, and restaurant, but they weren't very busy. They looked more like signs hanging outside private homes than actual shops. That made sense. In such a small village, opening a shop didn't bring much profit. The mercenaries lived in the house with the restaurant sign. Aina said that the restaurant was run by Kendler. Their house was big. After Kendler visited Vigoril town twice, he divided his house into front and backyards. The backyard was for living and the front yard was turned into a restaurant. When the mercenaries arrived, they rented the backyard. Now, the whole family lived in the front yard's restaurant. Lu Shi was curious how they made money from the restaurant. Aina explained, "Money? No, they don't make much. Some single men in the village can't find wives, and their families don't have many people. They're busy and don't have time, or don't know how to cook. So, they bring food to Kendler and ask him to cook for them. They just leave some grain for him. Sometimes Kendler took the extra grain to Vigoril town to sell, or he ate it himself. This wasn't enough to be a real job, but it made life better. Most importantly, it was thanks to village head Ruli. He made sure every family had enough food, which gave Kendler the chance to do his work." Miss Lucy," Aina said happily, looking up from her work in the restaurant. She smiled brightly at Lu Shi. "Aina, what are you doing?" Lu Shi entered the restaurant hall and looked at what Aina was holding. Although called a restaurant, it was very simple. A few wooden tables were placed against the wall, leaving a large open space in the middle. There were 2 rooms on each side of the hall. One was the kitchen, and the other was probably a storage room. At the back, a door was half open, leading to the backyard where the mercenaries stayed. Lucy glanced briefly and then looked away, continuing to observe what Ina was working on. I don't know. The mercenaries asked me to make it, but they didn't tell me what it was. Ina shook her head, always talking a lot. But I guess it's a stand used to hold things. Uncle Amai also guessed that. He said the mercenaries kept breaking tables recently, so this might be used to hold the broken parts. Miss Lucy, have you ever seen something like this? Lucy looked again, her expression strange. It seemed she had actually seen this before, like a rack for eggs in the refrigerator, also called an egg tray. Overall, it was a trapezoid-shaped stand with a semicircular groove in the middle. Its shape was fixed. What Ina was doing was sanding the surface of the wood. It was a very boring task, but Ina showed no sign of impatience. He always looked lively, no matter what he was doing. Have you seen it? But I've never seen one this big, Lucy said hesitantly. She wasn't sure if mentioning another world was good or bad. What is it? Ina's eyes lit up like Xiao Yuan's, full of curiosity. It's an egg tray, used to hold some kind of monster eggs, to prevent them from cracking when moved or to store them better, Lucy explained. Like a giant monster egg? Ina gestured. Based on the size of his egg tray, the monster eggs that could fit would be about 2 meters tall. Most monsters are about that size, and for such large eggs, the monsters would have to be at least dozens of meters tall. Ina had never seen such a big monster before. Lucy also felt confused, but with her limited knowledge, she thought it was unlikely. She exchanged a glance with Ina, and both of them instinctively dismissed this possibility. Surely it must be some kind of structure or something. Ina nodded confidently. Lucy didn't dwell on this question and instead asked about something she wanted to know. Ina, have you ever been to Vigwali town? I went there once with my father. Ina nodded. Before Lucy could ask more, she started talking herself. The walls of Vigwali town are very tall, about 10 meters high. My father said that even without activating the magic array, just the outer walls could defend against low-level monsters. I really wish our village could build such walls too. Also, the roads inside Vigwali town are very smooth. Walking on them isn't tiring or rough on the feet. The roads are wide enough for several carriages to pass side by side. Miss Lucy, your flying horse is so beautiful. Do you often use it to travel? When I have enough money, I want to buy a flying horse too. It could help carry goods for the villagers. Along both sides of the roads are shops selling all kinds of things. I like the dessert shop on the west side the most. They have a kind of sweet syrup. Just a little bit makes a very sweet drink, but it's too expensive. My father can only afford to buy a little each time. Lucy filled her words with her shallow understanding of another world. When Ina mentioned her beautiful dreams for the future again, suddenly a laugh came from the back door. Poof! A woman dressed in tight leather armor pushed open the back door and stepped out, still smiling. She was different from the other women Lucy had seen in Kova village. Her hair wasn't tied up on her head, nor was she wearing a flowered headscarf. Instead, she had a simple high ponytail that looked very fresh and neat. Her blonde hair seemed to be cut shorter on purpose, so no matter how she shook her head, her hair wouldn't cover her eyes. Her tight leather armor showed off her good figure. Various scars and marks were carved into it, as if telling many stories. 2 short knives hung at her waist, within easy reach when she raised her hand. Danger was the first thing Lucy noticed. Then she looked at the woman's face, who appeared to be about 28 or 29 years old. She looked pretty, but not as beautiful as Ina or Jenny, and certainly not as striking as Lucy herself. Ms. Hylan, Ina quickly responded and turned to greet Hylan from the mercenary group. Good job with the practice. Keep it up next time, Hylan said with a smile, patting Ina on the head. Her tone was friendly, not mocking, as if encouraging Ina. How's the polishing coming along? Hylan casually asked, then looked down at the unknown stand Ina was working on. Almost there, Ms. Hylan. I'll finish it very soon, Ina replied while continuing her work, having already completed most of it. That's enough for now, Hylan said, casually brushing off some wood shavings. Although Ina said she was close, the polishing wasn't quite fine enough yet. But at this stage it was good enough to use. Hylan didn't want to wait any longer. She swept away some wood shavings and easily lifted the wooden stand with one hand, then started walking toward the backyard. She was startled by Hyline's sudden action. For the first time, she realized that some abilities in this world exceeded human strength. Village Chief Li, who was also a low-level elemental warrior, had never shown off any tricks in front of Shi. This was the first time Shi saw the power of elements in action. Hyline noticed Shi's reaction, but didn't care. She just gave a faint smile, looked at Shi briefly, then strode back without interacting further. After Hyline disappeared from sight, Shi kept watching her leave. Aina was already gathering the wood shavings and pieces on the ground. Seeing Shi's reaction, she couldn't help but ask, "Miss Lucy, is something wrong with Miss Hyline?" "It's nothing." Shi shook her head and took a step back to give Aina more space to clean the ground. She just suddenly realized that Hyline's attitude toward her seemed a bit off. Or perhaps she hadn't fully understood the relationship between mercenaries and nobles yet. "Why do you call her Miss Hyline?" Shi suddenly thought of this question. Yesterday, when Aina introduced her, she called him a mercenary master. But now, after seeing her in person, she didn't use that title. Aina felt a little shy. "Miss Hyline and the others don't like being called master, so I should call them sir and madam." This was interesting. She thought carefully. The word master usually refers to nobility. The reluctance of these mercenaries to be called that shows they don't see themselves as part of the noble class. They lean more toward commoners, but they aren't true commoners either. So, does this world have a different class outside of nobles and commoners? Perhaps mercenaries? No, it shouldn't be just mercenaries. It should be elemental warriors and elemental mages. These are classes based on extraordinary powers beyond ordinary authority. They might be connected to nobles and commoners, but in some ways, they keep their own purity. "I've finished packing, Miss Lucy. Do you want to go somewhere else to look around today?" Aina's voice woke Shi from her thoughts. "Where is interesting?" Shi smiled and handed the choice back to Aina. She just wanted to hear Aina's ideas. It didn't matter where they went. "Would you like to visit the tavern across the street? Mr. McDonald will tell many stories," Aina excitedly recommended. Maybe she just wanted to listen to stories. Shi didn't refuse. She nodded and said, "Sure." Just as Shi was about to step outside, two people entered the door from opposite sides. The first was a tall man, nearly 2 meters tall, who blocked the door completely. His shadow cast a heavy feeling over Shi, making her feel oppressed. Shi almost thought it was village head Ruli, but when she looked up and made eye contact, she saw a young man she didn't recognize. His skin was much fairer than village head Ruli's. He looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. His face wasn't particularly handsome, but he was neat. His frowning, cold expression could scare half the children in the village. He wore a suit of metal armor, which made him look more imposing. The scratches on his armor were just as many as those on Lady Hyline's leather armor. Shi blinked, realizing he was probably a member of the mercenary group. She hadn't decided how to react yet when she saw him step aside, giving way to her first. The people behind him also moved aside. Shi looked over, and the young man had already looked away from their eye contact. She nodded at him and softly said, "Thank you," then stepped outside. "Mr. Clyde, Mr. White, you're back," Aina greeted warmly. "The armor is ready, and Lady Hyline just took it to the backyard." Shi turned to look, unexpectedly making eye contact with White behind Clyde. White seemed a bit older than Clyde, about 26 or 27, probably around 1.8 meters tall, a little taller than Clyde. He looked quite handsome, the kind that girls like. He was also wearing leather armor, but it showed few signs of damage, as if he rarely got hurt or fought. Shi was studying White when he suddenly smiled friendly at her and winked playfully. White. Clyde seemed to have eyes everywhere. He didn't need to turn around to know what White was doing. White shrugged and looked helpless, then obediently turned back and went inside. Coming, boss." Inside, Aina had finished explaining everything and was saying goodbye to Clyde. Clyde nodded faintly, watching their figures walk away before turning his gaze back. "That's the noble girl everyone was talking about yesterday in the village, right? She's really pretty. Seeing her, I only believe half of it. She must be a noble," White said, touching his chin thoughtfully. "Commoners can't raise such a beautiful girl," Clyde shot him a quick look. Less talk, get to your work. But in his mind, he kept recalling the moment when Lu Shi softly said, "Thank you," to him. She was dressed like a commoner, but she didn't seem like one. Nor did she seem like a noble. He had never seen a noble who was so polite. Nobles' manners were usually only for other nobles. Doing it now, White replied perfunctorily, then changed the subject. Boss, you think she's definitely going home? Should we take a escort mission and send her back? Don't cause trouble. Be careful not to make things worse. That thing hasn't been dealt with yet, Clyde warned, glaring at White. Such a clueless guy. White shook his head and said, that was a noble lady in trouble. If she had seized this chance to befriend a noble lady, she wouldn't have to worry about wealth for the rest of her life. She wouldn't need to do these things here. Hey, boss, have you ever thought about finding a wealthy woman? Get lost. Old Ket's Tavern looks much more like a proper place than a restaurant. There are 5 or 6 sets of tables and chairs in the middle of the room. Near the door, there's a large bar counter with a row of cabinets behind it, holding some empty bottles. Empty? Lu, she repeated. Yes, empty, Ina nodded. Old Ket is always worried someone might come and steal the drinks, but he also thinks that without bottles on the shelves, it wouldn't look like a tavern. So, he keeps those empty bottles there. Lu Shi looked at the door, which was not closed tightly, and understood Old Ket's worries. Maybe because it was morning, no one was in the tavern, not even Old Ket himself. Strange. There shouldn't be no one here. Ina wondered, then suddenly clapped her hands. Oh, I almost forgot. Tonight is the bonfire party. Old Ket should be preparing drinks for the evening. She looked at Lu Shi with a bit of apology. Sorry, Miss Lucy, I forgot about this. It's okay. Lu Shi shook her head. After a moment, she asked, your village can't afford a bar in Vigwoli town. Where did this wine come from? Old Ket brooded himself. When he was young, he was an apprentice at a tavern in Vigwoli town. As for how he was kicked out of the town, Ina didn't say. That story was older than when his father became the village chief of Kova. My father taught people to grow liang fruit, and Old Ket used liang fruit to make wine, but mercenaries came to drink once. They said the taste was a little different from the wine they usually drink, but we've always drunk this kind. Ina scratched her head. Maybe Old Ket had learned a brewing method before, but he had long forgotten it. The wine he made was just something he made up. Still, in their village, they always drank this flavor. To them, it wasn't really wine. The tavern was very quiet, with no one else around. It was the perfect place for a chat. She casually found a seat and appeared very interested in the few mercenaries she had just met.
She asked Dane about them.
Actually, what she really wanted to know was what the profession of mercenary meant in this different world. Aina, behind the bar in the tavern, found a clean glass and poured a glass of water for Lu Shi from the kitchen before starting to explain. Mr. Clyde and the others arrived in the village 5 days ago, on the evening. My father said their mercenary group is called the Dragon Hunter Mercenary Group, which is a mid-level group. There are 7 members, and Mr. Clyde is the leader. Lu Shi couldn't help but interrupt. The Dragon Hunter Mercenary Group? Are they well known? Aina was a bit surprised and shyly scratched her head. I don't really know. My father didn't tell me much, but they should be quite strong. After all, they are a mid-level group. My father said that to become a mid-level mercenary group, you need at least 1 mid-level elemental warrior or mage. Lu Shi pondered. She had only seen 3 of them, but she already felt they were different from ordinary villagers. Village Chief really seemed dangerous too, but the pressure from these people was much greater. Have they been living in the village since they arrived? The Mr. Clyde just came back from outside. Do you know what he was doing? Lu Shi asked with interest. Yes, Mr. Clyde and the others have been staying at the Kenla house. I heard they brought a lot of things when they arrived, but I was sleeping too soundly that night and didn't see what they brought. Mr. Clyde and the others go out every day, usually into the Black Forest. It seems they are looking for something. I went with them once, to the edge of the forest, but later Mr. Clyde said they needed to go deeper into the Black Forest, which is very dangerous, so I didn't follow them again. The monster meat used for tonight's bonfire party was hunted by Mr. Clyde in the Black Forest. These weren't big secrets. The villagers of Koa saw the mercenary group's daily activities clearly. Anyone could easily find out the answers, so Aina answered confidently. Lu Shi didn't press further, as doing so would make her purpose too obvious. Instead, she changed the subject and asked, "Does Miss Hyland go out every day too?" Aina thought for a moment and shook her head. "I haven't seen Lady Hyland go out. She seems to stay in the yard all the time." "Have you never been into the yard?" Lu Shi asked curiously. "Clyde doesn't let anyone get close to the yard. If we need to do something, we finish it in the front house first, then take it to the backyard. Father said Clyde and his people probably brought something dangerous, so they don't want us to get hurt." Aina looked at him with envy. In the story of MacDon, mercenaries are like that, always facing danger. "Do you want to become a mercenary?" Lu Shi found Aina's expression quite interesting. Hee. Aina looked a bit shy but spoke firmly. "Yes, I want to be a mercenary like Clyde. I want to travel through different kingdoms with my friends, see the mountains and oceans from stories, hunt dangerous monsters, find treasures in dragon caves, witness the life tree of the elves, and see how beautiful mermaids really are." Seeing Aina like this, Lu Shi couldn't help but think back to his elementary school days during a writing class called "When I Grow Up, I Want to Be a Comma," where he and his classmates eagerly shared their dreams. They were innocent and pure, but as they grew up, reality turned them into workaholics. None of those beautiful dreams came true. Instead, they suffered daily from work and exploitation. Lu Shi didn't know exactly what mercenaries were like, but it certainly wasn't as wonderful as Aina described. "Ha ha, kid, your imagination is way too idealistic. Mercenaries aren't what you think." A voice interrupted as the tavern's weak door was pushed open. A man in his 30s entered, speaking as if he shared Lu Shi's thoughts. Lu Shi looked up. An unkempt, bearded man with a rough appearance, full of life experience, stepped inside. He wore a leather armor, but it was so damaged it only covered half of his body, slung diagonally across him, protecting only the vital parts. He carried a large weapon on his back. "Kid, where's the old man from the tavern? Tell him to bring me 2 barrels of wine." Before Aina could react, the man had already spoken his demand. "Why do you still want to drink?" A different voice came from behind the man. "Hurry back, the boss is waiting for us." The young man looked about 18 or 19, with a face showing impatience. He wasn't wearing leather armor or metal armor, but a brand new black robe with faint, unclear patterns embroidered on it. He had straps tied around his wrists and ankles for easy movement. A silver sword hung at his waist, but it looked more like a decoration than a weapon. "The taste is a bit strange, but it's still drinkable. In a place like this, having some wine is good enough. I'm not picky. Young master, the boss is just across the street. It's only a few steps away. You can go back on your own, so you don't have to wait for me," the man said, casually scratching his ear, showing no concern. The young man scowled and snorted. "The boss said we should stick together and watch out for each other to avoid accidents. You haven't gone back to see the boss with me, so we can't split up. Come on, young master." "What could possibly go wrong in such a big village?" the man said, rolling his eyes dismissively. I and the others, who had been arguing, finally spoke up to greet them. They looked used to seeing this scene. "Mr. Kage, Mr. Shulan, there will be a bonfire festival in the village tonight. Old Keat has already taken the wine away, so it's not here. TSK. Kage rubbed his head in annoyance, but didn't make things difficult for Ai. He turned to leave. "All right, let's go, young master." Shulan ignored Kage and looked at Lu Shi, who had been silent the whole time. He frowned but said nothing, then followed Kage. Wasting time. Lu Shi lowered her gaze and thought. If the mercenaries she saw earlier matched her usual image of mercenaries, then Shulan's presence definitely exceeded her expectations. Shulan must be from a noble family. Her intuition told her this, supported by the fact that Kage called him young master and the clean, new clothes Shulan wore. The fabric was not something ordinary civilians could afford. "Miss Lucy, what are you thinking about?" I noticed Lu Shi staring off into space. "That mercenary named Shulan looks very young. Can someone so young really become a mercenary?" Lu Shi shifted the topic to Shulan. "Well, Mr. Shulan is indeed very young. Becoming a mercenary doesn't seem to have an age limit, but to become a mercenary, you need to be at least a low-level elemental warrior. I don't know if I can become an elemental warrior yet. I'm still a long way from turning 16. Ina sighed. Lucy quickly caught the main point in her words. Becoming an elemental warrior requires meeting an age requirement. But asking about this would make her seem too naive, so Lucy skipped that question and instead asked about the monsters she was most interested in. Have you seen many monsters, Ina? Are they all dangerous? I don't think I've seen many dangerous monsters in the forest. There are many monsters in the pro-Black Forest. Only low-level monsters are quite dangerous. But Miss Lucy, it's probably better that you haven't seen many low-level monsters, Ina honestly said. After all, if she had encountered dangerous low-level monsters, Lucy wouldn't be here now. Lucy fell silent, then continued casually, what if you come across monster babies without parents? Should we kill them? I suppose so. Ina hesitated, perhaps never having thought about such a question. Hearing this, Lucy's heart sank a little. But soon, Ina scratched her head. If we bring them back to the village to raise, we have to pay a large security deposit every year. Our village probably doesn't have that much money. Otherwise, my father would have gone into the pro-Black Forest to catch some monster babies to raise. But if we let them grow up, they might hurt people in the future, so maybe we should just kill them, Lucy said. Lucy looked at Ina for several moments, until Ina started to worry she had done something wrong. Then she slowly let out a breath. She was breathing heavily, almost scaring her to death. Why do we have to pay a security deposit? Because low-level monsters can easily lose control and might hurt someone. The patrol team always clears out low-level monsters when they see them, even if they are kept in the village. Only with a security deposit can they avoid being seen as dangerous and be left alone. Plus, with a deposit, they can bring the monsters into Vega City, Ina explained naturally. Lucy accepted the answer and felt much more relaxed. She still had many valuable jewelry and gold threads on her, which could be used to buy a safe spot for Xiao Yuan. She didn't need to worry about others shouting and attacking at the sight of Xiao Yuan. She exhaled a deep breath, and her smile became more genuine. She took out her pocket watch and checked the time. It's already noon. You should go back and have your lunch. She also wanted to go back and share this good news with Xiao Yuan. Is this a pocket watch? Ina was very surprised. It's so small. At home, I only have a big clock to tell the time. As a former apprentice knight, Mayor Lu Li's family had many rare items that common people couldn't get, like clocks. She was in a good mood. She took out her pocket watch and showed it to Ina. Yes, but I haven't said it for a long time, so I don't know if it's still accurate. Ina didn't take it immediately. She looked at it from a distance and was satisfied. Then she noticed the photo inside the pocket watch. Is this Miss Lucy, when she was a child? Miss Lucy was very beautiful when she was young. Lucy smiled but didn't speak. She put the pocket watch away. Suddenly, Ina remembered something. By the way, Miss Lucy, why don't you come to my house for lunch today? My sister really wants to meet you. She's 5 years old. She heard you're pretty and has been wanting to see you. Lucy blinked. Ina, and an unknown 1-year-old sister. Now there was also a 5-year-old sister. Mayor Lu Li's family really has many children. No wonder there are 11 people in the family. Despite her hesitation, Lucy finally agreed to go to Ina's house for lunch. Ina excitedly told Anasuna that Lucy wouldn't be back for lunch and promised to introduce her family members afterward. Besides the 2 sisters, Ina also had a 10-year-old brother. The family had 5 children in total. The 5-year-old sister, Laura, was indeed as Ina said. As soon as she saw Lucy, she started praising her for being beautiful and stuck close to her the whole time. At the same time, Lucy also met Mrs. Sally, Mayor Lu Li's wife. She was a very strong woman. Though it might sound rude, her build was truly very sturdy. She was so strong that standing next to Mayor Lu Li didn't seem out of place. The two looked very well matched. Sally prepared a nice lunch for Lucy, including the usual combination of soup and black bread. After eating, Lucy played with some children. He heard village chief Lulu calling the villagers to go to the pro-Black Forest to pick edible fruits and wild vegetables.
He asked Dane about it.
Tonight, there will be a bonfire party. We can't just eat monster meat. My father wants to go to the pro-Black Forest to find some other food, Aina said excitedly, planning to go along. Thinking about Xiao Yuan's love for roasted mushrooms, Lu Shi also became interested and decided to pick some to bring back for Xiao Yuan. He then asked village chief Lulu. Lulu thought for a moment. Since dozens of villagers would go along, they wouldn't go too deep into the forest, so it would be safe. Lu Shi had lived in the wild for a long time and wouldn't slow others down, so he nodded in agreement. He also didn't dare refuse a noble lady's request. Lu Shi spent the whole afternoon in the forest. He happily picked many mushrooms, with Aina carrying a basket beside him. "Miss Lucy, can we eat these? Won't they be poisonous?" Aina asked with doubt. Some villagers had eaten mushrooms before, but couldn't tell if they were poisonous. After some got sick, no one dared to eat wild mushrooms anymore. These kinds of mushrooms are safe to eat. "I ate a lot of them when I was in the forest," Lu Shi explained, sharing his knowledge with Aina and the nearby villagers. They looked grateful, and the mushrooms added new ingredients for the bonfire party that night. But if you haven't tried a mushroom before and can't be sure it's safe, it's better not to trust these theories blindly. It's best to test for poison on other monsters first, Lu Shi added. Aina nodded seriously, saying she understood. When the group returned to the village, it was getting dark. A huge bonfire was already burning in the open square, lighting up half the village. The villagers of Kova came out of their homes and busied themselves in the square. They did small tasks on their own to help prepare for the bonfire, making the event lively and lively. Although the square was quite large, it couldn't hold 2,000 or 3,000 people at once for free activities. The villagers lit several small bonfires along the main roads of the village, expanding the activity area to half the village. People came and went, and Lu Shi vaguely felt like he was in a night market food street on Earth. Before he could go back to find Xiao Yuan, Lu Shi was pulled by the excited Aina to the center of the bonfire party. She asked her about how to eat mushrooms. Suddenly, a group of villagers gathered around, all very interested in the mushrooms. Next to the bonfire, there were several large wooden tubs filled with water. Some women carried wooden basins and sat beside the tubs, helping to wash the fruits and vegetables for the villagers passing by. These large wooden tubs served two purposes: to make it easier to clean the ingredients and to prevent accidental fires. The water in the tubs could also quickly put out any small fires. Village Chief Luli led some villagers to the pro-black forest to pick fruits and wild vegetables. Madame Lisa stayed in the village, helping the villagers cut over a ton of monster meat into pieces. After cleaning, they placed the meat on makeshift racks, waiting for those who wanted to cook it over the bonfire. Nearby, there were barrels of wine. Villagers brought their own bowls, poured wine into them, and enjoyed drinking happily amid laughter and joy. Lu Shi led the villagers to wash the mushrooms, string them into skewers, and roast them over the fire. He also cooked mushroom soup, planning to share it later with villagers who didn't like alcohol or with the children in the village. Of course, Lu Shi didn't forget to leave a portion for Xiao Yuan. Without any speeches or extra steps, the bonfire party started quietly at an unremarkable moment. The rich aroma of roasted meat and the scent of Liangguo wine spread throughout the village. In the backyard of the Kendler family, two people who had just hurried back from a long trip listened in surprise to the noise outside. They looked at each other. "What's going on?" "I don't know." As the last two members of the Dragon Hunter mercenary group, they had been out the longest, venturing deep into the pro-black forest. Unlike others who only circled around the outskirts and occasionally returned to the village for lunch or dinner. Since they left 3 days ago, they haven't come back. No one knows that Clyde hunted a low-level monster and gave its meat to the villagers. "Hey, Dina, Miguel, you're back," Cagliai said as he came out of the house. He saw the young couple at the door carrying something and casually greeted them. "Where are you going?" Shulan asked from inside the room, sounding annoyed. Then he saw the two at the door, and his expression softened a lot. "Dina, Miguel, you're back. The boss is waiting for you inside." Okay, little Shulan, Dina, a girl in her early 20s, was lively and cheerful, just like her age. She wore a long robe similar to Shulan's, but the fabric was plain. She added some metal armor pieces at key points for protection. Shulan looked a little embarrassed, but didn't get angry at Dina for teasing him. Instead, he seemed conflicted, with a very interesting expression. Such a cute look might be why Dina liked teasing him so much. Miguel looked about Dina's age, also cheerful and always smiling. He wore armor similar to Clyde's, but he was thinner and less imposing than Clyde. All right, Dina, stop teasing Shulan, Miguel said as he turned Dina around and almost pushed her into the house. Cagliai, tired of chatting here, had already left the yard. Shulan ran after him and asked, "Where are you going?" His tone made it clear he wouldn't stop until he got an answer. "I told you, big young master, I smell the wine outside." "Of course, I came out to find some to drink." Cagliai shrugged and rolled his eyes. "I'll go with you," Shulan said seriously, with a hint of determination. "Don't always go out alone. What if you encounter something you can't handle? The boss said we work as a team and should look out for each other." Cagliai replied casually, not taking it seriously. "Fine, fine, fine. If you want to come, then come. Is that okay, big young master?" Cullen was annoyed and moved his mouth but ultimately said nothing, turning his head away and ignoring Cagliai. Inside the house behind him, Dina and Miguel saw Clyde the boss. They put down 2 large bundles from their backs. Dina looked very proud. "Everything is here. So, boss, I told you this task is no problem for just the 2 of us. Thank you for your hard work." Clyde nodded and pressed his forehead, which was a bit painful. He's been too active lately. "If we can't find a way to calm him down, we can't leave this village." White, standing next to Clyde, squatted down and opened the 2 bundles. Brownish-red tree branches spilled out. He picked up 2 and checked them, nodding. "Yes, these are dragon breathwood branches." After that, White also sighed in relief. "Later, I'll go find the village carpenter to see if he can make a frame with these. See? I told you, no problem at all," Dina said proudly, hands on her hips. Miguel asked about something else. "Boss, we just got back. What happened in the village? Yesterday, we caught a low-level monster. After dealing with it, we gave the meat to the villagers. They held a bonfire party to celebrate," Clyde explained with a smile. "You just got back. It's been a tough journey. Want to join the fun? The food and drinks over there are free." Dina, who loved lively events, immediately got excited. She tugged at Miguel's sleeve and looked at him with sad eyes. Miguel chuckled and showed affection. "If you want to go, just go." White coughed and interrupted the couple's flirtation, jokingly scolding, "Hurry up and go. Don't tease us 2 single men here." "Okay." Dina stuck out her tongue, made a silly face, and ran out holding Miguel's hand. Clyde slapped White on the shoulder. "Next time, say it yourself. Don't drag me into it." White skillfully dodged, but didn't quite succeed. He grimaced and rubbed his shoulder. "Boss, I'm just a delicate elemental mage. Can you be a little gentler?" He picked up the 2 bundles on the ground and headed for the door. Just before reaching it, he added lazily, "No wonder I still haven't found a wife." Clyde casually threw a small object, which hit the wall. White had already stepped out the door, leaving behind a teasing laugh. Next door, Hyland came out and leaned against the doorway, smiling just as much as White. Clyde pretended he hadn't seen anything and changed the subject, asking, "Is it still being so unruly?" Hyland also sighed. "It's been more restless these days." Luckily, Dina and the others brought back the dragon's breathwood. "Hopefully it will work." "Thanks for your help," Clyde frowned, thinking of many problems. Hyland shook her head. "I just stay here to watch it. It's not a big deal. You guys are always running around, which is more tiring. Since there's a rare event outside, do you want to relax a bit?" "I can stay here and watch it," Clyde smiled, pointing to the noisy sounds outside. "Drinking is fine too?" Hyland didn't refuse Clyde's kindness. She raised an eyebrow and asked. She and Kegel are both fond of drinking, but after drinking, her mood changes. Usually, when she has something important to do, she doesn't drink. Clyde chuckled and nodded. "Drinking is fine. Then I won't be polite, boss." Hyland left the room, sniffed the air, and decisively headed toward the strongest smell of alcohol. White carried a bunch of branches to Uncle Amay's carpentry shop, but found no one home. Everyone was at the square for the bonfire party. "TSK, I forgot about this," White said, setting down the branches and scratching his head. It felt a bit awkward to disturb them during the party, but they weren't the type to refuse payment. They probably wouldn't mind a quick extra job. He left the branches at the carpentry shop and headed toward the square to find Uncle Amay. As he reached the edge of the square, White noticed his conspicuous companion. In a corner at the edge of the square, Kegel sat under a tree, with several barrels of wine nearby. A group of young girls surrounded him, making it hard not to look twice. The girls were actually looking for Shulan, but Shulan had been following Kegel, so it looked like Kegel was surrounded by a group of girls. White irresponsibly added in his mind, "Even Shulan looks like one of the girls." White took a few more steps inside, and suddenly heard some familiar drinking commands. He looked over with a serious face. Helen had somehow blended into a group of drinkers and was now playing drinking games. She was bold and generous, losing happily and pouring down bowl after bowl of wine. He never expected that someone with his unlucky gambling streak would use these drinking games to trick others into drinking more. After a short while, the drinkers playing the game together seemed to be getting sober. He reached the center of the square. Around the big bonfire, a circle of young men and women danced. They interacted flirtatiously and shyly, and sometimes newly married couples would join in a dance. In the middle, leading the dance, were Dina and Miguel, who were close friends of White's young couple. Their passionate and lively feelings encouraged others to join in. White, everyone is already tipsy. Looks like the boss isn't here in the square right now. He looked around, hoping to find the carpenter, Uncle Amay, but unexpectedly saw the lost noble lady. It wasn't too surprising. She was dressed like a villager but still had a striking beauty and presence that could be recognized at a glance. She was among a group of children, gently smiling as she handed out hot soup. A fresh, sweet scent cut through the messy smells in the air, reaching White's nose. It seemed to come from the bowl of hot soup in her hands. Maybe I should drink a bowl of soup first before looking for anyone. White suddenly thought of his boss, who was left alone in the house. Without hesitation, he pushed that thought aside. The boss didn't matter anymore. "Hi, Miss Lucy. We meet again," White said confidently, acting as if he was always successful with girls, and stepped closer to Lucy. Lucy didn't understand what he was trying to do, but she didn't show much suspicion. She just nodded coldly and replied, "Hello." White didn't mind her reaction. He friendly looked at a few children nearby holding bowls of soup and asked, "What are you drinking? It smells so good." "It's Miss Lucy's mushroom soup. It's very tasty." "The mushroom soup is delicious." "Yes, mushroom soup." The children weren't very cautious. As soon as he asked, they started answering eagerly. White was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this noble young lady to cook, as such tasks are usually done by servants. Why would she personally do it? He showed no special expression and looked at Lucy. "So, Miss Lucy cooked this herself. I wonder if I might have the honor of tasting it." Lucy looked up at White, unsure of his intentions. Since mushroom soup isn't a rare dish, and there were several pots nearby, she casually scooped a bowl and handed it to him. The soup was smooth and silky, sliding down warmly into his stomach. A faint, pleasant aroma lingered in his mouth, with hints of fruit and soft, sweet flavors that left a gentle aftertaste. No wonder the children liked it so much. Maybe she should bring a bowl to the boss later, so he can try it too, White thought happily. Suddenly, White sensed a fluctuation of wind magic and heard several surprised shouts. He immediately put down his bowl and looked carefully in that direction. At the same time, he glanced around and saw a few companions already standing alert. Among the villagers who still didn't understand what was happening, they looked especially noticeable. Wait, that figure weaving through the crowd. Could it be their boss? No, that's definitely their boss. Since they didn't know what was happening, the Dragon Hunter mercenary group members just watched as their boss's figure got closer. No one made a move first. As Clyde approached the center of the square, more villagers gathered. His presence caused more chaos. The villagers' screams created a panic-filled scene. They started retreating to what they thought were safe places, but they only became more frantic. White quickly decided and spoke to his companions. "Dina, Shulan, evacuate the villagers immediately." No matter what their boss was about to do, they couldn't let the villagers interfere with his actions. Suddenly, the ground trembled like a conveyor belt. The panicked villagers in the square froze for a moment, and Clyde was already moving away from the center. Shulan, a low-level earth element mage, took a deep breath. Controlling such a large area of land instantly was quite difficult for him. On the other side, under Miguel's protection, Dina's palm touched the ground. Suddenly, several vines grew quickly, wrapping around the remaining scattered villagers and leading them away from the center of the square, clearing a path in front of Clyde. Without the villagers blocking the way, Clyde and the low-level magical creature, a silver wolf cub, were fully exposed in front of everyone. What was most shocking was that, in front of this half-meter-tall silver wolf cub, there floated a huge egg about 2 meters tall. With the villagers no longer in the way, Clyde raised his double-edged sword and swung it toward the silver wolf cub. Xiao Yuan, Lu Shi rushed forward instantly. White, standing nearby, didn't have time to stop her and could only watch as she moved behind the silver wolf cub to block the attack. Wait, came the voice of village head Lu Li from behind Clyde. He had been chasing after Clyde all along, but no one noticed him.
Bang!
The heavy sword struck down. Blood splattered, splashing across half of Lu Shi's face and dripping down her cheek. Clyde, with a cold expression, retracted his heavy sword. His face looked very grim. He had been too late to pull back his attack when Lu Shi rushed out so quickly. He had to change his attack direction at the last moment, causing the sword to graze Lu Shi's shoulder and slash into the ground. Although Clyde's sword didn't hit Lu Shi, the wind generated by his elemental magic cut deep wounds into her ordinary body, causing blood to spray. The surrounding area instantly fell silent. No one dared to speak during this sudden turn of events. Awah! Xiao Yuan turned around in disbelief. The 2-meter-tall egg floating in the air in front of him also fell to the ground, rolling slowly. Xiao Yuan let out a painful and panicked cry. Carefully and nervously, he approached Lu Shi, gently nudging her leg with his head as if to check on her. I'm fine, Xiao Yuan. Lu Shi swallowed her cry of pain. Her body trembled, but she stood firm. She raised her healthy, uninjured arm and gently stroked Xiao Yuan's wolf head. Don't be afraid. After saying this, Lu Shi looked up and met Clyde's gaze, who was holding his heavy sword. Clyde's back was to the scene when village chief Rili finally arrived. Seeing Lu Shi covered in blood almost made his heart stop. When he saw Lu Shi speak, he relaxed again. He looked around at the crowd that had been evacuated and saw his mischievous son pushing through the villagers to run toward Lu Shi. He let out a breath of relief and then looked at Clyde. Captain Clyde, this might be a misunderstanding. Maybe we should wait until we understand the situation better. Miss Lucy, Aina hurried nervously to Lu Shi's side. She reached out to help but hesitated, afraid of making Lu Shi's injuries worse, feeling unsure of what to do. Are you okay? Her voice trembled slightly. I'm fine, Lu Shi said, pulling her gaze away and repeating herself. Thanks to a month of outdoor survival experience, she was used to pain and could still think clearly. However, dizziness and coldness caused by blood loss, along with her body's weakening, were unavoidable and worsening as she continued to bleed. I need to stop the bleeding. Please find me some clean cloth and water, Lu Shi said calmly, her voice weak but clear in the quiet. There's water here, and it's clean. An elderly villager responded quickly. The other villagers, who had been too afraid to speak or move, finally started to act. Village chief Rili knew the bonfire party couldn't continue. Seeing that Clyde didn't respond or object, he took the lead in dispersing the villagers. A few minutes passed. The large square was empty except for the remaining bonfire. The villagers had taken everything else away. Aunt Asuna and another elderly woman stayed behind to treat Lu Shi's wounds. Because the sword had mainly cut the left side of her body, the wind from the sword only caused injuries on her left side, a wound on her shoulder, 2 on her arm, and 1 on her thigh, totaling 4 wounds. The wound on her shoulder was the most dangerous because it was closest to her neck. Blood from this wound splattered across Lu Shi's face. Aunt Asuna rinsed Lu Shi's wounds with clean water. After making sure no clothing fragments were stuck in the wounds, she followed Lu Shi's instructions and wrapped the wounds with cloth strips, without applying any ointment. This cold-hearted action not only made Aunt Asuna feel uncomfortable, but even White, who usually cares for delicate things, couldn't help but feel uneasy. He took out his own healing potion from his pocket and offered it to Lucy. "Miss Lucy, you might want to try my medicine. I bought it from an elf, and it works very well. However, it was quite expensive." Lucy refused Aunt Asuna's idea of using herbal medicine. White guessed that she probably didn't trust these commoner remedies. To help ease the relationship between the boss and Lucy, he took out his treasured potion, which he was reluctant to use himself. "Does this medicine relieve pain?" Lucy asked with a pale face, not accepting it, but just inquiring. No," White hesitated. "Not only does it not relieve pain, but it can make it worse. However, it works well, speeding up wound healing by more than 10 times. Wounds that normally take over a month to heal can recover in just a few days." White saw that Lucy seemed to have some tolerance for pain, so he dared to offer her the medicine. "Then I'll pass. Thank you," Lucy politely declined. It was already past 11 at night. If she could hold on for 5 more hours, her health would refresh. "You're welcome." White looked confused as he retracted the potion. He felt that this noble lady was very different from the noble lady he had imagined. After bandaging the wound, Lucy gathered her strength and washed her face with the remaining clean water, removing the blood. Only then did she look back at Clyde. Aunt Asuna and another woman had already left with their things, and Aina was sent back home by village chief Ruli. Now, only 7 members of the Dragon Hunter mercenary group remained in the square, along with village chief Ruli, Lucy, and a small Yuan. Oh, and there was a 2-meter-tall giant egg lying beside the campfire. For a moment, no one paid attention to it. Behind Lucy was the campfire and the giant egg. Clyde and Lucy faced each other, standing in front of Lucy, with village chief Ruli between them. The other companions, who didn't seem to know what had happened, were scattered behind Clyde. They looked relaxed, probably not sensing any danger. White had just handed Lucy the medicine and now stood beside her, looking more like he was part of her group. Little Yuan had just stepped back a little when Aunt Asuna was treating Lucy's wound to avoid frightening her. After everyone left, she returned to Lucy's side, feeling wronged and sad, lying on the ground. She felt guilty and upset for causing Lucy to get hurt. Lucy didn't say much to comfort her. Instead, she tried to stay alert and not fall asleep from the fatigue of blood loss. She looked into Clyde's eyes, ready to understand what had happened. "Can someone explain what just happened?" Lucy didn't see herself as the weaker side needing to apologize. From her time with everyone, she knew her noble status naturally put her in a higher position. Being a mercenary or an element warrior or mage only gave her some leverage, not the right to look down on nobles. Maybe someone could, but Clyde and the others clearly weren't qualified. So, they mostly ignored Lucy like strangers. When Lucy spoke, village chief Ruli didn't wait for Clyde to react. He answered first, worried that the mercenaries might act impulsively and harm Miss Lucy. The consequences of something happening to a noble girl were too serious for their small village to handle. With village chief Ruli speaking, Lucy finally understood what had happened. Basically, not long after the bonfire started, village chief Ruli saw some members of the mercenary group in the square. He noticed that Clyde, the leader, wasn't there. Out of politeness, Ruli invited Clyde to come over. Clyde didn't have to, but Ruli had to invite him. Suddenly, at this moment, Clyde, who had just refused Ruli, felt a wave of elemental energy approaching from the direction of the pro-black forest. He guessed that the noise from the village might have attracted some low-level monsters from the forest. Clyde didn't pay much attention at first, but then he remembered his companions at the bonfire. If the monsters caused trouble and disrupted the event, it would ruin their rare chance to relax. That wouldn't be good. So, Clyde and Ruli left the village to find the low-level monsters, planning to deal with them outside the village. But unexpectedly, shortly after Clyde left the village, and hadn't yet found the low-level monster outside, a strange aura of a low-level monster suddenly appeared inside the village. Clyde. It seemed that the villagers were more important, so Clyde and village chief Ruli hurried back to the village. As soon as they arrived, Clyde saw a silver wolf cub stealing the egg he had left in his room. The silver wolf cub reacted quickly. When it saw him return, it immediately ran with the egg toward the crowded square. Concerned about the villagers, Clyde didn't use any attack methods. Instead, he just chased after the wolf cub. It wasn't until the villagers were cleared away by his companions that Clyde attacked the wolf cub. Suddenly, Lu Shi ran out and stood in front of the wolf cub, even getting injured in the process. At first, Clyde thought the two low-level monsters were allies, one outside luring him away, and the other working inside the village. But after thinking about it, he knew that was impossible. The low-level monster outside was still far away, and he could sense it. It was unlikely that a low-level monster could sneak into the village without him noticing, unless its elemental power was very weak. Most importantly, although Clyde didn't see the low-level monster outside, he was sure it wasn't a silver wolf. Different types of low-level monsters rarely cooperate, especially when one is a cub. The situation was now clear. Clyde looked down at Xiao Yuan again. The main question was why Xiao Yuan wanted to steal the egg. No. Suddenly, Clyde remembered that since eating a bird egg once, Xiao Yuan had become obsessed with eggs. Seeing such a big egg, it was hard not to be tempted. So, why didn't Xiao Yuan stay quietly at home? What was it that attracted Xiao Yuan out? Xiao Yuan, I found this cub in the wild, and I brought it into the village, Clyde said in a hoarse voice. I was worried the villagers might not accept it, so I kept it hidden in my room, he explained. Then he added, Xiao Yuan wouldn't come out of the room without reason. It probably sensed the low-level monster nearby and wanted to warn me. Halfway through, he saw the giant egg and was unable to move forward. Clyde frowned. He didn't know much about the silver wolf because this type of monster is usually friendly to humans. When they meet humans in the wild, they rarely attack, so humans don't usually hunt silver wolves. Sometimes, mercenaries are hired to catch them alive and bring them back as pets. Clyde rarely remembers details about monsters he hasn't personally killed, so he wasn't sure if this young silver wolf truly sensed the approach of that low-level monster. Of course, Clyde also knew that since this silver wolf pup belonged to Miss Lucy, he couldn't do anything to it anymore. Taking the egg back was the end of it. Well, there was also the matter of hurting a noble lady. In other words, he couldn't blame the noble lady for stealing his things, and he also had to apologize for hurting her. Darn it, Clyde silently cursed. Nobles really are a bunch of trouble. Suddenly, little Yuan tugged at Lu Shi's sleeve and made a growling sound like a monster. Woof! Lu Shi's face changed instantly. That sound reminded her of the lion that had been chasing her for a long time. She had spent nearly 2 weeks in the Black Forest and thought the lion had left. But as soon as she left the forest, the lion was right behind her again. Miss Lucy, village head Lu Li asked worriedly. The change in Lu Shi's expression was obvious. Anyone could tell she had thought of something. I think I might know what that low-level monster is, Lu Shi said honestly. It's a monster I met on the plains. Little Yuan discovered it first. We managed to avoid it at first. But later, it caught up with us. We ran into the Black Forest and kept going until we reached Kova village. I thought it had already left. Lu Shi pressed her dizzying forehead and gritted her teeth, holding on. Little Yuan remembers its smell, so it sensed it approaching and wanted to warn me. What kind of monster is it? Clyde asked. I don't recognize it. It's about 5 meters tall, with brownish-yellow fur. It has a very thick mane around its neck. I couldn't see much else because it was too far away. If she had been close enough to see clearly, Lu Shi probably wouldn't have escaped. Clyde did not ask further questions, such as why that low-level monster was so obsessed with chasing Lu Shi. Everyone has secrets, just like the giant egg they carried. Clyde glanced at Lu Shi and village chief Lu Li's expressions. Neither of them showed interest in the egg, nor did they seem curious about it. Whether it was real or fake didn't matter. They could just let this matter go. Sorry, Miss Lucy. I apologize for your injury. As an apology, I will deal with that low-level monster that has been chasing you, Clyde said with a polite bow that Lu Shi found somewhat familiar. Thinking back, she remembered village chief Lu Li had bowed like that yesterday. Probably a knight's bow. It seemed Clyde's background was also quite complicated. All right, Lucy agreed after a brief thought. At least now, dealing with this threat was better than it suddenly appearing later. Then, we will take back what your magical pet took, Clyde said, focusing on his main goal and the key topic. Out of respect for noble manners, he didn't mention stealing directly.
But
Lucy was about to nod, when suddenly a clicking sound came from behind her, interrupting her. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the egg that made the sound. Even Lucy turned around to look. A piece of eggshell suddenly fell to the ground with a crack. The sudden change shocked everyone. Lucy and village chief Lee didn't know the details about the egg, so they reacted slowly, looking confused and a bit dazed. Clyde and his companions reacted quickly. Almost immediately, they understood what was happening and prepared to defend themselves. Clyde raised his heavy sword, eyes fixed on the egg. Behind him, Hylene's face was still flushed from wine, but her gaze had become sharp and clear. She held two short swords silently. Miguel stood in front of Dina, sword drawn, ready for danger. Dina made a hand gesture, her eyes focused on the egg, prepared to cast elemental magic at any moment. Nearby, Shulan and Kegel also prepared themselves. Shulan was ready with earth element magic, and Kegel held a large axe, nearly as tall as a person, firmly blocking Shulan's front, looking dependable. The closest person to Lucy, White, immediately reached out to grab her, seemingly trying to help her avoid the approaching danger. But a faster figure appeared. A red silhouette suddenly burst out from a slightly grayish egg, heading straight for Lucy with clear purpose. In just 2 or 3 meters, almost in the blink of an eye, the red figure flew toward her. At that moment, White's hand hadn't even touched Lucy. A red tail, over 1 meter long, suddenly appeared, striking White and knocking him flying instantly.
Woohoo!
Xiao Yuan quickly stood up, a little less than 1 meter tall, blocking Lucy with a defensive stance, just like Lucy had bravely stepped in front of her earlier. But Xiao Yuan couldn't stop the red tail for even a second. The tail, which had just knocked White away, turned direction easily and swung Xiao Yuan aside without effort. Lucy saw a blurry red shadow growing larger in front of her, followed by 2 sounds of hitting and 2 cries of pain. She recognized one of the voices as Xiao Yuan's. She didn't have time to react or look at Xiao Yuan's condition. She could only watch helplessly as the red figure got closer and closer, unable to dodge or escape. Before the red figure could reach her, Lucy suddenly felt her back pressed against something cold and hard. A strong, muscular arm wrapped around her waist without warning. A nearly 2-meter-long heavy sword, like a shield, was held in front of her, blocking her view and the red figure.
Clang!
Sounded like 2 pieces of metal hitting each other. Clyde, holding Lucy with one arm around her waist, raised his heavy sword with his other hand, stopping the rushing red figure. Using the impact, he stepped back 2 paces, creating space between them. Almost at the same time, White was knocked into the air. His figure spun in the air with the force, and a gentle breeze brushed past him. He suddenly froze in midair, holding a long bow that appeared out of nowhere, aimed at the red figure. The bowstring was pulled tight, but no arrow was visible. Mayor really reacted a little slower, but he was right in the direction Xiao Yuan was thrown. He quickly reached out to catch Xiao Yuan, preventing her from falling and getting hurt. Dina had already grown several vines, like giant snakes, raising their heads and ready to attack at any moment. Miguel did not move. His main task was to protect Dina's safety. He trusted his companions to handle everything else. Shulan and Kegel were the same. Shulan, as an element mage, stayed in a safe position, while Kegel guarded in front of him. They wouldn't change their positions first, to avoid putting their friends in danger. The red figure finally stopped. At this moment, everyone could clearly see what it looked like. It was a 2-meter-long red, young dragon. Its fiery wings flapped in the air, making it hover about 1 meter above the ground. Its powerful red tail swung left and right, full of joy. Its red scales reflected different lights in the firelight. A dragon? Lucy's eyes widened in shock. She suddenly turned her head to look at Clyd, who was holding her. From her view, she could only see Sioede's firm jawline, not his face. In this world, dragons are very special creatures. They are powerful and are the most difficult monsters for humans to fight. Yes, dragons are monsters too, but they're the strongest. Usually, humans keep dragons separate from other monsters. An adult dragon, like the one Lu Shi saw when she first arrived here, has the terrifying power to destroy an entire kingdom. Under such a threat of violence, humans shouldn't have any wrong ideas about dragons, even young ones. But the truth is, some humans don't understand the situation. They think they can solve everything and ignore the threat of dragons. Lu Shi doesn't know much about this world, but from what she read in books, she understands what kind of creatures dragons are and what happens if someone harms a young dragon. Long's face turned pale after seeing the red young dragon. The dragon's parents, having lost their young, would definitely search everywhere. If they found this place, they wouldn't need to do anything special. One breath of dragon fire could wipe out the entire village. They had foolishly let mercenaries carrying dragon eggs stay in the village for 6 days. The smell of the eggs probably still lingered in the village. Swish, Hylan silently approached behind the red young dragon. With 2 short swords at strange angles, she aimed at the dragon's weak wings. Unfortunately, the smell of alcohol on her body hadn't faded. The red young dragon sensed the change in scent and easily dodged, even turning around. Its sharp claws reached out to grab Hylan. White, hovering in the air, was watching the red young dragon closely. Seeing this, he suddenly loosened his grip on the bowstring. An invisible wind turned into an arrow, piercing the air and flying toward the dragon. The red young dragon quickly retracted its claws and used its wings to block the wind arrow. Although its scales were tough, it had just hatched and wasn't fully protected yet. The wind arrow left a clear scar on its wing. Seeing this, Hylan took the opportunity to strike the dragon with 2 more swords. However, her strength wasn't enough. The swords only left 2 scratches on the scales and couldn't break the dragon's defense. The red young dragon let out a loud roar. It no longer paid attention to Hylan's sneak attack and flew toward Lu Shi. Clyde quickly stepped back. He was holding Lu Shi with one hand, making it hard to wield his double-handed sword with the other. He didn't want to hurt the young dragon with other means, so he retreated, hoping his allies could help stop the dragon. Dina's vines had just wrapped around one of the dragon's legs when she saw the dragon open its mouth. It spat a small amount of dragon flame onto her vines, burning them completely. The dragon even turned its head and spat a fireball at Dina, but Miguel cut it apart with his sword. Shulan controlled the ground, causing walls of dirt to rise. But the red young dragon was too fast and could fly. Before the dirt walls fully formed, the dragon had already flown over them. Kajali saw this and stepped forward with his axe, blocking the dragon's path. The red young dragon ignored Kajali and spat a stream of dragon flame. Kajali raised his axe to defend, while the rising dirt walls helped block part of the attack. By this time, the red young dragon had already passed Kajali and was chasing Clyde. Clyde was retreating backward, holding someone in his arms, which slowed him down compared to the fast-moving dragon. The red young dragon roared loudly, opening its mouth wide. Clyde thought it was about to breathe fire, so he immediately raised his sword horizontally to defend himself. The red baby dragon simply roared in anger, then crashed into Clyde's heavy sword. The sword was knocked upward and flew out of Clyde's hands, causing him to stumble suddenly. He held tightly onto the sword with one hand, while the other arm was wrapped around Lu Shi, relaxing his grip a little. Seizing the chance, the red baby dragon curled its tail and pulled Lu Shi out of Clyde's embrace. Then, the red dragon opened its mouth wide and bit the corner of Lu Shi's skirt, hiding half of its head inside and making a sad, muffled sound. The whole scene fell silent. Clyde steadied himself, gripping his sword tightly, and even his face showed a hint of confusion. White lowered his longbow, unsure what expression to make. Hylan, who had been following behind the red dragon, saw the 2-meter-tall dragon lying on the ground with its head hidden in Lu Shi's skirt, its plump tail wagging, and its rear facing her. She suddenly wondered if she was still drunk. Kegel was covered in soot, looking very helpless. Shulan and a few others standing farther away also looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Village Chief Ruli's face was still pale. Seeing the scene, he also felt lost and unsure how to react. Xiao Yuan, unlike humans, didn't have complicated thoughts. After Ruli placed him on the ground, he eagerly ran toward Lu Shi, standing beside her and making a series of woo-woo and aoyo sounds at the hidden red dragon. The red dragon seemed to understand nothing and refused to come out, determined to stay hidden under Lu Shi. About 10 minutes later, everyone returned to Kendler's house. Kendler, who had been living in the front yard, was moved elsewhere by Ruli Village Chief. Now, the open yard was perfect for discussing things. The red baby dragon followed Lu Shi closely, step by step. Xiao Yuan repeatedly glared and growled at it in anger, but it didn't react at all, sticking stubbornly to Lu Shi. Although the mercenary group members remained cautious of the red dragon, they all put away their weapons and kept a wary eye on it. After arranging Kegel and Miguel to stand guard at the door, Clyde looked at Lu Shi and the red dragon beside her with a complex expression. Thinking about it now, it might have been time for the egg to hatch long ago. Clyde didn't explain where the dragon egg came from to Lu Shi and Village Chief Lu Li. Instead, he took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and handed it to Village Chief Lu Li. Sorry for bringing the dragon egg into the village and hiding this from you. This is a medicine that can remove the smell of monsters. After we leave, you can open it, and within 5 kilometers, no monster scent will remain. Since Clyde and the others dared to steal the dragon egg, they must have prepared everything to handle possible problems. They didn't plan to tell Kova Village about this, but they also intended to help solve the issues caused by their actions after leaving. If nothing unexpected happened tonight, Kova Village probably wouldn't know anything had occurred after they left. Village Chief Lu Li stared at the bottle that could remove monster scents for a long time before reaching out to take it. He then stood up and left the yard on his own, feeling it was better to go. He only wanted a guarantee to protect Kova Village. The rest of the information was meaningless to him now. Continuing to listen might only drag him into more danger, so it was better to leave. Lu Shi sat opposite Clyde, with little Yuan and a red young dragon lying on either side behind him. Clyde sat on a stool, and White stood beside him, pouring water into a cup for Lu Shi. Dina and Shulan sat side by side on the steps at the door, whispering. Helen leaned against the wall, not paying attention to the two people at the table. Clyde seemed less intimidating than Lu Shi. Miss Lucy, are you okay? White handed Lu Shi the cup of water, speaking kindly as if he was her follower.
I've fine.
It's almost dawn. After all these things, it was already around 1 or 2 in the morning. There wasn't much time before the 4 o'clock refresh. Lu Shi remained calm. From what Aina said, nobles usually carry various elemental magic tools, with different functions. Lu Shi didn't mind revealing that she could refresh her physical condition. There's no way to hide it. One moment she looked badly injured and close to death. The next, she suddenly looked lively and healthy. No, her face was rosy, and her body was in good shape. Who wouldn't see through that? So, it's better to be open about it. Yes, I have this magical elemental device that can save my life. Just like becoming an element warrior or element mage, using an element magic device also requires a contract. Only the person who signs the contract can use it. Others find it hard to take it away, and if they do, without a contract, they can't use it. So, even if this point is exposed, Lu Shi remains safe. White didn't understand the meaning of, the sky is almost bright, but he nodded with a smile, pretending he understood, and then lowered his head to pour another glass of water. Clyde was waiting for White to pass him the water, but he saw White pick up the cup and start drinking himself. Please clarify one thing. I am your boss. What's more frustrating is that White glanced at Clyde, then happily interrupted what Clyde was about to say, constantly talking in front of Lu Shi. This young dragon, or rather dragon egg, was brought down from Mount Belutes. We took on a bounty from a noble. We learned that at a certain time, the ice dragon on Mount Belutes would leave its territory. We seized the moment when the ice dragon left and took the unhatched dragon egg from the mountain. 10 days ago, the dragon egg we took suddenly became active, which affected our travel speed. So we found Kova village and stayed here, looking for a way to calm the dragon egg. To prevent the ice dragon from tracking the egg scent, the dragon hunter mercenaries used elemental magic arrays that could hide their aura, wrapping the egg as they traveled. Most elemental magic arrays need to be fixed to specific objects, but the one they built for travel was small, so as soon as the egg became active, it could easily break free from the array and leak its scent. This forced the mercenaries to stop, control the egg, and look for ways to calm it down. Kova village, being the closest, became their resting place. But now I think, maybe the egg was already close to hatching. White shrugged helplessly. Everyone knows that hatching a dragon egg takes over 10 years. We thought we still had a few years before it hatched, but surprises often come suddenly and unexpectedly. Dragons are very powerful creatures. Their strength shows in many ways, including that baby dragons, once hatched from their eggs, already have fighting skills similar to low-level monsters. Even before hatching, they can sense outside information through their eggs. The Dragon Hunter Mercenary Group has this name, but they have never actually hunted dragons. The name sounds impressive, but their usual work is hunting low-level monsters. Low-level monsters are valuable. Their bones, teeth, blood, flesh, and fur can all be turned into materials for sale. So, along the way, the members of the mercenary group showed excellent skills in dissecting monsters when they saw the conscious dragon eggs. These skills scare the unhatched, innocent baby dragons. The baby dragons felt fear towards the mercenaries. Their most direct reaction was to control the eggs and run away. Maybe because the mercenaries didn't hunt eggs, the baby dragons thought their egg-shaped selves were safe and consciously kept themselves from breaking out of the shell. After several days of strict supervision, the dragon egg finally found a chance to escape. The human guard, Clyde, was distracted and left the village. The dragon egg broke the window and flew out directly. The large oval hole in the window clearly shows that the egg itself flew out, not Clyde, who initially thought a small creature named Xiao Yuan was stealing the egg. White glanced at the small red dragon behind Lu Shi, showing some complicated feelings in his eyes, but he quickly hid them. It can be guessed that Xiao Yuan wanted to warn Lu Shi about the danger coming. But the main roads in the village were crowded with villagers. To avoid being noticed, Xiao Yuan had to take a detour. It happened to pass by the Kendler family's restaurant and saw the broken window with the egg. Xiao Yuan didn't know what kind of egg it was, but it was very interested in any egg. When it saw such a big egg, it almost couldn't help but walk towards it, because it was just a hungry young creature. But Xiao Yuan remembered its main task. It planned to take the big egg to find Lu Shi, hoping to warn her of the danger, and also eat the big egg. However, the baby dragon inside the egg didn't want to be taken away and struggled desperately. After the young dragon hatched, it immediately gained the fighting ability of an adult low-level monster. However, at this time, the young dragon had not yet fully hatched, so it couldn't use its tail, wings, or claws. Xiao Yuan was not much better off. She was only a few months old silver wolf cub, and her elemental talent had not yet been activated. She could only rely on her affinity for wind elements to barely hold her ground against the young dragon inside the egg. Otherwise, Xiao Yuan wouldn't have sneaked into the village without being noticed by Clyde and the others. She didn't have elemental power on her, so she couldn't sense elements. But during this standoff, perhaps because of her desire for the giant egg, Xiao Yuan suddenly exerted force and awakened her wind element talent from her silver wolf bloodline. This is also why Clyde suddenly sensed the element energy after leaving the village. That element energy appeared very suddenly. Before activating her wind talent, Xiao Yuan could only vaguely sense the wind element, which helped her improve her awareness of the surroundings. Thanks to this, she often noticed the approaching monster lion. This was because the wind always carried messages about nearby wind-affiliated beings. Once her wind talent was activated, Xiao Yuan could control the wind. Wind is invisible, but it can be manipulated by consciousness and sensed by other elemental users. It's like how humans can't see infrared light, but with special equipment, they can. When Clyde hurried back and saw the scene, he saw Xiao Yuan controlling the wind to grab his dragon egg. In reality, the situation was probably that the dragon egg escaped on its own, encountered Xiao Yuan, and was caught by her. But Clyde didn't think he should communicate or discuss what was happening with the monster, so he directly attacked Xiao Yuan. Initially, Xiao Yuan couldn't control the dragon egg well and was struggling with it. Surprisingly, when the egg saw Clyde returning, it became even more panicked than Xiao Yuan. It quickly cooperated with her and ran toward the square. The egg even ran behind Xiao Yuan and blocked Clyde's attacks twice. Otherwise, Xiao Yuan wouldn't have been able to run away from Clyde so suddenly. Later, a wolf and an egg rushed into the crowd. Clyde couldn't bring himself to attack them, so they ran even faster. Then, before I could be surprised to see Lu Shi's small chance, the square was instantly cleared, and attacks from Clyde appeared behind her. Lu Shi's sudden rush forward was unexpected by everyone, including the young dragon inside the egg. After witnessing how cruel humans can be to magical creatures, she saw a human risking her life to protect another magical creature. The young dragon inside the egg felt as if its heart was suddenly struck by something. It must follow that human. It seems that Miss Lucy, your brave act of stepping forward to protect a young magical creature, regardless of your own safety, moved it. White remembered how the red young dragon behaved after hatching and focused solely on Lu Shi. Unfortunately, this group of mercenaries, who didn't understand dragons' hearts, thought that the red dragon's natural aggressive instincts were taking over after hatching. Their first reaction was to protect Lu Shi and control the red dragon.
What a grand scene this is.
Lu Shi looked steadily at White, then glanced at Clyde. They weren't the kind of people who would speak so much without reason. Even if they wanted to explain their mistake to her, they were talking too much. What do you mean? Just say it directly. I might not have the energy to understand all this now, or we can talk about it later. Lu Shi's usual calm demeanor often made people forget she was badly injured and losing blood. But her hoarse, weak voice still revealed her condition to some extent. It's already impressive that Lu Shi can keep her mind clear enough to remember what White said, given her weakness. Asking her to think about all the messy things behind those words would be too much. Talking later is impossible. In fact, White was taking advantage of Lu Shi's possibly foggy consciousness. But unfortunately, White didn't see any flaws in Lu Shi. She looked weak, but her mind was just as clear. Maintaining a smile, White said, "Miss Lucy, what I really mean is that this dragon egg, our dragon hunter mercenary group, didn't get it easily. Not only did the reward from the employer completely fail, but we also wasted a lot of time and expensive materials." Lu Shi watched White perform, while Clyde silently shook his head. In this situation, it was better for White to speak up. He couldn't do it. To make up for this loss, the dragon hunter mercenary group is considering selling this young dragon, White said regretfully. Young dragons are very rare magical creatures. But most people are afraid that the ice dragon will come back for revenge, so they wouldn't dare raise a young dragon. In the end, they might just make a specimen or turn it into elemental materials, then craft various magic devices. He accidentally revealed something quite frightening. The red young dragon, under White's suspicious gaze, shyly hid behind Lu Shi. Right now, this young dragon seems to be willing to follow Miss Lu Shi. "If you're interested in buying it from us, perhaps it could be a good opportunity," White said, implying a costly kindness. "Are you suggesting I redeem it?" Lu Shi asked with a slight smile. She didn't understand why the Dragon Hunter Mercenary Group's reward for the dragon egg failed because the young dragon hatched. But she had no special connection with this red young dragon. Even if it was sold as a specimen or made into various items, it had nothing to do with her. It was unreasonable to expect her to pay a huge sum to buy the young dragon. Was she being taken advantage of? Lu Shi lowered her gaze. The red young dragon, lying on the ground with its head close to her leg, looked up with fiery, fierce eyes that suddenly revealed a hint of pitifulness. Perhaps it understood their conversation and was carefully pleading with Lu Shi, wanting to stay by her side. "Don't look anymore. I can't save it." Lu Shi really wanted to say that, but she couldn't. Her situation had changed drastically since the beginning. She had escaped a dangerous environment and now had enough value on her. She was no longer in a state where her own safety was uncertain. She could save this red young dragon. "But I think you wouldn't refuse, Miss Lu Shi," White said, watching her expression change, with a genuine smile. "Price," Lu Shi said softly, closing her eyes. She only hated that she was such a good person. 10 million gold coins, White said without hesitation, confidently stating his offer. Immediately, the others in the yard turned their eyes to White, their expressions filled with shock. They couldn't understand how White dared to speak so boldly. Even Clyde couldn't help but glance at White, hesitating and unsure of what to say. 1,000 gold coins, Lu Shi said calmly, without raising her head. She spoke quickly and decisively, sharply reducing White's offer to a small fraction. Everyone's gaze shifted to Lu Shi again, surprised by the huge difference in price. How could she dare to speak so confidently? Although 1,000 gold coins is a lot compared to 10 million, the gap is enormous. Lu Shi and Ina had researched the prices in this strange world. Although Kova village didn't use gold or silver coins, Ina had visited Vigori town and seen the value of those currencies. There are 3 types of money in this world: gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 1,000 copper coins. Copper coins are the most common for ordinary people. To compare with Earth, 1 copper coin is roughly equivalent to 1 yuan. It might seem like little, but on Earth, 1 yuan can buy many things. In this world, items are less refined, so prices are generally lower. For example, with 1 yuan, you could buy 2 small, soft buns costing 50 cents each. In this world, 1 copper coin can buy the same quality bread, though no common person would buy it that way. Instead, they would spend 1 copper coin to buy a larger, black bread that costs the same, but has several times the amount. Everyone knows the difference: a small, white bread that can be eaten in 1 bite, or a big, black bread that can feed a family. So, White's offer of 10 million gold coins equals 1 trillion yuan on Earth, since 1 gold coin is worth 100,000 yuan. "Deal," White said directly, nodding without further bargaining. Although this price is far below the reward of 1 million gold coins they had received for selling a young dragon, it wasn't a bad deal. After all, young dragons are valuable, but the trouble they bring is also significant. No one wants to suddenly face revenge from the dragon's parents. So, prices on the black market aren't high, obviously. No one dares to sell openly. And if they want to sell the young dragon, they also need to find a suitable buyer, which could take several months. It would be better to find a way to give it to Lu Shi quickly, so she can recover her funds. "Besides that, you also need to escort me home," Lu Shi said. She looked at Clyde, who had not spoken before. He is the one who can truly make decisions. White wants to scheme against her, but she can also turn the situation to her advantage. Lu Shi and Clyde looked at each other. Although their faces were pale and lacked color, her eyes were clear and sharp, with no sign of confusion. Looking back, Lu Shi's only real support in this strange world was 2 things. First, the valuable but unknown pearl gemstone she carried. Second, her body's condition refreshes every morning at 4 o'clock. The second point ensured she wouldn't die easily in this world, and the first gave her a basic living foundation. As for the so-called noble status, the distant farm's golden finger, it was all just an illusion for her now. It couldn't help her at all. Even if she really had noble status, this world has many countries. Who knows which kingdom she belongs to? That farm's golden finger, before Lu Shi completes her beginner tasks and fully activates it, is just a mirage she can't reach. Lu Shi was truly moved by this red young dragon and wanted to help it. But she was also thinking, if she helped this red young dragon, could she gain something beneficial for herself? Her original plan was clear. She would stay in Kova village for 5 more days. After the patrol team from Vigori town arrived, she would follow them to Vigori town. Then, she would look for opportunities there to find a way to the farm. This plan didn't seem very good, and it wouldn't be less troublesome. Her noble status would definitely be reported to the higher-ups in Vigori town. Since she knew nothing about her family, it was easy for her to reveal her identity and cause trouble. She said she didn't know which country her family was in or where exactly they lived. She also couldn't name any family members or what they did. Mayor Lu Li didn't ask more questions about her background because he didn't know much about nobility. As an apprentice knight, he had rarely seen nobles in person, so he couldn't understand much about them. Even if Lu Shi could hide her background, she still needed to find a way to get a map. She had to figure out where her farm was located and then find someone who could escort her there. This was the most important thing for her right now. This world is full of monsters. Unlike wild animals on Earth, these monsters can use elemental magic. Lucky for Lu Shi, in the past month, she only encountered one low-level lion monster. Xiao Yuan stayed with her, guarding her at night and helping her find a safe place to rest. Still, she faced many dangers, sometimes life-threatening. She didn't need to face powerful monsters. Difficult terrain was enough to cause her trouble. If she didn't have the ability to heal her wounds, infections or eating the wrong food could have killed her. Lu Shi is just an ordinary human with no special powers. In such a dangerous world, if she didn't find someone to protect her and escort her to the farm, she wouldn't survive long on her own. Originally, Lu Shi and the dragon hunter mercenaries were not interfering with each other. They weren't traveling together. Lu Shi carried a noble's badge, and the mercenaries knew they couldn't associate with nobles. Lu Shi was worried she might reveal something about herself to the mercenaries. They didn't look like ignorant commoners. So, she kept her distance and only gathered some information indirectly to understand the world better. But things often don't go as planned. Now, she was sitting across from the mercenaries, talking with them. Logically, Lu Shi, badly injured, should rest first. Once her wounds healed and she was stable, she could discuss other matters. But everything happened so suddenly that she didn't have the chance to rest peacefully. First, there was Xiao Yuan stealing eggs. Now the situation is clear, but at that time, Lu Shi was faced with a group of mercenaries who thought Xiao Yuan was a thief. If she left to rest and heal, those people might have taken the opportunity to execute Xiao Yuan in her absence, and she wouldn't have been able to say anything. Lu Shi didn't know these people well, so she couldn't be sure what they would do. She could only prepare for the worst. Besides, low-level monsters are a real threat, and only Lu Shi would try to protect Xiao Yuan, no one else would. Could a helpless young lady with no fighting skills possibly fight these strong mercenaries?
No.
So Lu Shi clenched her teeth and stayed until the matter with Xiao Yuan was settled. Then, the young dragon hatched, causing chaos. Lu Shi wanted to leave and ignore the young dragon, but it wouldn't let her go. It clung to her tightly. Lu Shi had to find another place to deal with the young dragon. At this point, she no longer cared about her wounds. Her bleeding had stopped, and she wasn't about to faint. She decided to finish everything in one go. Clyde carefully looked at Lu Shi. He didn't like nobles, which was easy to see. He mostly ignored her, never asking about her affairs. As long as she wasn't in his way, what she did or wanted to do didn't matter to him. Some mercenaries try to please nobles. Even if they can't become knights, they hope to work for nobles. Their strength might be enough that they don't need to respect those so-called nobles. First, the pay from nobles is generous. Even a small sum is better than killing dozens of monsters in the wild. Second, working for nobles means fewer dangers and a more stable life. Who wouldn't want an easier life? But it requires some conscience, sometimes doing things that are hard to look at. Other mercenaries dislike nobles. Many have tragic pasts related to nobles, which made their lives difficult, forcing them to become mercenaries. Still, even then, they wouldn't harm nobles, except for black mercenaries. Mercenaries who want a normal life usually avoid provoking nobles, unless they are strong enough that nobles dare not fight them. Perhaps in stories, mercenaries are always portrayed as free and carefree characters. In reality, however, mercenaries are not as glamorous. They are simply people choosing a profession to survive. Clyde doesn't like nobles, but he doesn't exactly hate them either. He will accept noble bounties if the reward is high enough, like this recent one involving a dragon egg. The reason I say their mission would fail after the dragon egg hatches is because Clyde knows the noble who offered the bounty. The noble's goal isn't to hatch a young dragon or raise a powerful magical pet. Instead, He heard somewhere that eating a dragon egg could extend life, turning someone into a half-dragon, with part of a dragon's bloodline and half of its life force. Dragons are not very long-lived creatures, at least not as long as elves, but they can still live thousands of years. Humans, on the other hand, only live less than 100 years. Clyde didn't really want to take this bounty, but the reward was just too tempting. It wasn't something that would harm others, and he was really short on money. Now that the dragon egg has hatched into a young dragon, even if he hands the young dragon over as the bounty, the noble wouldn't admit it or pay much. They would just see the young dragon as a prize. If he gives the young dragon to the noble, its fate is easy to guess. Since the noble wants to eat the dragon egg, he certainly won't spare the young dragon. Soon, the young dragon would become food on the noble's table. Clyde isn't a heartless person. He only kills dangerous monsters. Although dragons are also monsters, ordinary monsters can't compare to dragons. First, dragons are intelligent creatures. Unlike mindless beasts that only know how to hurt and eat, dragons can learn human language, talk with people, and possess wisdom that can surpass humans. Second, dragons usually don't attack humans without reason. To a dragon, humans are like ants to us. Insignificant. Most attacks by dragons happen because humans provoked them first, leading to retaliation. Clyde can't bring himself to harm such clever young creatures. Even as a mercenary, he has his principles. He could argue that a dragon egg is just an inanimate object, but a living young dragon is something he simply can't kill. Without Miss Lu Shi, perhaps Clyde and the others would only be thinking about how to send the young dragon back without being noticed by the ice dragon. Selling the young dragon might be an option, but transporting it would not be easy. The young dragon wouldn't just follow them quietly and wait to be sold. However, they met Lu Shi. Miss Lucy is a good choice for them. She is kind and willing to risk her life to protect a magical creature. She also has some wealth. Although not all nobles are very rich, she owns a farm, so she must have some property. As for how Clyde found out, village chief Lu Li shared the news with his wife last night, and Aina overheard it. Naturally, Clyde and the others learned about it too. The villagers' stories are even more exaggerated. Lu Shi herself might not even know how she became known as a super rich lady. Clyde was concerned about Lu Shi's health, but some things need to be done quickly. For example, right now, when everyone is distracted and confused, they should persuade her to pay for the young dragon. If not now, then when? They don't think it's wrong to trick a noble into paying, since noble wealth often comes from exploiting common people. Even though Miss Lucy is kind, her money and her are not really connected. Lu Shi clearly understands their intentions. She sees through it easily. But she suddenly thought of more. Since the dragon hunter mercenary group dares to steal dragon eggs, they must be strong enough. Weak people wouldn't take this job. So, escorting her to the farm might be the best option. Most importantly, Lu Shi doesn't have to interact with powerful people in Vigoli town. She doesn't need to hide her identity or waste time waiting for patrols. Paying her ransom for the young dragon is a good reason to approach them. It doesn't look like she has hidden motives, and she doesn't need to make up any excuses. The perfect excuse is right here. Why? Clyde looked into Lu Shi's eyes. Can you really bring a dragon into the city? Lu Shi asked back. If dragons could openly appear in human cities, there wouldn't be so many bad stories about them. Instead, people would talk about their great deeds. Clyde looked guilty for a moment, and White also turned his head away. The others looked everywhere, but at them.
Well,
the dragon-hunting mercenaries still had enough people. They could split in half to go into the city and gather supplies. Seeing their reactions, Lu Shi sneered coldly. If dragons are so easy to approach, you wouldn't need to come find me. Then Lu Shi honestly admitted, I do feel a bit sorry for it and am willing to pay to set it free. But right now, I can't even guarantee my own safety. Buying it would only bring me more trouble, and I can't even easily enter the city. Lu Shi looked at White again. I have a close bond with Xiao Yuan. I'm willing to risk myself to protect her. But I only met it once. Would I sacrifice myself just because of it? White's face stiffened, but he quickly forced a smile and was about to speak. Lu Shi didn't give him a chance and spoke confidently. Most importantly, How can you be sure I have so much money? Maybe the jewelry she carried was worth 1,000 gold coins, but she definitely wouldn't admit it now. I've been wandering in the wild for a long time. I only have some scattered jewelry left, which still has some value. Lucy sat back in her chair, leaning slightly, her gaze carrying a bit of disdain. If you want 1,000 gold coins, you have to go home with me. That 1,000 isn't the price of the dragon, but the price to escort me home. Of course, Lucy didn't know what the escort would cost, but she was sure that 1,000 gold coins was enough. Even in modern times, she hadn't seen anyone hire bodyguards for 1,000,000,000 yuan. And if she couldn't pay back later, well, she would deal with it then. Maybe she'd write an IOU. She didn't believe she couldn't make a fortune after activating her special abilities. White's expression suddenly froze. He had thought Lucy was a noble lady, but he forgot. She was someone who had fallen from somewhere and probably had no money. Clyde, on the other hand, remained calm. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right. Do you know where Miss Lucy's home is?" "I don't." Everyone in the yard immediately looked at Lucy. Lucy still confidently repeated, "I don't know." Then she explained, "After my grandmother passed away, she left me a farm. I was on my way to take over it and check on the farm, but I had an accident on the way and ended up here." This was exactly what she had written in the letter inside her handbag when she first traveled through time. However, she didn't understand why she suddenly appeared on an empty plain. "Now I don't even know where I am, so how can I know where the farm is?" Lucy shrugged. "You're going to the farm, not home," Clyde frowned. "I have directions to the farm." Lucy avoided answering. She actually had two choices. One was to follow the beginner task guide to find the farm and fully activate her special abilities. The other was to find out which noble family her new body belonged to, and then live as a noble lady. The first option was simple, just follow the task guide. The second was more complicated, needing her to analyze and confirm her family and kingdom based on unclear information, all while avoiding detection by the mercenaries. It was too troublesome. From an emotional point of view, Lucy preferred the first option. Traveling to another world and relying on a vague noble identity to gamble on unconfirmed blood ties was not appealing. She would rather activate her abilities to survive in this world, at least not depend on others. Clyde stared at Lucy without speaking. Lucy smiled and said, "I originally went out to the farm. Since I had an accident and ran back home, it would be better to go directly to the farm. Otherwise, I'll have to go to the farm again next time." Who can guarantee there won't be another accident? Lucy was lying. She deliberately said this, emphasizing the word accident, to make it seem less surprising. She didn't know what was really happening, but it didn't stop her from making things up here. Clyde and White exchanged glances, thoughtful, and accepted Lucy's story. After all, noble people really are like that. A noble young lady who inherited her grandmother's estate had an accident on her way to claim her inheritance. It's not hard to understand what happened. After the accident, she chose to go and receive her inheritance instead of returning home, where her safety couldn't be guaranteed. This choice is quite reasonable and normal, isn't it? Certainly, Clyde agreed. They had no other options. Besides, dealing with the young dragon clinging to Lucy and the effort needed to take the young dragon away. Finding a buyer who could handle the young dragon would take at least a few months, and they would only earn a few hundred gold coins, not counting the losses along the way. Now, they were just escorting a noble young lady. It wouldn't take more than a few months, the danger was low, and they didn't need to worry about the young dragon either. It wasn't a big profit, but it wasn't a loss either. The deal was now settled. At this moment, the members of the Dragon Hunter mercenary group suddenly seemed to have a conscience and started paying attention to Lucy's health. Ahem, they had to care. Lucy was now their employer. If she suddenly disappeared, where would they get their money? White took out his potion again. "Miss Lucy, maybe you should take some medicine. Please don't get into trouble." Lucy shook her head firmly. "It's fine. It's almost dawn," she repeated. Clyde noticed this and looked at Lucy's expression. He raised his hand to stop White from persuading her further. "Miss Lucy doesn't need it, so don't force her." White hesitated for a moment, then seemed to realize and smiled as he put the potion away. "All right, Does Miss Lucy have any other requests? I can escort you back to rest. Lucy thought for a moment and made a request. Do you have a map? Huh? White was surprised at how quickly Lucy changed the subject. Yes, Clyde said without unnecessary words. He took out a small piece of parchment, not much bigger than Lucy's two hands when spread out. I can sense the direction of the farm, but I need to look at the map to figure out the general route, Lucy said calmly. Don't ask, it's an elemental magic device. Clyde nodded without comment and handed the map to Lucy. She opened it and suddenly fell silent. The map was extremely simple, just a few curved lines representing mountains, some wavy lines for rivers, and a few circles indicating human towns. There are no established routes between the cities. It's not surprising that the map is small and lacks detail. Making it larger wouldn't add much value. The only useful thing about this map is that it marks the locations of mountains, rivers, and towns, helping people identify directions and approximate distances. However, it doesn't tell you how to travel or what you might encounter along the way. Actually, it does mark some things like how Lucy saw a label Ice Dragon on a mountain represented by a curved line. So, now we know that this mountain belongs to the Ice Dragon. Lucy's expression showed clear frustration, and Clyde explained, maps are important information. The city only sells these basic maps. More detailed maps are only available to certain important people. For humans, maps are very valuable for survival. Knowing directions and locations helps avoid getting lost in endless forests or plains. Every piece of information on the map gives humans hope to live better. But humans are very complex creatures. Some see maps as life-saving tools, while others see them as weapons to conquer other countries. Knowing the terrain and distances between cities allows for easier planning of battles. Over time, maps sold in cities and bought by mercenaries have become blurry, making it hard to see the relationships between cities, but still pointing in the right direction for those who need it. Only nobles have access to clearer, more detailed maps. Since Lucy is from a noble family, Clyde wasn't surprised she hadn't seen such a simple map before. Lucy was extremely frustrated. She thought she could get a map and compare it with her beginner's quest guide to draw a route, but even though she got the map, it was almost useless. Where are we now? Lucy asked, biting her lip. Even with such a simple map, she had to use it. Clyde pointed to a spot on the map and said, Here. The location was close to what Lucy had guessed. This map also uses the standard directions: north at the top, south at the bottom, west on the left, and east on the right. However, to prevent too much geographic information from being leaked within the country, each town's map does not always show the true north-south orientation. Additionally, the map details vary in size, and different city maps may have discrepancies in overlapping terrain. These differences are deliberate methods to prevent information leaks. Familiar with the map's directions, Lucy found it much easier. Not only did she locate Kova village, but she also roughly identified her original crossing point. The map doesn't show distances directly, yet it took Lucy a whole month to figure things out. After glancing at the new task guidance, Lucy pointed to a spot on the map. I'm not sure about the area behind, but this direction should be correct. Clyde nodded. Not only did she locate Kova village, but she also roughly identified her original crossing point. The map doesn't show distances directly, yet it took Lucy a whole month to figure. It was almost 4 a.m., and the sun was just beginning to show a faint glow in the sky. After breakfast? Miss Lucy, your injury? White started to ask worriedly, but before he finished, he saw Lucy's face suddenly turn from pale to rosy, changing almost instantly without any other signs. It's dawn now, Lucy said with a slight smile. All her negative physical states had disappeared, except for mental exhaustion. Clyde showed no surprise. He had already heard Lucy mention waiting for dawn several times, so he expected this. But others were different. They were almost stunned by her sudden change. Then I'll go back and pack my things, Lucy said as she stood up to leave. There were no visible signs of serious injury on her body, only the bloodstains on her clothes. Dina, stay with Miss Lucy, Clyde said, noticing Dina's surprised expression that she couldn't hide. This isn't just surveillance. It's more like protection. After all, The young dragon would definitely leave with Lu Shi. Although it was very close to her, it couldn't be ruled out that it might harm her. Lu Shi is just an ordinary human, even with her amazing healing ability. But if she were to suffer a fatal injury in a short time, there might be no other way to save her. Dina, a low-level wood element mage, should stay close. No matter what happens, she can hold on for a little while. The village is small, and they can reach any trouble quickly. Actually, Helen might be a better choice because she is a mid-level wind element warrior with stronger fighting skills. But Clyde doesn't think Helen can get along well with Miss Lucy. A girl around Dina's age is more suitable. Another reason is that Miss Lucy is a noble. Since they took on the escort task, they also need to take care of some responsibilities, like serving tea and doing small chores. Dina can handle these tasks, but Helen might not. Clyde remembers how Helen acts after drinking, and he feels a bit dizzy just thinking about it. There are only 2 women in their group. One has a childhood sweetheart, and the other, well, it's better not to mention her. She didn't refuse Clyde's kindness. He watched Dina follow along as she headed toward her home. Xiao Yuan and the young dragon walk on either side of Lu Shi. Xiao Yuan is a bit older, by a few months, but the young dragon is taller, over 2 meters tall. It stands on its feet without using wings to fly, even taller than village chief Ruli. Xiao Yuan doesn't like the young dragon. She often shows her teeth and threatens it. The young dragon ignores her completely. Lu Shi walks steadily, and the young dragon just follows behind, looking a bit strange. Both sides of Lu Shi are full, but Dina doesn't mind. She walks beside Xiao Yuan, lively and eager, chatting with Lu Shi. It's not intentional small talk. Dina is just naturally curious and wants to talk about everything. She often praises Xiao Yuan's cuteness or asks about how Lu Shi met her, clearly liking Xiao Yuan because she looks so adorable. From Dina, Lu Shi learns some things. Xiao Yuan is a silver wolf, a very friendly, low-level magical creature. Usually, it has wind element magic, but sometimes it has other elements, and it's not fixed. Magical creatures and humans are similar. Not all members of a race have the same element. Humans can gain recognition for many elements, and magical creatures can have any element too. For example, following the red young dragon Lu Shi from the recent battle, it appears that it has a fire element attribute, while its mother is an ice dragon with an ice element attribute. Another example is Xiao Yuan, a member of the Silver Wolf tribe. The wind element is the most common among their kind, but there are also silver wolves with fire or water element attributes. This is true for other monsters as well. They usually have a main, common element attribute, but they can also have other elements. I've always wanted to raise a silver wolf. I heard that in their eyes, humans are quite adorable. They love being around humans very much, but magical pets are too expensive, Dina said with a regretful tone. It's like how Mayor Lu Li and others need to pay a deposit to raise monsters. Mercenaries also need to get official permits so they can bring their magical pets into different human towns. Silver wolves are really amazing creatures, Lu Shi said in admiration. No wonder when she first saw Xiao Yuan was so friendly to her. It turns out their entire race is very close-knit. It's a bit like large animals on Earth. I've heard that elephants, orcas, and dolphins see humans as very adorable, just like how humans see cats. Yes, I've heard that some abandoned children in the wild are sometimes taken in and raised by silver wolves. Our mercenary guild's famous black wolf is said to be a wolf pup raised by a silver wolf. Dina nodded repeatedly, sharing gossip she had heard from somewhere. Unfortunately, the path was too close, and Dina hadn't finished talking when they arrived. Lu Shi didn't let Xiao Yuan and the young dragon come in, worried they might scare Aunt Asuna. Aunt Asuna was still in the yard, waiting. She hadn't slept all night, hoping for Lu Shi's return. When she saw Lu Shi's figure, she relaxed a lot and quickly came forward to greet her. Miss Lu Shiyu. Aunt Asuna noticed Lu Shi's unusually rosy face and hesitated.
Hai fine, Aunt Asuna.
I just came back to pack some things. I'll leave once it's fully daylight, Lu Shi said gratefully, knowing that Aunt Asuna cared for her because she appreciated the weaving method she had given her. Oh, okay. Anasuna didn't expect the farewell to come so quickly, but she knew Lu Shi wasn't from here and would leave sooner or later. So, she didn't say much, just explained what she had done over the past 2 days. Miss Lucy, I've already washed the clothes you wore before. The fabric is still good, and I've sewn up the torn parts for you, Anasuna said, showing 2 pieces of clothing. The tears and damage were no longer visible. They looked like 2 clean, beautiful new outfits. She also cleaned and replaced the other items Lu Shi brought, showing her care and attention. With Anasuna and Dina's help, Lu Shi quickly organized her belongings. Anasuna washed and resewed the quilts and rabbit fur blankets. Because of limited time, she only cleaned the straw mats without reweaving them. All the wooden bowls were discarded and replaced with new ones from Uncle Amai, the village carpenter. It was clear Lu Shi would still spend some time outdoors, so these items were necessary. Of course, Lu Shi could have acted like a noble lady and asked the Dragon Hunter mercenary group to do these chores, enjoying her noble privileges. But she thought that would be too risky. She had come this far, so it was better to be cautious. Besides, Anasuna also prepared a few sets of clean new clothes for Lu Shi, sent by Village Chief Ruli. Lu Shi thought for a moment and left a pearl for Village Chief Ruli. He had a whole string of pearls. Compared to gemstones, pearls are much less valuable because they don't last long. They tend to yellow or fade over time, reducing their worth. But for Village Chief Ruli, 1 pearl was already very precious. The Dragon Hunter mercenary group had been here for many days, and their pay was less than the value of a single pearl. This doesn't mean the mercenaries are stingy. It just shows that as a noble lady, Lu Shi could easily find valuable things to take. There's still some time. Miss Lu Shi, would you like to rest for a while? Dina asked, looking at the tiny dragon that had squeezed in with Xiao Yuan at the door, speaking to Lu Shi. Lu Xiaoyuan and Young Dragon were outside the courtyard. Lu Shi was worried about scaring others, so after greeting Anasuna, she brought both of them inside. Xiaoyuan is small, about the size of a medium dog, making it easy to go in and out. But Young Dragon is over 2 meters tall. It's easy for it to enter the yard, but going inside the house is a bit difficult because the door frame is less than 2 meters high. However, Young Dragon curled up and squeezed through the door, not wanting to leave Lu Shi at all. Lu Shi thought for a moment. Even if she didn't rest, she could keep going, but it was nice to take a break. She nodded in agreement, planning to sleep for 2 or 3 hours to activate her sleep function and recover 100 energy and stamina points. Dina sat nearby, watching Lu Shi and taking a quick nap herself. She and Miguel had just come out of the Black Forest and hadn't rested yet. But there's no need to worry. As mercenaries, they had learned how to nap lightly and recover quickly. They could also set elemental properties around themselves so they could wake up instantly if anything changed. Nothing unexpected happened. When Lu Shi woke up, it was exactly 7 o'clock, after sleeping for 2 hours. Anasuna was ready with breakfast, prepared for Lu Shi, Xiaoyuan, and Dina. Young Dragon's breakfast was the eggshell left on the square, and Village Chief Ruli had arranged for it to be delivered. The inside of the dragon eggshell contained rich elemental magic power, too weak to break through with low-level elemental spells. It wasn't as fragile as ordinary monster eggs. Otherwise, how could Young Dragon have broken out through the eggshell? Although the eggshell was large, surprisingly, Young Dragon ate it quickly. After crunching through the shell, Lu Shi and the others had not finished half of their breakfast. Young Dragon was curious and sniffed at the food, then quickly lost interest and retracted its head. Even Xiaoyuan didn't seem very interested in the breakfast. Lu Shi looked thoughtful but didn't say anything in front of Dina. After breakfast, it was time to set out. Lu Shi and the Dragon Hunter mercenary group gathered at the village entrance. Most villagers didn't know Lu Shi was leaving and didn't care. Only Aina heard the news and ran over with the mushrooms she picked yesterday. Lu Shi was a bit surprised. She had deliberately stayed behind the day before to prepare roasted mushrooms for Xiao Yuan, but after so many unexpected events, she forgot about it. She didn't expect AI not to remember and to bring them to her. "Thank you," Lu Shi sincerely said. "No need to thank me, Miss Lucy. It's you who taught us about this new edible food. We should be grateful to you." The mushrooms taste really good. With this new food, next time we can sell them in Vigali town. No one there has ever eaten mushrooms, so it should be popular. Miss Lucy, maybe we can sell mushrooms in Vigali town. AI Na, who always had a lot to say, suddenly remembered something and quickly asked Lu Shi. Of course, Lu Shi nodded in confirmation. Just like the way to weave a straw mat, the mushrooms she discovered belonged to her property. The people of Kova village wanted to profit from selling mushrooms, which first infringed on Lu Shi's rights. Even if Lu Shi herself didn't plan to do anything with the mushrooms, it was not acceptable. This is a privilege of nobles in this different world, or perhaps it's the same in any world, just different in form. However, Lu Shi didn't quite understand. She was about to leave this place, and even without her permission, the villagers of Kova village could sell mushrooms without anyone knowing. Why did they need to ask her? Are people from this world always so honest and straightforward? There was no answer. Lu Shi followed the dragon hunter mercenary group as they left Kova village. Compared to the month of wilderness survival she had experienced before, Lu Shi felt quite relaxed now. The heavy luggage was carried on the back of a mercenary named Kageli. She only carried a small cloth bag close to her body, which was almost weightless. This wasn't just because Lu Shi was a noble lady. More importantly, she was just an ordinary person. It was already difficult for her to keep up with the mercenaries, and if she carried her own luggage, her efficiency would drop by more than half. Fortunately, as the employer, Lu Shi's entire group was moving at her pace. Even if she was a little slower, no one would object. Not far from Koa village, the human trail disappeared, and they had to forge their own path. The dragon hunter mercenary group naturally has a set formation. Hylan, a mid-level wind element warrior, scouts ahead outside the team along the route. She is quick and agile, able to retreat quickly if danger appears or return swiftly to inform others. She is the best fit for this task. Clyde leads the team at the front. His armor is the heaviest, offering the strongest defense, allowing him to block dangers immediately. White follows behind Clyde. He has long-range attack skills, helping Clyde fight and watching the rear for safety. In the middle of the team are Dina and Shulan. They are low-level, fragile element mages with close-range attacks, unlike White who can attack from afar. They need protection first. After them, Lu Shi joins, standing between Shulan and Dina. Xiao Yuan and the young dragon follow on each side, greatly increasing safety. Further back is Kageli, responsible for protecting the two-element mages in close combat. Since close combat isn't very dangerous here, Kageli also carries Lu Shi's luggage on his back. At the very end is Miguel, who is strong in battle and has wind element powers. He stays at the back, ready to escape quickly if needed, and catch up with the main group. To accommodate Lu Shi's pace, the whole team moves quite relaxed. They chat from time to time, and their mood is not tense. Have you always arranged things like this? Lu Shi couldn't help but look back at Kageli several times. The reason was simple. Kageli, carrying his luggage, reminded Lu Shi of Shasung from Journey to the West. Kageli doesn't seem weak either, but Lu Shi wondered why he was chosen to carry the luggage. Wait, others don't seem to be carrying anything. Suddenly, Lu Shi noticed this. Could it be that mercenaries don't need to bring anything when they go out? Ha ha ha, Dina laughed happily. Of course not. Kageli was just unlucky and drew a bad lot. Lu Shi looked at Dina with confusion, but it was Shulan who spoke next. Shulan snorted. It's because he spent all his money on wine. If he had saved a little, he could have bought a contract pouch and wouldn't have to carry everything himself. A contract pouch? That's another unfamiliar term. Lu Shi kept a neutral expression and continued listening to the conversation. Kagri was not far away, since he needed to stay close to protect Shulan and Dina. Hearing this, he simply sneered and said, "The young master really thinks everyone can afford a contract pouch." Shulan blushed and turned away, ignoring Kagri. Lu Shi quickly realized a good reply and looked at Dina with curiosity. "Are contract pouches very expensive?" That was a fitting response for her status. Dina didn't think Lu Shi's question was wrong. She nodded and said, "Yes, very expensive. Me gear, and I can only afford one, and it's the smallest size." How small is it? Lucy kept a calm face, but showed a little curiosity. It can only hold things from one grid. Dina casually took out a small pouch about the size of a coin purse. It looked like it was made from some kind of animal hide, with a mysterious pattern on it. One grid is about the size of 1 cubic meter on Earth. A small pouch, about the size of a palm, can hold such large things? Lucy kept her expression steady. It was just a system backpack-like item, not worth making a fuss over. Miss Lucy, what about your contract pouch? The biggest one here belongs to Shulon, which is about 35 grids, Dina asked curiously. Lucy suddenly remembered the small handbag that held the letter at first, but unfortunately, she had already checked that bag many times and found nothing unusual. It was just a simple luxury item. Before Lucy could answer, Kagri impatiently spoke up. Of course it's lost. Otherwise, would she be playing me here? It was clear that Kagri didn't just dislike Shulon. He also had a bad attitude toward Dina. It wasn't targeted at anyone in particular, but he treated everyone the same. Lucy looked at the luggage on Kagri's back and said nothing. Dina quickly understood and, to avoid awkwardness, didn't ask Lucy further. Instead, she changed the subject and continued talking. After some back and forth, the conversation shifted back to Xiao Yuan and the others. Dina couldn't hide her envy and explained to Lucy. Actually, our team also has magical pets, but since we went to the Ice Dragon's territory, the dragon's aura would scare the pets and affect their fighting ability. Also, magical pets tend to leave scents that can be tracked. So this time, we didn't bring any, and we had to travel on our own. Lucy was very interested in this topic. What kind of pets do you all have? It didn't seem like they only had one magical pet. Most mercenary groups keep a few magical pets to help with travel, especially for element mages like us who don't have much stamina. Dina patted her head and then talked about their pets. Miguel and I have a wind element Pegasus King. Shulon has a black gold elk. White has a rainbow feather crane. The others don't have pets. Lucy looked at the team. Sure enough, only element mages kept magical pets. Lucy knew about the Pegasus. It's a common magical creature, friendly, fast runners, and strong in endurance. Humans tame and raise them to pull carts. Most are ordinary magical creatures, but some talented ones suddenly learn element magic and become low-level magical creatures. Because Pegasus are social animals, dozens or even hundreds live together. When one learns element magic, it quickly becomes the leader of the group, called the Pegasus King. They are common and useful low-level magical creatures. Dina and Miguel's backgrounds are not very good, so they can only afford these ordinary low-level magical creatures. Lucy didn't know much about the black gold elk, but Dina kept talking about how beautiful it was. Shulon's face turned red from listening, so Lucy understood. The black gold elk is actually a mutated low-level magical creature. It looks different from the original white gold elk. The original has pure white fur and golden antlers, very beautiful and highly decorative. The black gold elk's fur turns completely black, like an albino animal on Earth, but in reverse. It isn't as fast or as enduring as the Pegasus, but it has a golden antler on its head that makes it quite aggressive and able to protect its owner. So it's pretty good, and also very eye-catching. As for White's rainbow feather crane, Dina looked a bit awkward. He only keeps it to impress girls. Dina pointed and gestured towards White. Creatures like the feathered horse and the black gold elk can be used as transportation, but the rainbow crane's only advantage is its good looks. Its rainbow-colored feathers shimmer in the sky and reflect beautiful rainbows. But that's all. The rainbow crane is only about half a meter tall and cannot carry people for flying. Its claws are not sharp, its wings are not strong enough, and it doesn't know how to fight. The reason the rainbow crane hasn't gone extinct is that most birds like its appearance. They willingly bring it food and protect it from danger. At noon, the Dragon Hunter mercenary group stopped to rest after landing with Lucy. Lucy chose a route heading northwest from Kova village. On the map, it first passes through a vast plain, then a lake area. Clyde questioned Lucy's chosen route, but had no other options. The beginner task guide pointed in this direction, and Lucy kept insisting, so Clyde could only frown and agree. As mentioned before, the beginner task guide shows a direction that follows Lu Shi's movement and adjusts itself. However, it doesn't point directly to the farm. On the way to the farm, there are many markers. When reaching one, the next point is unlocked. Anyone who has played games knows that when the system auto-paths, it often takes a roundabout, distant route, sometimes looping twice instead of once. Unfortunately, Lu Shi's special ability works the same way. It's not that Lu Shi must follow the marked points exactly. If she insists on going the opposite way, moving farther from the original game system plan, the route will be recalculated to the nearest point. Also, she doesn't need to reach a specific spot. Just the general area is enough. The system is sometimes not very smart, but it still has some cleverness. Walking with the Dragon Hunter mercenary group, Lu Shi felt how convenient it was. First, Clyde sent a signal. Then Hylan found a flat, safe place to rest and led the team there. Then, Shulon used earth magic to clear away grass and stones, creating a clean open space. Dina used wood magic to set up defenses around it. The others took turns patrolling and guarding the area. Ryoshi doesn't need to do anything. She just watches the Dragon Hunter mercenary group busy with their tasks and waits in the seat prepared for her until everyone finishes their work. This makes Ryoshi feel very uncomfortable. She didn't expect that traveling could be so easy. Clyde started a fire. He is an element warrior with fire magic. Although he can't easily create a fireball like a mage, building a campfire is no problem for him. Dina took out some cooking tools from her contract bag. She skillfully set up a stand over the fire and placed a metal pot on it. The pot is small, enough to cook food for 2 people, which is clearly not enough for the whole team. Before Ryoshi could ask, Shulon also took out a larger, more expensive, and more complete set of cooking tools from his contract bag. However, he didn't do the cooking himself. Instead, Cagliai put down Ryoshi's luggage, took the cooking tools from Shulon, set up the pot, and skillfully arranged the ingredients.
Then White also set up a pot.
Ryoshi watched in confusion. Dina explained that their Dragon Hunter mercenary group often splits into several small teams to work separately. So, the cooking tools are divided into several sets, each team carrying their own. It wouldn't make sense for all the tools to be carried by one person and then split up, leaving others unable to eat. I and Miguel can only afford one contract bag. We usually keep our things in mind, Dina said. She and Miguel are a pretty motivated couple. After becoming mercenaries, they worked hard to earn money. First, they bought a royal feather horse for Dina to travel faster and accept bounties. Later, they bought a contract bag to reduce the burden of luggage. Even though Dina prefers the silver wolf, she chose the royal feather horse when selecting a magical pet. The reason isn't just that the royal feather horse is better for travel, but also because it's cheaper. The cost of getting a magical pet permit depends on the type of pet. For gentle, non-aggressive low-level magical creatures like the royal feather horse, the permit is very affordable. But if they choose other low-level magical creatures with attack abilities, the price depends on their strength. The more powerful the magical pet, the more expensive the permit. Like White's rainbow feathered crane, the magical pet certificate is cheaper than the winged horse king, but besides being beautiful, it has no other use. The silver wolf, although a friendly low-level magical creature, has strong attack power among low-level monsters. The cost to get a magical pet certificate for it is also very high. Actually, the boss and Sister Hylan also have these items in their contract pouches, but they don't cook themselves, so they haven't really used them, Dina whispered to Lu Shi. Besides Miguel and Kegel, who both have their own contract pouches, Miguel shares one with Dina, while Kegel simply doesn't want to spend money to buy his own. Look at his leather armor, it's already torn, but he hasn't replaced it. Having a contract pouch usually means carrying common daily tools just in case. Among these tools, Dina can cook and Miguel can too. White can cook a little, mainly to teach girls how to cook. Kegel, who looks rough and careless, also knows how to cook. Lu Shi learned from Dina that Kegel is actually the best cook in the Dragon Hunter mercenary group. People can be surprising. Seeing everyone start busying themselves with cooking, Lu Shi also felt a bit restless. She didn't dislike the feeling of being served food, but she had promised Xiao Yuan earlier to make some food, and she hadn't done it yet. Now that she had time and opportunity, Lu Shi wanted to fulfill her promise to Xiao Yuan. She couldn't break her word. When she left Kova village, Lu Shi took new bowls and chopsticks from the carpenter, but didn't take any cooking tools. The village didn't have them, and metal pots like those used by the Dragon Hunter mercenary group are rare and expensive for civilians. They wouldn't have extra stock, and Lu Shi couldn't just take their pots from the stove. So now, Lu Shi could only borrow a set of cooking utensils from the mercenary group. According to Dina, Clyde and Hyland both have sets they can use. Lu Shi looked around. Lady Hyland doesn't cook, but she wouldn't eat for free. She was out hunting monsters nearby. Lu Shi couldn't see her, only Clyde, who was guarding the resting camp. Captain Clyde, Lu Shi greeted. She made quite a bit of noise walking over, so Clyde had already turned to look at her before she spoke. Xiao Yuan and the young dragon followed Lu Shi on each side, like two protectors. Xiao Yuan walks lightly, like a cat, and the wind element enhances her steps, making her almost silent on the ground. Unfortunately, the young dragon is not like that. It is used to flying and, seeing Lu Shi walking on 2 feet, somehow starts walking too, no longer relying on its wings to fly. But the young dragon is big and heavy, and not good at walking. Its 2 chubby short legs step on the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. It's hard not to notice the movement. Even a deaf person could feel the ground shaking. Dina told me you have extra pots here. Can I borrow one? Lu Shi speaks directly, clearly stating her purpose. Do you want to cook? Clyde looks at Lu Shi in surprise. A noble lady preparing her own meals. Well, she has been living in the forest for over a month, so it's not too strange. Yeah, Lu Shi nods. Seeing Clyde's still confused look, she explains, Xiao Yuan prefers to eat the food I make. Clyde becomes even more puzzled. Why would a noble lady do such chores? But he doesn't say anything. As long as Lu Shi's plans don't affect them, she can do whatever she wants. Sure, but the pot I have is a few years old and might be a bit worn out. Clyde agrees and offers a quick patch, preparing Lu Shi mentally. Clyde takes out his contract pouch, which looks much better than Dina's, but still not as good as the one Shulan has. Soon, a brand new, unused set of kitchen tools appears in Clyde's hands. Lu Shi and Clyde both pause in surprise. Bought a few years ago? Worn out? Lu Shi looks strange. Clyde frowns slightly, trying to remember. Has he ever used them? It seems not. No one clarifies this. Lu Shi clears her throat, takes the kitchen tools from Clyde, thanks him, and then returns to Dina with Xiao Yuan and the young dragon. Miss Lucy, do you also know how to cook? Dina asks curiously. Although Helen is still outside hunting monsters and hasn't returned, they are not short of food. Each person's contract pouch usually contains some ingredients. Inside the contract pouch, there is a special effect similar to a refrigerator. It keeps items fresh and does not spoil over time, so whatever is put in remains as new when taken out. The downside is that living creatures and elemental magic tools cannot be stored inside. Even small, low-quality contract pouches cannot hold the flesh and blood of low-level monsters. If we consider how it works, the world is made of elements. The power of these elements affects unstable elemental contracts, so the contract pouch is a kind of transformed elemental contract. I think I can make them, Lu Shi thought, but she didn't say for sure. Since arriving in this different world, she mostly made simple things that didn't require much skill. Even on Earth, she didn't cook much herself. She mostly ordered takeout. Her cooking skills were average, so she didn't like to say she knew how to cook. Oh, Miss Lucy, do you want to use these? Dina asked without pressing further, then brought over a bunch of items. Most of these were contributed by Shulan. Although he looked like a young master and didn't do any chores, he had one advantage: he was rich. Because of that, his tools and ingredients were very complete, including various seasonings. His contract pouch was large enough to hold everything. Lu Shi looked at the items and didn't refuse Dina's kindness. There was a very complete set of seasonings with over 10 different kinds. Dina and Kegel only used a few of them. Many ingredients stayed unused, almost untouched. White used more types, but he also only used a few regularly. Seeing Lu Shi's gaze, Dina smiled and explained, "We don't really know what these seasonings are for. I tried a few times before, but the taste was strange, so I stopped using them. Xiaolon doesn't know what they're for at all. White knows a bit more, but he only knows how to cook a few dishes. He doesn't understand much else. After hearing Dina's explanation, Lu Shi wasn't surprised. Xiaolon probably came from a noble family and only bought the most expensive and complete items. He didn't need to know what they were used for. White learned to cook mainly to chat with girls. He didn't study culinary skills seriously, just learned a few recipes, so he could use them when needed. Lu Shi opened the spice box and looked at it with interest. Many of the spices looked very similar to those on Earth. Some had similar shapes, and others had similar smells, like star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and Sichuan peppercorns, which hadn't been used much. The most common ingredients were sugar, vinegar, MSG, salt, and chili powder. They could taste the change in flavor immediately after adding them, so they were the easiest to use. Besides these, there were also ginger and garlic, which White occasionally used. Dina and Kegel rarely used them. Lu Shi also noticed a jar of pure white animal fat nearby, which was mostly used up. Miss Lucy, do you want to use animal fat for cooking? Dina noticed Lu Shi's gaze and brought over the jar. Animal fat smells good, but it's very greasy. Eating too much can upset your stomach. Lu Shi was surprised and asked, "Oh? How do you eat it?" "It's eaten like this," Dina said, taking a small piece and putting it directly into her mouth. Lu Shi was silent. Seeing Lu Shi's reaction, White and Kegel turned to look. Kegel frowned and studied Lu Shi, while White remembered the delicious mushroom soup from last night. This Miss Lucy might really have some special knowledge and skills. Dina asked carefully, "Isn't this how you eat it?" Xiaolon also looked over with a frown, saying, "I eat it like this at home." Translation: Nobles also eat it this way. Lu Shi decided to give these people from another world a little surprise. She borrowed a pot from Clyde. It looked like a water scoop, tall and cylindrical, not like a wok, so it wasn't ideal for stir-frying, but the bottom was quite wide, so it could be used. After cleaning the pot, Lu Shi placed it over the fire. When the water dried, she took a large piece of animal fat and put it in. The white solid melted quickly at high temperature into a transparent, light yellow liquid, sizzling at the bottom of the pot. Under Lu Shi's instructions, Dina, White, and Kegel each cut ginger and garlic into strips, washed and sliced the mushrooms, and cut a piece of monster meat into strips. Lu Shi first stir-fried the ginger and garlic. Soon, a fragrant smell filled the air. Before adding other ingredients, the aroma made everyone's faces change instantly. She removed the stir-fried ginger and garlic, then added the meat strips to stir-fry. In less than 2 minutes, the meat turned color. Then she added the mushroom strips. When the mushrooms softened and were stir-fried, Lu Shi began adding salt, MSG, and a little soy sauce for color and flavor. At this moment, a new, unfamiliar smell slowly spread among the dragon hunter mercenary group. Gulp. Someone swallowed nervously, and everyone's eyes turned to the plate of stir-fried mushrooms and meat that Lu Shi had just served. Hylan carried 2 stone sheep back to the temporary camp. As soon as she arrived, she sensed that something was a bit off in the air. Near the campfire, 4 pots were set up. Besides Clyde, who was on patrol, others gathered around the pots, eagerly watching them. Clyde was outside the camp on a high ground, keeping watch. A silver wolf pup and a young dragon also blended naturally into the crowd, both watching eagerly. Dina, Kegel, and White, who were in charge of cooking, weren't busy. Dina was holding a bowl and spoon, ready to rush in and grab some food at any moment. Miss Lucy was moving between the pots, holding a ladle. She occasionally lifted a lid and stirred inside, releasing a fragrant aroma along with steam from a crack in one of the pots. Hylan blinked, making sure this wasn't a dream, and then she finally noticed the unusual smell in the air. It was hard to describe that scent. It was like the fresh grass smell in spring, gentle and refreshing, not bitter or sharp, just a clean, invigorating aroma. Beneath that freshness, there was a faint, almost unnoticeable meaty smell. Once she detected the meat aroma, she was surprised to find that it seemed to gradually overpower the fresh grass scent, even wrapping it inside. Hylan took a deep breath and suddenly realized that besides the smell, there seemed to be other fragrances present. Cough. Hylan made a sound to get everyone's attention. What's going on here? Why do you all look like this? After hearing her, a few people looked up and exchanged awkward glances. Dina, with the thickest skin, chuckled and handed her bowl to Miguel, then hurried over to Hylan to explain what had just happened. Even She didn't expect that just showing a simple cooking skill would receive such an exaggerated response. After tasting the mushroom stir-fry, Dina immediately put down her pot of soup, sincerely shook She's hand, and said, "Miss Lucy, could you please help us cook? For this escort mission, we only need 800 gold coins." Clyde, who hadn't smelled the food from afar, wondered, "Am I the boss here?" "Don't you ask me what I think." White thought for a long time, then suddenly took out a small bag of money and handed it to Lucy. "Miss Lucy, please teach me how to make this dish. This is 100 gold coins, my tuition fee." "Clyde, what are you doing now?" Kagri looked thoughtful. "So, oil milk is used like this." Shulan was shocked, never expecting that oil milk could be eaten in a way she didn't know. Miguel took the opportunity to keep putting food into Dina's bowl. When others saw what he was doing and glared at him, he just smiled innocently, looking like he didn't understand anything. Shi deliberately left half of the food for Xiao Yuan to eat. Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled, and its tail wagged wildly. It was most looking forward to the food Shi made, as the others' dishes didn't have that special aroma. The young dragon sniffed curiously, clearly smelling something unusual, but since it was born and hadn't tasted other foods, it couldn't tell what was delicious or not. It just felt something was attracting it. Shi also gave a little bit of food to the young dragon to try. Just a tiny bit. The young dragon blinked its big eyes innocently at Shi. It couldn't even tell the specific taste from such a small amount and swallowed it. Shi, with the innocent look in the young dragon's eyes, helplessly avoided eye contact. Unfortunately, she had cooked too little this time, only one plate. She divided it casually, and almost everyone ate it all in a few bites. Before she could say she would make more later, Shi saw Dina rush over, tightly holding her hand and begging earnestly. Shi hesitated for a moment. She was quite tempted by this idea. Compared to possibly not being able to pay the 1,000 gold coins later, finding other ways to reduce the amount seemed pretty good. However, Shi looked at Clyde walking toward her. Ultimately, the decision still depended on him. A whole plate of stir-fried mushrooms and meat was finished. Nothing was left but the aroma in the air. Clyde could guess how delicious the dish was just by smelling it. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something but holding back. After thinking for a bit, he looked at the other members and asked, "What do you all think?" "Agree?" "Absolutely. Support." "Okay, fine." A group of food lovers. Clyde couldn't help but show his frustration on his face. After a moment, he took a deep breath and looked at Shi. "Since everyone agrees, let's do it that way. 800 gold coins." Shi responded quickly. The amount Dina mentioned earlier hadn't been finalized, so whether they settle on 900 or 800, it didn't matter much now. To avoid arguments later, it was better to decide on the exact amount now. Clyde looked at Shi carefully and nodded. "All right. Such a stingy, noble girl is rare." "Hey, wait! Hylan hasn't come back yet," Dina suddenly remembered. The bounty for the Dragon Hunter mercenary group was usually split evenly. Sometimes, those who contributed more would get a larger share, but most of the time, it was fair. When Clyde asked for their opinions earlier, 5 members agreed, but Hylan was not present, so it wasn't a full consensus. According to their group's rules, they couldn't finalize the decision yet. Of course, disagreements could happen sometimes. When that happened, Clyde would make the final call. Whether members agreed or opposed, they would follow Clyde's orders unconditionally. Although most people agreed this time, the decision was essentially about reducing everyone's share of the task reward. If Hylan disagreed, others wouldn't insist. After all, Shi would still need to cook. They could just pay a little extra gold to Shi to help with the cooking. "Don't worry, she won't oppose." Clyde understood clearly. Their mercenary group was short on money. Well, he himself was the one lacking funds. The others didn't care much about how much money they earned. After Hylan returned, even if she wasn't interested in food, she wouldn't ruin others' enjoyment. As one of the oldest people, Hyland treated everyone like her own children. Though she didn't say so, she was very caring and indulgent. Therefore, Lu Shi took on the task of cooking. Since others helped prepare all the ingredients, she didn't have to do much, making cooking very easy for her. Lu Shi didn't take the 100 gold coins from White. She knew White wanted to learn how to cook from her, so she could later trick other girls. But the main issue was Lu Shi didn't think she could teach White. It's not that White was too stupid to learn cooking, but Lu Shi felt that even if White learned all the cooking methods, she wouldn't be able to make dishes that tasted like Lu Shi's. There were many reasons to explain why others' cooking wasn't as good, but after tasting the meals at Mayor Ruli's house, and this morning's meal prepared by Aunt Asuna, Lu Shi realized her cooking was different. Even with the same ingredients and steps, her dishes always had a special flavor others couldn't match. If she had to guess why, Lu Shi thought it might be related to her special ability, but she wasn't completely sure what the connection was. Lu Shi had just finished cooking a few pots of mushroom and meat soup when Hyland returned with some game. Dina quietly told Hyland what had happened, then looked at her eagerly, showing she didn't want to be turned down. Hyland chuckled and threw one of the game animals, a ground stone sheep, into Dina's arms. All right, since you all agreed, I won't oppose. Here, you can also prepare this for her. Dina took the ground stone sheep, smiled foolishly because Hyland agreed, then looked at the game in her arms and sighed.
Why does it have to be a ground stone sheep?
It smells so bad. The ground stone sheep is a low-level magical creature, mostly with earth element attributes. It has a layer of gray, fluffy fur, looking like a round ball. Sometimes half of its body is buried underground, and from afar it looks like a pile of stones. That's why humans named it the ground stone sheep. Its meat is good, tender and smooth, very delicious. But the downside is its strong, gamey smell, which many people can't tolerate. Hyland has a strong taste and can tolerate the gamey smell of the stone sheep, especially enjoying it with alcohol. In contrast, Dina really dislikes the gamey smell and doesn't drink alcohol. But since Hyland just agreed to their spontaneous decision, Dina had to suppress her dislike for the stone sheep. Suddenly, Dina's eyes lit up as she thought of Lu Shi behind her. She quickly turned around, holding the stone sheep that was only slightly bigger than Xiao Yuan. Miss Lucy, Lu Shi closed the lid of the mushroom meat soup and looked up at Dina. The gray fluffy ball almost covered Dina's face, so she looked surprised. What is this? This is a stone sheep. Dina briefly explained about the stone sheep, then looked at Lu Shi with anticipation. Miss Lucy, do you have any way to make the stone sheep taste less strong? It sounded like it was not much different from lamb on earth. Lu Shi examined the stone sheep from side to side. I'll try. Can someone help me shave its wool? Lu Shi asked the row of people and magical pets waiting for their meal. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Cagliai. Cagliai. He made a dissatisfied sound, stood up, and took the stone sheep from Dina. He then asked Lu Shi, just one is enough. Hyland still had another one. Then just shave both, Lu Shi said, glancing at the young dragon. Xiao Yuan's eating amount is about that of an adult man, but the young dragon clearly isn't. It needs to eat 4 or 5 people's worth to be full. Oh, and don't throw away the shaved wool. I want to keep it, Lu Shi added. The wool of the stone sheep looks very soft. Maybe it could be used to make a wool cushion? Cagliai agreed and used a bone-cutting knife, swiftly shaving both stone sheep clean. Miguel held open a cloth bag, collecting all the wool. Lu Shi looked at the bald stone sheep and paused. The reason was simple. After shaving, the stone sheep looked 2/3 thinner. Its wool yield was much higher than on Earth. All right, let's bleed it first, then cut out the internal organs, head, and legs separately, Lu Shi directed Cagliai. Bleed it? Why? Dina asked curiously, coming over. Hyland sat nearby resting but was also paying attention to what was happening. If you don't drain the blood, the meat will be very gamey, Lu Shi casually replied, then looked at Dina. Don't you know about this? Dina shook her head, looking confused. Meat is precious. If you drain the blood, there will be less meat. No one would waste it like that. Then Dina looked at Shulan. It seemed Shulan was the only one here with the means to waste meat. Shulan's face changed, and he hesitated before speaking. I haven't paid attention to these things. who is a noble young master that needs to check if the meat has been drained of blood before eating. White looked thoughtful. Now that I think about it, I remember that monster meat eaten after death does seem to taste better than freshly hunted monster meat. When a monster is killed, it has wounds and blood flows out. When they process the meat later, it is already drained of blood. In contrast, freshly killed monsters, even with wounds, don't bleed much, so their meat still contains blood. The first type usually involves large, dangerous monsters that can't be brought back alive, while the second type involves smaller, less threatening monsters. White and the others used to believe that the more dangerous the monster, the tastier the meat. They thought small monsters' meat wasn't good. Now they realized the key difference might be whether the blood was drained or not. What's wasteful about that? Lu Shi asked, confused. Just catch the blood in a basin. It can be used to make blood sausage. Everyone was puzzled but still obediently followed Lu Shi's instructions. They took basins, collected the blood, and, following Lu Shi's advice, removed the intestines and washed them several times. By this point, Xulon retreated completely, avoiding the scene. He could calmly watch various monsters die before him, blood and flesh flying everywhere, limbs torn apart. But he couldn't stand to see those dirty things being cleaned and turned into food. Dina didn't react much. Others found it a bit strange, but could accept it. They often ate unclean things. Dina even asked Lu Shi with interest about different ways to make blood sausage. Actually, using pig blood to make blood sausage is the best. Sheep blood is okay too. Pig intestines are the most suitable, but sheep blood has a unique flavor. You should try it if you get the chance, Lu Shi recalled. She mostly ate pig blood sausage and rarely sheep blood. It would be great if we had some pickled vegetables. Lu Shi sighed, thinking that blood sausage doesn't quite match the sour vegetables. Something feels missing. Lu Shi kept aside the lamb head, lamb leg, and internal organs. It's not that Lu Shi doesn't know how to cook these parts, but lunch break isn't long, and preparing the head or leg takes a lot of time. It's better to cook them at night, so no need to waste time on the road. As for the internal organs, Lu Shi thought about making lamb offal soup, but since she already made mushroom meat soup earlier, making another soup would be repetitive. So she decided to wait until evening. There are many ways to cook lamb. Lu Shi remembered Dina saying she didn't like the strong smell of lamb, so she decided to make boiled lamb, which is probably the easiest way to remove the smell. Can you all handle spicy food? Lu Shi asked before cooking. Spicy? I can. Dina raised her hand first. Miguel hesitated a little. I might not be able to handle it, but I can try. White looked excited. I haven't had really spicy food before. Kagri scoffed. Spicy? Is there anything spicier than wine? Xulon looked around. I probably can't handle spicy food either, but if everyone else is eating it, I will too. Hylan grinned boldly. Do as you like. It's just a chance for us to try something new. Clyde was alert and didn't join the conversation. All right, then I'll make boiled lamb. Lu Shi nodded and quickly decided on the menu. Huh. Dina looked curious and widened her eyes. Boiled lamb? Boiled with water? Will that taste good? Lu Shi shook her head. Although the name sounds light, the dish actually has a strong flavor. Dina asked again with curiosity. Why is it called boiled lamb then? Lu Shi was suddenly stumped by the question. She carefully thought back but couldn't remember where the term boiled came from. She had always heard the name, but never looked into the reason. I don't know. I've just known it by this name since I was young. I never thought about why, Lu Shi answered honestly. Water-boiled lamb is usually made with many side dishes, which often make up most of the meal. In Xulon's contract pouch, there are some common vegetables from another world. People there understand that eating only meat without vegetables can cause digestion problems. Even if they don't understand, reality will teach them. Lu Shi quickly identified some vegetables similar to those on Earth, like rapeseed, spinach, chrysanthemum greens, and cabbage, as well as some unfamiliar greens that he couldn't recognize. After selecting the vegetables with known flavors, he handed them to Dina for washing and cutting. Then, Lu Shi asked Kegel to slice the lamb into thin pieces. Although Kegel used a heavy axe, his cutting skills were surprisingly good. All the meat slices were evenly sized and thin enough. Lu Shi also got some kitchen tools from Hylan, which she rarely used. He blanched the meat slices in boiling water for 1 minute, removed the foam, and set them aside. The key to good water-boiled lamb is a rich, spicy broth. On Earth, Lu Shi often used various spicy sauces to make the base, but in this world, there are no such sauces. So, he had to make his own. The flavor might be a bit different, but for these unfamiliar beings from another world, trying it would be a real eye-opener. Before making the dish, Lu Shi prepared a pot of spicy sauce. Freshly made spicy sauce tastes better after aging, as it develops more flavor over time. Making extra sauce is also useful for other dishes later, so it's more efficient to prepare a larger amount. In Xiulan's spice box, there was chili powder, so there must be some kind of chili. However, this chili looks different from Earth's chili peppers. Each one has 5 pointed, curved tips, resembling a human hand. Because of this strange appearance, the people from this world call chili peppers devil's hands. Few dare to try them, mainly because they are spicy and look frightening. The chili is made into powder because the people from this world are afraid to eat the whole chili directly. Interestingly, Xiulan even keeps a large stash of these ghost hand chilies in her contract pouch, though the reason is unknown. Luckily, this made things easier for Lu Shi. First, chop all the spicy peppers into small pieces. Heat some oil in a pot, and once hot, add ginger, garlic, and other spices to release their aroma. Then add the chopped peppers and stir-fry for a few minutes. Next, pour in soy sauce, oyster sauce, salt, MSG, sugar, and a little of Kigali's special wine. My wine. Kigali feels heartbroken. Remove most of the spicy sauce and set it aside. Reheat the pot with some oil, add more spices, and stir-fry until fragrant. Then add plenty of water to make a soup. Add salt to taste. Depending on the vegetables, add them in order and cook until done. Remove them and set aside. Then, recook the previously blanched meat slices until cooked and remove them as well. Reheat the pot, add more oil, and cook the large pieces of spicy peppers until fragrant. Once hot, pour the peppers over a bowl of cooked lamb, completing the hot pot dish. The hot oil sizzles as it pours over the lamb, releasing a strong, spicy smell. The closest people can't help but cover their noses and sneeze, overwhelmed by the spicy heat that makes breathing difficult. Before anyone can ask what exactly Lu Shi is making, the aroma of meat and vegetables gradually fills the air, blending perfectly. It's not about anyone overpowering another. The spice has seamlessly integrated into all the ingredients. Xiao Yuan's sense of smell is the sharpest. She was already coughing from the spiciness and ran far away. She stays close to Clyde, looking eager to taste but clearly overwhelmed by the heat. Young Long feels much better, not at all bothered by the spiciness, and excitedly looks around the hot pot. Lu Shi cooked a large amount this time, worried it wouldn't be enough. She brought out a big bowl, and everyone took bowls and spoons to serve themselves.
Wow.
Delicious. So spicy. But tasty. Dina took a bite and was conquered by the aroma. The tender lamb didn't taste like her least favorite gamey flavor, and she couldn't even taste any fishy smell. It was just too spicy, making her lips tingle, but the lamb was so delicious she almost wanted to swallow her tongue, experiencing pain and pleasure at the same time.
Ah!
That's so satisfying. Kigali ate the meat and wine happily. Sweat quickly formed on his forehead, but he didn't mind and kept eating heartily. Recently, Lu Shi used only a small amount of wine, leaving most of it behind. Now, he plans to give it to Kageli to enjoy with his meal. This bottle of wine was bought earlier by Kageli. He forgot why he bought it, hurried off to handle some business before he could drink it, asked Xiulan to keep it safe, and then forgot about it. It was only when Lu Shi asked who had wine that Xiulan remembered she still had a bottle of Kageli's wine in her contract bag. Hylan was interested in Kageli's wine, but she knew how she looked after drinking, so she firmly looked away and focused on the boiled lamb in front of her, knowing she still had to travel and investigate afterward. Maybe because the mountain sheep ate a lot, Hylan was more interested in the side dishes. Each side dish had a unique flavor. Lu Shi added 8 kinds of side dishes, making the meal a wonderful feast just from the sides. Hylan couldn't help but admire Miss Lucy's cooking talent. Dina suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Miguel, you don't even feel spicy? Everyone looked at Miguel, who remained calm. Unlike others whose foreheads were covered in sweat from the spice, Miguel showed no reaction at all. Under everyone's gaze, Miguel gave an innocent smile. I think it's okay. Not very spicy, but really delicious. Miss Lucy's cooking is excellent. Annoying. You just said you can't eat spicy food, Dina said angrily. She and Miguel grew up together and were childhood friends, but she never realized Miguel could eat so much spicy food. Then Dina turned her gaze to Shilon, who was a noble young master that claimed he couldn't eat spicy food. He only had a light layer of sweat on his nose and was bright-eyed, picking out the spicy ghost peppers from the pot. Dina's eyes widened in shock. She pointed at Shilon, unable to speak clearly. Why you? I knew you kept so many devil's hands in your bag, but I didn't realize you loved spicy food. Dina was angry and disappointed. Do you all have any integrity? Claiming you can't eat spicy, but each of you can handle it, Lu Shi didn't join the noisy argument. He took half a basin of boiled lamb, divided it between the young dragon and Xiao Yuan, and added half a bowl of mushroom soup to the bowl for Xiao Yuan to dilute the spiciness. After all, he wanted Xiao Yuan to taste the flavor. Then Lu Shi also served herself a bowl of boiled mutton with mushroom soup. Yes, she couldn't handle spicy food either. Holding the bowl of boiled mutton for Xiao Yuan, Lu Shi walked over to Clyde. Clyde's seat was higher up and windward, so the aroma didn't easily drift over. Xiao Yuan, who couldn't stand the spicy smell, was hiding nearby. Smelling the spicy boiled mutton in Lu Shi's hand, Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment. In the end, her craving for delicious food was stronger, and she happily started eating, occasionally sticking out her tongue and gasping, then lowering her head to eat quickly. She surprisingly looked a lot like Dina on the other side. Lu Shi also didn't ignore Clyde. She served him a bowl of plain boiled mutton and asked, "Want to try some?" Clyde glanced at the group of people eating enthusiastically on the other side and made a strange face. "Just give me a portion with mushroom soup, please." Lu Shi looked in the direction Clyde was watching but didn't understand his meaning. Still, she followed his request and gave him a slightly spicy boiled mutton with mushroom soup. The two of them ate the mild spicy boiled mutton side by side, watching the others eat with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, Lu Shi realized something and turned sharply to look at Clyde. Clyde responded calmly. "I'm not doing it on purpose," Lu Shi said. "I know," Clyde replied slowly, chewing carefully. "Why didn't you warn them?" Lu Shi frowned. "I think they're enjoying their meal," Clyde said, wiping his mouth, setting down his bowl and spoon, with no change in expression. Lu Shi looked at those still unaware of the truth with pity and sighed. The boiled mutton was finished cleanly, as it wasn't a staple food and didn't fill them up. So, everyone ate the leftover mushroom and meat soup with some gray bread. Gray bread is a type of bread between black bread and white bread. Compared to cheap black bread mixed with various grains, gray bread is more like white bread, but not as finely ground. It's a common food for middle-class people, considered white bread in name but not as refined as real white bread. Fortunately, the mushroom and meat soup didn't taste much worse. After eating the boiled mutton, everyone needed something milder to soothe their stomachs. Finally, Lu Shi didn't need to help with cleanup. The satisfied group of people naturally started tidying up on their own. Lu Shi remained in a state of hesitation, caught between wanting to speak and holding back until they started moving again. Nothing unexpected happened. The first to speak was Dina. She had just stepped out a little when she painfully clutched her stomach. Then came White, Cagley, and even Miguel, who all showed signs of stomach pain and looked worried. Hylan went out to scout, but we don't know how she was doing. Clyde signaled her to come back several times, but she didn't appear, so she probably also suffered. The only survivors were those leading ahead. Clyde, who had stopped to watch everyone, looked confused, not understanding why nothing was happening. "Did you put poison in the food?" Cagley, clutching his stomach, pointed at Lu Shi and asked weakly. Xiao Yuan stood in front of Lu Shi, watching Cagley carefully. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuan can't speak, but if it could, it would defend Lu Shi fiercely. Luckily, Dina was there to speak for Lu Shi. No way, Miss Lucy also ate it, Dina said firmly, defending Lu Shi. And water-boiled lamb is so delicious. How could it be poisoned? It must be our problem. Her tone was firm and refused to be questioned. White looked at Clyde, who was calm, then suddenly reacted. He covered his stomach with one hand and pointed at Clyde with a painful expression. Why didn't you warn us? White exclaimed. Just go quickly. Stop holding on here, Clyde said dismissively, waving his hand to dismiss them. A group of people who rarely ate spicy food tried such a spicy dish for the first time. If their stomachs could handle it, it would be a miracle. It's like outsiders visiting Sichuan for the first time, ordering the spiciest dishes, reckless and daring. Shulan could handle it because he often ate ghost hand spicy peppers, so his stomach was resistant. Unlike others, he wasn't so fragile. Clyde was prepared, so he showed no reaction. Xiao Yuan and Lu Shi were both mild spice eaters, so their reactions were normal. The young dragon probably ate the most water-boiled lamb, but as a dragon, one of the strongest creatures from another world, a little spice was nothing. It could even swallow lava. Thus, the chaotic first day of travel ended in the evening. The resting camp for the night was set beside a small stream. Most of the monsters resting here were driven away by the burst of elemental energy emitted from the Dragon Hunter mercenary group. When I say burst of elemental energy, it actually looks like Clyde suddenly shivered all over, and then a breeze seemed to blow past him. Immediately after, all the monsters ran away. It looked quite funny. Of course, from Clyde's perspective, it was a different scene. Elements can take 3 forms. The first is the everyday form, which makes up everything but is invisible to the human eye, like air. The second form is when a specific element is extracted and gathered, showing its characteristic color, like a transparent, colored smoke. The third form occurs when many elements of the same type gather together, causing a change from an invisible air-like state into a physical form that can be touched. As an ordinary person who can't sense elemental energy, Clyde hadn't yet transformed the energy into a visible form. All I could feel was the air trembling when the energy fluctuated. It felt a bit like the wind blowing. The creek where Clyde decided to stop was small, and most of the monsters there were ordinary ones. There weren't many low-level monsters, so Clyde didn't release a lot of elemental power. Before scaring all the monsters away, Clyde even reached out and caught a few to use as food for the next few days. Although there were monsters everywhere, it wasn't always easy to find suitable ones to eat. For example, I once saw a trail left by a flying dragon, and no monsters dared to appear there for several days. Often, just a mid-level monster is enough to cause a chaos of low-level and ordinary monsters. That's how monster tides happen. When a mid-level monster leaves its usual habitat for various reasons, it can trigger a wave of monsters moving to new areas. That's why the Dragon Hunter mercenary group often keeps a stock of prey in their storage so they have enough food for emergencies. After figuring out the cause of the stomach ache, the members of the mercenary group no longer blamed Ayushi. After all, it wasn't intentional. They just didn't expect that this group of people couldn't even handle spicy food. Another reason is that the boiled lamb is so delicious that no one is willing to blame Lu Shi for enjoying it. Actually, after this incident, their travel speed didn't slow down much. The entire Dragon Hunter mercenary group was following Lu Shi's pace. Lu Shi couldn't walk very fast, and the others had all been tested in various ways, so they were physically stronger and recovered quickly. By evening, when they stopped to rest, they hadn't fallen far behind their expected distance. Miss Lucy, I'll help you set up the tent, Dina said, her face still a bit pale but much better, still full of enthusiasm and energy. Miguel, holding a bundle of cloth, followed Dina helplessly. How do I set it up? Lu Shi looked around. Besides the cloth in Miguel's arms, she didn't see any other tools. He watch me, Dina chuckled without directly answering Lu Shi. She chose a good spot, then took out some plant seeds and casually threw them onto the ground. As soon as the seeds touched the ground, they suddenly sprouted roots and grew quickly. Several thick, green vines intertwined, gathering at the top to form a small, beautiful flower. Lu Shi stared in shock at the cone-shaped, vine tent, over 2 meters in diameter. One corner of the vine tent had a gap, controlled by Dina to serve as a door for easy entry and exit. Miguel, holding a pile of cloth, stepped forward, shook out the fabric from his arms, and skillfully hung it on the vine tent's door, acting as the tent's entrance. Lucy reached out and touched the fabric. It was thick, smooth, and quite heavy, similar to rainproof fabric from Earth. It was very suitable as a tent door, capable of blocking rain and, because of its weight, not easily blown away by the wind. It can be said that mercenaries who live in the wild all have some real skill. Of course, Lucy was more curious about Dina's elemental magic. Based on what she saw in those two fairy tale and storybooks, the elements that make up this world should only be earth, water, fire, and wind. But Dina's magic didn't seem to belong to these four. Wanting to know, Lucy asked, although she risked revealing her own ignorance, as long as she didn't directly mention her true background, others wouldn't suspect anything. Since this deal was confirmed, there was no need to doubt Lucy's identity. Also, being a noble does not mean one is all-knowing. Sometimes, nobles are actually quite ignorant. Indeed, Dina did not suspect Lucy. Instead, she naturally explained, "Haha, I knew many people would be curious. Actually, I am a mutated element mage." Seeing Lucy's increasingly confused expression, Dina gave a simple explanation. Ultimately, the appearance of mutated elements traces back to the first internal conflict after the founding of the four great element kingdoms. Originally, the element contracts controlled by the four kingdoms were taken away by rebels. Many malicious people took the opportunity to imitate these element contracts. Some of these imitations succeeded, leading to the creation of small states outside the four kingdoms. Others failed, and their unusable contracts were discarded, causing some elements to mutate. For example, fire elements turned into lightning, water elements into ice, and earth elements into wood. How about the wind element? Lou, she asked curiously. Miguel, a wind attribute element warrior, answered, "The wind is lonely. It doesn't stay on the ground, and it never stops, so it has no friends." Lucy? Dina couldn't help but laugh and explained, actually, mutated elements often have some influence from other elements. For example, wood elements are a combination of earth and water elements, which causes the change. Since the wind doesn't blend with other elements, it hasn't produced any mutated elements. After dismissing Miguel, Dina whispered to Lucy, "People with wind element attributes love to be bards. White is like that, and Miguel is too, but White usually only says those things to impress girls. I heard White say that in the land of wind elements, Pavergonry, the most famous phrase is, 'The wind carries messages from afar.'" Lucy silently thought about this useless knowledge. With Dina's company, he entered a vine-covered tent. What Lucy liked most was that the ground was also covered with vines, so he didn't have to touch the damp ground. Shulon delivered Lucy's luggage, which was originally carried by Kageli. Due to an accident in the afternoon, Lucy's luggage was handed over to Shulon and packed in his contract bag. Shulon didn't need Dina to set up a tent for him. He brought his own large, luxurious tent. It could comfortably sleep for people, though usually only Kageli, and he stayed there. Elemental mages have fragile bodies. Clyde specifically arranged partners for each elemental mage to prevent any danger, as they can't fight alone. There are 3 elemental mages in the team. White is quite special. He has strong close combat skills and doesn't need a fixed partner. It's said he was initially trained as an elemental warrior, but later discovered he had the talent of an elemental mage, so he became what he is now. The other 2 mages, Dina and Shulon, mostly have fixed partners. Dina and Miguel are a couple, so that's clear. Among Hylan, Clyde, and Kageli, Hylan is the most independent and dislikes restrictions. Clyde leads the team, leaving only Kageli with little choice in partners. During activities like night watch, elemental mages are usually not needed. However, for chores like cooking and washing dishes, the team relies on them. Although Shulon doesn't do these chores himself, Kageli handles them. Shulon is wealthy and provides essential material support for the team. After delivering the luggage, Shulon didn't rush to leave. He looked at Lucy with a shy smile, his eyes full of hope. "Miss Lucy, what shall we eat tonight?" We still have many land sheep to enjoy. Shulan's love for spicy food surprised Lu Shi. She hadn't expected that such a refined, noble young master, who seemed delicate and gentle, loved spicy dishes so much. But after thinking about the tragic incident earlier that afternoon, Lu Shi decided to keep things light and gentle for everyone's stomachs. Eating spicy food should be a gradual process so they could get used to it slowly. Before Lu Shi could speak, Dina firmly held her hand. Don't worry about us. Whatever delicious food we make, we can handle. A little stomach ache is nothing. I can endure it. Lu Shi was moved by Dina's strong belief in eating without fear of life and death. She politely declined Dina's request, explaining that she couldn't handle spicy food all the time. Sometimes, eating such things occasionally was enough. By chance, she saw Shulan, whose contract pack held most of the Dragon Hunter mercenary group supplies. Lu Shi asked casually, "By the way, I saw you take out plain bread earlier. Do you have any flour with you?" "Flour?" Shulan shook his head. "There's no suitable oven on the way, so carrying flour isn't useful." Lu Shi looked a bit disappointed. She hadn't seen rice in this world, only flour for making bread, which reminded her of East Asian foods from Earth. Bread and steamed buns are quite similar. They just need different cooking methods. Bread is baked, while buns are steamed. In this world, bread tends to be very hard and needs to be heated and soaked in soup to eat. Buns are much softer, but if left for a long time, they also become hard. However, buns are definitely much softer than bread. Another difference is that buns usually don't contain other ingredients, while bread often has milk, honey, butter, and other additions, giving it a sweeter taste. Buns only taste of starch. Dina asked curiously, "Can flour be used for anything else?" "Can it be used without an oven?" Lu Shi replied. "Buns and pancakes. Pancakes can be made into plain or leaven types. You can also make fried dough, meat-filled pies, and vegetable pies. Soup is the best way to eat them." "White bread still doesn't taste quite right," she sighed. Experiencing hot, freshly baked white buns is an incomplete life. She sighed longingly, wishing she could eat rice. Why don't people in this world grow rice and enjoy rice dishes? Those who don't understand the joys of rice should hurry and say goodbye to this world. Dina and Shulan exchanged a quick look, immediately deciding what to do next: find Clyde and buy flour when they reached the next human town. Xiao Yuan and the young dragon played in the creek, washing and having fun. Lu Shi took the opportunity to tidy up the vine tent, laying down grass mats and rabbit fur blankets in order. She also took out a new quilt sewn by Antasuna. The vine tent was very large, over 2 meters high. Dina probably made it bigger on purpose, considering the young dragon's presence. After packing up her belongings, Lu Shi stepped out of the tent. The other tents nearby had also been set up, with a central fire pit burning in the middle. Kagli was there, setting up a pot, surrounded by various cooking tools and ingredients laid out on the ground, waiting for Lu Shi to arrive. To nourish the Dragon Hunter mercenary group, Lu Shi chose some vegetables to make a vegetable soup without any meat. The main ingredient was a purple vegetable, like a carrot, which was the core of the soup. Under the contrast of other crispy vegetables, the purple carrot was cooked until very soft and tender. Lu Shi didn't touch the sheep's head and internal organs from the land-stone sheep. Instead, she shaved off all the meat from the sheep's leg, which Kagli then chopped into very fine, sticky mincemeat. She added salt, sugar, soy sauce, and other seasonings, mixing everything well. Then she kneaded the mixture into small lamb meatballs. The meatballs were cooked in a bone broth made from boiling bones. After cooking, Lu Shi divided them into 2 parts. One part was stir-fried with oil and vegetables, and the other was deep-fried. The vegetable soup Lu Shi made was too thick to dip bread into, but the bone broth from boiling the lamb meatballs was delicious. She tore the bread into pieces and soaked it in the broth, turning it into a completely different dish. Shulan even took out the spicy sauce Lu Shi made at noon and mixed it into a bowl, adding spice by hand. Everyone looked at the various foods in front of them, swallowing their saliva. They hesitated, unsure which to eat first, as all of them looked so delicious. "Is this really the food I can enjoy?" Dina held her bowl, feeling so happy she almost fainted. After dinner, everyone dispersed to do their own things. The vine tent, although not soundproof, was thick enough to block the wind and rain. Even in winter, it provided good warmth. Dina had nothing else to do, so she came back to chat with Lu Shi and help her with her work. At the highest point inside the tent, the hanging vine drooped slightly at the tip, resembling a hook. A lamp was hanging from it. Unlike the oil lamp used in Kova village before, this lamp emitted a bright light similar to an electric lamp on Earth, though with lower wattage. This was an elemental lamp sent by Shulan. It looked similar to a regular oil lamp but was made from more expensive materials. Its operation involved inputting a certain amount of elemental energy. After various complex magic reactions, the element lamp emits a bright light and can shine for a long time. During this period, it can be turned on and off using several mechanisms. Additionally, the element lamp has the ability to store elemental energy, so even ordinary people can use it for a long time. Compared to oil lamps that need frequent refilling and can stop working outdoors if they run out of oil, the advantage of the element lamp is that refilling is easy and simple. People without element warriors or element mages usually do not go alone into the wild. As long as there is someone who can control elemental power, the element lamp will not lose its function. The element lamp is a type of magical tool in this different world, similar to a contract pouch, and is a commonly used tool. Moreover, Shulan also casually showed many convenient elemental tools, which made Lu Shi suddenly realize that this world is not as backward as she thought from her previous visit to Kova village. This world also has items that can rival or even surpass the technology on Earth. However, their use conditions are strict, so ordinary people, who make up most of the population, cannot use them. Normally, regular mercenaries do not have many of these elemental tools. The cost is one reason, and the other is the difficulty of buying them. Even if they have money, without connections they cannot buy these tools. These items were not created for ordinary people from the start. Some may have been, but the top people in this world do not agree, so they are not accessible to most. Lu Shi is currently combing the wool she shaved from the earthstone sheep at noon. Because of the sheep's magical nature, its wool is not as dirty or muddy as on Earth, making it easy to comb. Dina came over to help. Xiao Yuan and the young dragon, who had been playing outside for a long time, also ran back. The originally spacious tent became crowded after the young dragon squeezed inside. At first, Xiao Yuan was quite hostile toward the young dragon because seeing it hatch and rush toward Lu Shi looked too much like an attack. Xiao Yuan always felt that the young dragon was a threat and kept alert to it. After walking all day, the young dragon didn't make trouble or cause problems. It obediently followed Lu Shi behind. Whatever Lu Shi asked it to do, the young dragon did without fuss. It was very well behaved, so Xiao Yuan gradually relaxed and stopped worrying. Especially after dinner, when they stayed by the small creek, Xiao Yuan took the chance to go into the water to wash. The young dragon followed, and together they caught several fish. The fish in the creek were small, only a little longer than a finger. The water was shallow, only about half a meter deep, so they couldn't catch big fish. Xiao Yuan and the young dragon caught only a few fish, which wasn't enough for so many people. It was also hard to clean them all, so Lu Shi didn't include the fish in their dinner. But Lu Shi didn't waste the fish. She put the small fish into a bucket to raise. Tomorrow morning, she planned to fry them into small dried fish snacks. Of course, Xiao Yuan wasn't easily bought over by the young dragon. After they finished fishing, the young dragon used fire magic to dry Xiao Yuan's fur. Only then did Xiao Yuan accept the young dragon, though it didn't seem very happy about it. Now, the two young ones were playing together happily. Xiao Yuan didn't mind that the young dragon kept following Lu Shi. But the two young creatures were quite big, so crowded that Lu Shi and Dina had little space to work. Lu Shi had to coax the two to go outside and continue fishing. Since the young dragon had fire magic, it could dry and keep warm, so they weren't worried about the little ones catching a cold. Once they went outside, Lu Shi and Dina finally had space to work again. Their task was simple: sort the wool from the ground sheep by softness and length, and put it into different piles. It was an easy job, one they could do while chatting. Dina looked at the wool divided into several parts and picked up the softest layer, looking surprised. I thought the wool from the ground sheep was already soft, but it turns out there's even softer wool inside. Miss Lucy, what do you plan to do with these? Dina asked curiously. She couldn't imagine what to make with loose wool. Maybe stuff it into quilts? Lucy looked at the amount of wool and said, I'll make a cushion. Making clothes probably wouldn't be enough. How do you make it? Dina was very curious. She wondered if it was like stuffing it into a quilt or something similar. After examining the softness of the wool, Dina thought it might be possible to use it. There's no rush. First, wash them all, then soak them in water for a while before doing anything else, Lucy said as he stepped out of the tent to find Shulon for tools. Well, there's no choice. Shulon's contract pouch is big, filled with all sorts of useful and useless items. Most of the time, if you need something, Shulon can usually get it for you. Although the wool from the Uthstone sheep is very clean and free of dirt, it still needs washing. It has a strong smell of the Uthstone sheep, which can be unpleasant if not cleaned properly. Shulon also has plenty of cleaning supplies. Lucy silently changed Shulon's label to Doryman because his contract pouch is just as big as Doryman's pocket. It's not a big job, so only Lucy and Dina are washing the wool by the creek. The others didn't help. Some went back to the tent early to rest, while others sat around the fire chatting. Without dense forest canopy, the moonlit night is bright enough to see everything around, even without lamps. A big fire burns in the middle of the tents, with enough wood stacked nearby to last all night. The fire keeps the temperature warm, so the night won't be cold, and people can also cook hot food whenever needed. The night watchmen are Miguel, Clyde, Kegel, and Hylan. Miguel is on duty from 10 p.m. to midnight, Clyde from midnight to 2 a.m., Kegel from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., and Hylan from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Clyde, Kegel, and Hylan have already gone back to their tents to rest. Only White, Shulon, and Miguel are still sitting by the fire, chatting. Actually, White is mostly talking alone, with Miguel responding now and then. Shulon ignores him completely, so eventually White stops talking. The three of them quietly watch Dina and Lucy by the creek, talking and laughing. They occasionally glance at the two young monsters splashing in the water, feeling like they are in two different worlds. By the time Lucy and Dina finish washing the wool and soak it in water, it's almost 11 p.m. White and Shulon have already gone back to their tents to sleep. Only Miguel remains sitting by the fire, keeping watch. Miguel keeps urging Dina to go back to her tent and rest. Dina yawns and waves goodbye to Lucy. Lucy glanced at the two young creatures still catching small fish in the water and called out twice. However, the two who were busy catching fish did not come back. Xiaoyuan shouted a couple of times at Lucy, then suddenly plunged back into the water. Lucy couldn't understand Xiaoyuan's calls, but she guessed they probably meant, Mom, I'll play for a little longer and then go home. The young dragon mimicked them and roared loudly, causing the ground around to shake twice clearly. Stop howling, Lucy waved her hands repeatedly. Do whatever you want, just don't disturb others' rest. I'm going back to sleep now. Monsters are not like humans, they don't need to sleep every day. They can sleep for several days, or go without sleep for days. Their sleep is usually light, so they wake easily. Just a short nap each day is enough to keep them energetic. So Lucy wasn't too worried about the two of them. As the only ordinary human in her team, she was the one who needed to be more careful. All the lights inside the tent went out, and the rest camp fell into a quiet, empty silence. Only the crackling of the fire and the splashing water in the creek could be heard. Miguel looked up at the night sky. Suddenly, a tent door nearby opened, and Clyde stepped out, patting Miguel on the shoulder. You go rest now. It's my turn next. Without checking the time, Miguel knew it wasn't even midnight yet. Clyde always did this, coming out a little earlier or later than scheduled and calling others to switch shifts at different times. Not insisting, Miguel smiled and responded, then got up and went back to his tent. Clyde sat down by the fire. The two young monsters in the creek probably just realized they should go back. One after the other, they carried 2 buckets of water and ran back. Clyde casually looked into the buckets. Wow, they were full of small fish. These 2 young monsters might have caught all the fish in this little creek. Go get some water and pour it in, Clyde said, knowing these young monsters understood human speech. Otherwise, the fish will die by morning and won't taste good. The young dragon was the quickest to react. It grabbed the only empty bucket outside and headed back to the creek to fill it. Watching the clumsy steps of the young dragon as it stomped around, Clyde frowned. "Can't you fly up?" The young dragon suddenly froze when it heard that, then seemed to think deeply. Suddenly, it had a bright idea and flapped its wings, lifting off from the ground. Feeling the breeze from the young dragon's wings, Clyde was a bit speechless. At least he didn't have to feel the stomping of the young dragon on the ground anymore, so that was a small relief. Xiao Yuan had just come out of the creek, still wet from the water. Her fur was damp, and when the wind from the young dragon's wings blew on her, she shivered and moved closer to the fire. Clyde looked at Xiao Yuan. He had to admit, her appearance was truly striking. As one of the most loved magical pets among humans, the silver wolf's looks were perfect. Right now, Xiao Yuan, soaked and with wet fur, blinked her bright eyes and looked pitiful and a little wronged. Anyone who saw her would feel their heart soften. "Come here." Clyde hesitated for a moment but finally spoke to Xiao Yuan. As a fire elemental warrior, Clyde could do things like dry water with fire, and he was better at it than the young dragon because he had more control over his fire. But unlike elemental mages who can control their magic from far away, Clyde could only control fire close to his body. So, Xiao Yuan had to come closer. Clyde's warm, gentle hand, glowing with fire, stroked Xiao Yuan's back. Her fluffy fur touched Clyde's hand, and the soft feel made him suddenly understand why people admired the silver wolf, who wouldn't like a plush, soft touch. The fire element Clyde controlled was warm and gentle, unlike the fierce and hot fire controlled by the young dragon. Xiao Yuan felt comfortable and couldn't help but nudge Clyde's hand. Clyde was surprised. Xiao Yuan, coming back to her senses, also froze in place, unsure how to react. But that was normal. The silver wolf was naturally a friendly species that liked close contact with humans. If Clyde hadn't previously hurt Lu Shi, Xiao Yuan would have secretly held a grudge, and she would be very friendly with everyone else. Now, she felt a bit awkward. Luckily, the young dragon flew back holding a water bucket, saving Xiao Yuan from having to figure out how to respond. They filled 2 buckets with water from the fish. Then Xiao Yuan and the young dragon crawled into Lu Shi's tent one after the other. Inside, there was no sound at all. Clyde was surprised that Miss Lucy was sleeping so deeply, not reacting even when 2 young monsters approached. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he sensed something was wrong. Anyone would not sleep so soundly outside in an unstable environment. Even the most careless person would keep some attention outside to prevent accidents. However, in Lucy's tent, there was no sound at all. After falling asleep, she didn't even turn over. Later at night, Clyde became suspicious and kept watching Lucy's tent. It wasn't until after 2 a.m., when it was time for a shift change with Kegel, that Clyde heard the sound of someone turning over inside Lucy's tent. He quietly noted the 2-hour interval, then went to wake Kegel. The morning sun shone over the resting camp, like a soft veil covering everything, making all things glow faintly. Lu Shi lifted the tent flap and stretched lazily as she stepped out. Behind her, 2 little tails followed, mimicking her and also stretching. It was not yet 5:30, and she had only slept about 6 hours since last night. That was far less than the usual 8 hours, but she woke up feeling very refreshed. Since crossing over, she seemed to need less sleep. Just 4 or 5 hours was enough to keep her energetic all day. The fire was still burning, but after a night, the flames looked a bit tired, not as vigorous as last night. Hyland sat bored by the fire, occasionally tossing in a few sticks to keep it burning. When she heard a sound, she turned and saw Lu Shi. She was surprised. She didn't expect Lu Shi to wake so early. Lu Shi waved hello and went to fetch water by the creek. She brushed her teeth, washed her face, then used water to tidy her hair. Looking at her reflection in the shimmering water, she turned sideways and braided her waist-length hair into a long, intricate braid. It wasn't just a simple braid. She wove a decorative braid from one side, adding a scarf into the middle, making it look like a fancy floral braid on her head. Her hair was so long that braiding it straight down behind her was like carrying a whip. Swinging it around was inconvenient for anything she did. She also thought about cutting her hair short. Having such long hair was really troublesome. But maybe because of her special ability, she considered her hair as part of her body. Every time she cut it, by the time it was 4 a.m., her hair would grow back to its original length. If she were like a princess locked in a tall tower, she might be able to cut her hair every day and gradually grow it longer, then use her hair as a rope to climb down. Xiao Yuan imitated her, crouching beside Shi, lowering her head and obediently licking her fur. Her silver-gray fur became even smoother from the licking. The young dragon looked around, confused. It didn't have Shi's beautiful long black hair, nor did it have soft, smooth fur. Its body was covered in hard, iron-like scales, and even licking them made its tongue hurt. Clyde came out of the tent and saw this amusing scene. Haleen greeted him. "Boss, good morning." Shi had just finished combing her hair. When she heard voices behind her, she turned around and saw Clyde coming out of the tent. She smiled and nodded at him as a greeting. Maybe because of the good lighting or the sunshine, her smile when she turned around seemed to shine brightly, making Clyde slightly stunned when he saw it. "Really beautiful, Miss Lucy," Clyde said. Clyde turned to look at White, who was sighing nearby. White's wind element made his movements light and silent. Without warning, Clyde couldn't easily sense White's presence either. Clyde stayed silent and turned away. White quickly followed, not letting Clyde go easily. "Come on, boss. Don't you think Miss Lucy is very beautiful? Aren't you a little attracted? Although marrying a noble lady is unlikely, being her lover isn't bad either. She's a noble lady with her own farm. Boss, don't you want to try?" White winked and made a funny face. For nobles, love was actually quite useless. Instead of spending a lifetime with someone they liked, they cared more about how the person carrying on the family name was able to build a family with someone who also carried a different name. As for the person you like, no one forced you to part ways with him. It's just that you lost the official, title, or status. You can still live happily together for a lifetime, although it's not always easy to stay together until the end. So, some young, energetic mercenaries have romantic stories with noble young ladies. After these ladies become noble wives, the mercenaries often become their lovers. Sometimes they're the only one, sometimes one of several. But overall, the pay is good. Even if the relationship lasts only a few years, it provides enough money to live comfortably for life. Most mercenaries wouldn't refuse such a job and can maintain the proper behavior of a lover. Only those who truly fall in love would be different. White enjoys charming different girls, but he never tries to get close to noble young ladies or wives. With the former, he gets honest and simple responses. With the latter, he probably is just a source of entertainment. Clyde, of course, wouldn't fall in love easily, or at all. But it's natural to stop and admire beautiful things. "Are you going to help out with me?" Clyde turned to look at White. The guy kept talking and complaining all the way, more annoying than a buzzing insect. No, White finally realized they were getting farther from the camp. He hesitated, about to stop, but Clyde already casually put his arm around his neck. "Don't be shy, join me." Clyde grinned wickedly. "Wait, boss."
"No, wait."
"Boss." Their voices faded away. Lucky was far enough away not to hear what they were saying. He only saw the two figures walking closer and finally leaving arm in arm. He didn't pay much attention, went back to his tent, packed his things, and started preparing breakfast. Miguel was the first to come out, while Dina was still sleeping inside the tent. Without being asked, she naturally came over to help with the food preparations. Mostly it was because last night, Xiao Yuan and the young dragon caught 2 buckets of small fish. Lucky didn't expect they had caught so many. 2 full buckets. You don't need to remove the fish scales, but the internal organs must be taken out. Although Shi plans to fry the fish to make crispy dried fish, frying the whole fish is also fine. However, there is a big difference between fish with and without internal organs, especially since the organs contain bitter substances that affect the taste. If Shi were to handle this, it would take a long time, but for Miguel, it's not very hard. With the wind element bonus, He works faster and more skillfully than Kageli. In fact, Lu Shi almost thought she saw a machine working on an assembly line. Hylan didn't just sit and watch. She also helped. She prefers using a short knife, is more experienced with it, and is faster than Miguel. Lu Shi watched them compete, and in no time, they finished processing the 2 large buckets of small fish. The pork fat brought by Shilon was used generously by Lu Shi, leaving only a small amount at the bottom. It was enough for cooking, but not enough to fry 2 large buckets of fish. However, extracting oil isn't very difficult. Luckily, they had caught a few magical creatures by the creek yesterday. They looked like very fat, enlarged field mice, plump and oily. Miguel was asked to skin, Deb won, and cut these creatures, called sand mice, into suitable pieces. Then, they added a little water to a pot and simmered the meat over low heat. Meanwhile, Lu Shi focused on processing the small fish, using ingredients like cooking wine to marinate them. Once everything was done, Dina, who was reluctant to get up, and Shilon, who had woken up the earliest, also finished washing and got ready. Dina opened the pot and looked at a large, pure white piece of fat with a shiny layer of oil inside. She looked confused and asked Lu Shi, "Miss Lucy, is this our breakfast today?" "Breakfast will be later. There's no oil yet." "I'll make some," Lu Shi said, gently pressing the meat with a spatula. As expected, the sand mice had a lot of fat and a high oil yield. Making oil without adding water is more traditional, but adding water makes the oil turn whiter and look better once it solidifies. "Is this how you make oil? Is it really that simple?" Shilon asked curiously, coming over with a thoughtful look on her face. "But I heard from the servants at home that making oil like this seems to be very complicated. It seems you need to keep using fire to roast, catching the drips of oil as they fall, without letting the meat burn." Shilon recalls the scene vividly. Compared to Lu Shi's simple method now, it's like the difference between a beggar and a noble. But this isn't the fault of people from another world. In that world, hunting monsters is harder than on Earth, so their meat is more valuable and rare. No one would waste a big piece of meat by slowly roasting it over fire to make jerky and extract the fat. Good quality tools are also very important, and most common families don't have such equipment. And having a metal pot isn't easy, especially in another world. Also, if the fire is too strong, the meat burns. To get the oil out, it needs to be cooked slowly, over low heat. But for ordinary people, firewood is a precious resource, and wasting it isn't an option. It's unclear how nobles discovered that animal fat can be eaten and tastes good. They probably don't think about refining it better since they have servants to do the work, saving themselves effort. So, commoners who make oil can only follow the nobles' orders, holding meat over the fire to roast, quickly catching the dripping fat. Burns and scalds are common. Because they roast directly over the fire, much of the fat evaporates. Only about 1/10 of the oil can be extracted, so Shilon says that animal fat is a very expensive food. Lu Shi didn't comment. Instead, he scooped the pressed oil residue into a plate and casually sprinkled some salt on it. Though dry, it smells very good. Shilon was distracted for the first time, staring at a whole pot of animal fat, surprised. "All this is oil residue? So much?" Lu Shi nodded and explained, "Actually, choosing the right monsters is important for making oil. Some monsters are very suitable for oil extraction, while others don't have much fat and can't be pressed out." "No." Shilon's lips moved slightly, but he didn't speak. "This isn't really about monsters. Come on, try it. Don't overthink. This stuff is really tasty." Dina grabbed a piece of the oil residue and quickly shoved it into Shilon's mouth. Shilon instinctively took a bite. Surprisingly, although the oil residue was dry, it wasn't hard. It melted quickly in the mouth. Yes, it melted, like solidified white oil cream turning into liquid in the mouth, but it wasn't greasy. The purest meat aroma burst in the mouth. Shilon immediately stopped thinking about other things and hurriedly reached for the plate. A plate of oil residue, and in just a few minutes it was gone, leaving an empty plate. Lu Shi stored most of the meat oil to solidify later. The remaining oil in the pot was used to fry small fish. The marinated small fish already had flavor, so no extra seasoning was needed. After frying over 2 buckets of small fish, Lu Shi was a bit tired. He didn't want to make anything new and simply reheated the vegetable soup he made yesterday, adding more broth and fewer vegetables this time. There was still a lot of oil left from frying the small fish. Lu Shi sliced some white bread and fried a few slices to change the main food. The Dragon Hunter mercenary group looked at Lu Shi and felt that this task was no longer just escort, but more like a food adventure. After the meal, everyone started packing their things. Dina snapped her fingers casually, and the vine tents on the ground instantly disappeared, turning back into seeds. Lu Shi was curious. If you don't take back the element power, will these vines always stay? Dina was surprised by the question. She thought for a moment. Probably not. Elemental magic of the wood attribute. No, actually, all elemental magic relies on the caster's mental strength to maintain. It's like gathering a certain element from the air. When the caster leaves or actively ends the mental maintenance, the gathered elements disperse and return to their original state. So, fire magic may look like igniting plants on the ground, with flames rising high, which seems dangerous. But after the fight, everything disappears, and there's no risk of large fires. There's also another case. When elements are fixed in a certain combination, meaning a specific element in the air is stabilized into a non-dispersing form, and it remains in the air permanently. For example, a water element mage can create water with their magic when there is a shortage. This water exists and won't disappear, otherwise drinking it would be pointless. However, this kind of magic requires a lot of energy and mental strength, so it's not suitable for use in battle. Like Dina, if she wanted her plant seeds to grow and stay fixed, she could use her magic to build several vine tents. The magic would make the vines grow about a few dozen centimeters long. If water element magic could make plants grow quickly with just a few spells, Dina would have already started farming instead of being a mercenary. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the members of the Dragon Hunter mercenary group gradually got to know Miss Lu, the noble lady. She is cheerful and loves to smile, but most of the time, her smile is only for 2 young magical creatures. When she interacts with the group, she always seems to have an invisible wall between her and them, making her feel distant, as if she's from a different world. Even Dina, who seems closest to her, feels the same. Lu knows a lot about many things from astronomy to geography and can often say a few words about them. But at the same time, she seems very ignorant about many basic facts. If Lu were a naive princess in a tower, unaware of the hardships of the world, that might make sense. But she also knows many things that could help the common people live better lives, which a noble lady shouldn't necessarily know. But even if Lu has many secrets, they don't really concern the members of the mercenary group. They're just on a delivery mission, and once it's over, they probably won't have many chances to meet her again. So, everyone silently agreed not to mention any suspicions about Lu. Lu was preparing lunch. Today's soup was mutton offal soup, and she had cooked a big pot. As for the sheep heads, they had been marinated the night before yesterday and roasted by Lu to share with everyone. But Lu didn't expect that sheep heads, although large in appearance, had very little meat. 2 sheep heads for so many people weren't enough. Most of the meat was gone after just tasting, and no one ate enough. The day before yesterday, Highland took Miguel and White to catch 10 of stone sheep. They brought them back for Lu Shi to roast. Including Xiao Yuan and the young dragon, everyone had a roasted sheep head. Everyone ate happily, but Lu Shi was very tired. After that, there was a large pile of lamb meat and various lamb organs. From yesterday morning until now, everyone has been eating different lamb dishes, such as grilled lamb chops, lamb meatball soup, lamb offal soup, stir-fried lamb slices, braised lamb, cold lamb offal salad, shredded lamb leg, and lamb skewers. Lu Shi made all these dishes. Dina hiccuped and covered her mouth, looking pitifully at Lu Shi. Miss Lucy, do we have to keep eating a stone sheep today? Although everything you cook is very tasty, Dina swallowed hard, looking even more sad. I feel like I can taste lamb in every hiccup now. Almost there, very soon it will be all gone, Lu Shi said casually, glancing at the half-remaining lamb ingredients. Dina also saw the big pile of lamb nearby. She wiped away imaginary tears and lowered her head to deal with the wool shaved from the stone sheep. Yes, besides the lamb meat, the biggest harvest was the wool. According to Lu Shi's memory, after washing and softening the wool, then drying it, you could knead it into yarn little by little and then weave it into cushions. At first, the dragon hunter mercenary group didn't pay much attention. Dina, sitting on the soft wool cushion, asked casually, "Miss Lucy, can this be made into clothes? It looks very warm." Lu Shi didn't even lift her head. "Yes, it can. It can be made into sweaters. But there's not enough wool, just enough for a cushion." It's hard to say whether Hylan caught so many stone sheep partly because she wanted to see what Lu Shi meant by sweater. During this rest time, besides Miguel on patrol and guard duty, and Kegel helping Lu Shi cook, everyone else gathered to spin wool. Even Clyde was among them. One stone sheep can produce a lot of wool, more than half of what a sheep on Earth can produce. But not all wool can be used. On Earth, softeners can be used to make the outer layer of wool soft, but Lu Shi didn't have such tools, so she could only choose the softer parts of the wool. That's also why she said there wasn't enough wool to make a sweater. However, the outermost wool doesn't need to be wasted. After cleaning, it can be stuffed into quilts as filling, which is more than enough. Compared to common fillings, the wool from the Earth stone sheep is much better. If monsters were easier to raise, the farming industry in this world might be quite developed. Although there are many ordinary monsters without magic, these monsters can mutate into lower-level magic monsters. When many ordinary monsters gather, mutations happen more easily. No one fully understands why this occurs. It's believed that living together can activate their bloodline powers, causing the leaders to mutate. So, raising 1 or 2 magical pets is fine, but raising a large number of monsters is very risky. Even if the owner is strong enough to handle them, who knows what kind of elemental powers the monsters might develop? If they can't be defeated, can they run away? And who has the time to watch over all of them constantly? Lu Shi honestly feels that ordinary people in this world are quite unfortunate. If they don't have the talent for elemental powers, they almost can't change their low social status. About 10 kilometers ahead, there's a human town that isn't on the map, Lin said when she returned. Clyde looked at the map. Sure enough, there was no mark for this town where Lin pointed. Dina leaned in to look and said angrily, "That dishonest map seller sold us a map from decades ago. When we get back, we must find him and settle the score." "Forget it. Even if it's a new map, they probably left out some marks," Clyde said calmly, glancing at Dina. "A complete, accurate map isn't something they can buy easily." Shulan felt a bit embarrassed. Although he was from a noble family, he wasn't from this country. The high-precision maps he had were useless here. "Later, we need to go into the town to restock supplies. Miss Lucy, do you want to come along?" Clyde looked at Lu Shi. With a young dragon present, they couldn't all enter the city at once. They needed to split into 2 groups, leaving one outside. Lu Shi had been in this world for a long time, but had never seen a human town before. She was happy for this rare chance and nodded in agreement. "Let's eat quickly. We won't have much time to rest later, so we should try to get into the city early," Clyde said immediately. Usually, after eating, people would rest for a while to digest. But now it was already noon. With Lu Shi's speed, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours to reach the town. Buying supplies would also take some time. If they delayed any longer, it might be dark by the time they arrived. Clyde didn't plan to stay overnight in the town, so he decided to save time by taking a different route. Everyone agreed without objection. They finished their lamb meal quickly and prepared to set out. Clyde looked at Lu Shi, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "Miss Lucy, you're too slow. If this continues, we might have to stay overnight in the town. If you don't mind, I can take you myself." White watched with a curious look, but out of respect for Lu Shi's identity, he didn't say anything in front of her. Instead, he kept observing Clyde, surprised that he was willing to do such a thing. Lu Shi didn't think much about it, but agreed that Clyde's suggestion made sense. Just as she was about to accept, the young dragon suddenly lowered its head and bit her clothes gently, tugging at them.
Roar, roar,
"Roar," the young dragon called anxiously. Surprised, Lu Shi turned around and looked at the young dragon. The The young dragon had a clever expression, held its head high, and took a few steps in front of her, walking with a confident stride, reminiscent of certain leaders on Earth who walk with their hands behind their backs. She tilted her head, trying to understand. Unfortunately, after thinking hard, she still couldn't grasp what the young dragon meant. Seeing her confused expression, the young dragon suddenly became urgent. Its previous confident demeanor disappeared, and it paced back and forth in front of Lu Shi, its heavy steps causing the ground to tremble slightly. Xiao Yuan watched the young dragon's performance from the side. At first, he was just as confused as Lu Shi, but then he seemed to understand the young dragon's intention before Lu Shi did. Perhaps it was a shared understanding among magical creatures. Xiao Yuan let out a couple of whines toward the young dragon, then lay down in front of it and got up again, demonstrating twice more. The young dragon widened its eyes and suddenly understood. It bent forward like Xiao Yuan, stuck its plump bottom in the air, half lying on the ground, and wagged its tail from side to side. You mean I should sit on you, and you'll carry me? Lu Shi asked uncertainly. Roar! The young dragon happily roared. Lu Shi glanced at Clyde beside her, then at the young dragon lying on the ground with its bottom in the air, seeming to say, If I don't get on, it won't get up. She agreed. All right then. Clyde didn't say a word. He watched as Lu Shi carefully climbed onto the young dragon's back and sat down. The young dragon excitedly flapped its wings, stabilized itself, and took off into the air. It showed no signs of being unable to carry her. Only then did it give a signal to the others to start moving. White walked over to Clyde and sighed, saying, such a good opportunity, but it was missed. It's really a pity. Before Clyde could swing his greatsword, White had already cast a wind spell and moved to the other side. As expected of a dragon, the young dragon carried Lu Shi, who weighed over 100 jin, without feeling heavy. It flew freely in the air. If Lu Shi hadn't called a stop in time, it might have soared several hundred meters high. The young dragon's flying speed was very fast, and it didn't look like a newly hatched hatchling at all. Lu Shi was worried that others might not be able to catch up, but she soon realized she was overthinking. Miguel carried Dina, and Kegel carried Shulan. Shulan occasionally used earth element spells to change the terrain. With White's wind spells supporting everyone, they all kept up perfectly without falling behind. As a low-level monster awakened to the wind element talent, Xiao Yuan, even as a hatchling, was faster than everyone else present. Just 20 minutes later, Lu Shi was surprised to find herself outside the human town. The journey that normally took 2 or 3 hours was shortened several times. They stopped at a place some distance from the town gate because the young dragon couldn't appear in front of others. The group quickly split into 2. Dina entered the town, while Miguel stayed behind, since they were together. One of them could go in to buy supplies. Kagri and Shulan went into the city together. White and Hyland stayed behind. Shulan is the biggest money bag in the Dragon Hunter mercenary group, so he is definitely needed for shopping. As for Kagri, he is partly a bodyguard protecting Shulan and partly a laborer carrying Shulan's luggage. Hyland didn't need to buy anything and chose to stay behind. White was forbidden by Clyde to enter the city. Last time, White almost got stuck in the town trying to trick a young girl. This time, such a thing must not happen again. Xiao Yuan can go in with you, but he has to stay, Clyde said, pointing at the young dragon and shaking his head. Lu Shi understood that the young dragon's identity was special, so she nodded without objection. The young dragon looked at Lu Shi with a reluctant expression, but it was very smart and understood from their conversation that the human town was dangerous for it. So, it didn't insist on following Lu Shi. It obediently watched Lu Shi take Xiao Yuan and the others toward the city gate. Most human towns are built inside thick, tall walls. Below a large sign that says Kawajia City, there's a wide, 10-meter gate. Well-armed guards stand in 2 lines, checking people coming and going. Actually, it's not really a check. The guards don't care who enters. They only want money. People have to pay a fee to get in. Clyde showed the guard the badge of the Dragon Hunter mercenary group. The guard glanced at the name on it casually. Lu Shi wasn't even sure if the guard read it clearly. The guard then told Clyde to take the badge back. 5 mercenaries entering the city, 500 copper coins, the guard said lazily, sounding bored. Lu Shi looked at the line beside them. There were about a dozen civilians carrying bags, ready to enter the city. The guard checked their proof and also said lazily, 13 people from Mujia village, 13 copper coins. Lu Shi. Before she could ask Dina, the guard who was checking the group saw Xiao Yuan and looked at him as if it was nothing special. He wasn't afraid at all. One magical pet silver wolf. Show the proof, he said. Clyde shook his head and handed over 2 silver coins. This is a young one I just caught. The proof hasn't been processed yet. A silver coin is worth 1,000 copper coins. Lu Shi looked at Clyde. He wasn't without copper coins. As common currency, they carried mostly copper coins. Silver coins were rarely used. Although 1 silver coin equals 1,000 copper coins, often copper coins had to be overpaid to exchange for silver coins. The guards saw the silver coin and weren't surprised. They nodded, took the money, and casually pulled out a small piece of paper about the size of a palm for Clyde, speaking without hesitation, a temporary magical pet certificate, 1 silver coin. They showed no intention of giving change to Clyde, and Clyde didn't expect any. He took the paper and led a few people toward the city. Only then did Lu Shi notice behind the guards, inside the city gate, there were 2 tables with 2 record keepers busy writing. They listened to the guards' loud reports and recorded the numbers one by one. As they walked away, Dina whispered to Lu Shi, this group of gatekeepers are all like this. If they don't get benefits, they'll block you in many ways, not letting you into the city. Sometimes they want this proof, sometimes that just delaying you. Once you give them benefits, everything is fine. We needed to get into the city quickly today and didn't have time to waste on them. Otherwise, the boss wouldn't be so generous, Dina added. While she spoke, Clyde turned around and looked at Lu Shi. The money just now, it should be okay to record it under Miss Lucy's name, right?
Huh?
Dina froze. Come on, boss. I just said you're not that generous, and now you're showing off how stingy you are in front of everyone? Dina was speechless. Lu Shi looked at Clyde deeply and nodded. She always felt that because she had loudly offered 800 gold coins that day, the leader of the mercenary group remembered it. So he was looking for a chance to make her spend a little. But the more there are, the more they itch. An 800 gold coin sum is a lot, but an extra silver coin and 600 copper coins aren't much. 1 silver coin is for the temporary magical pet certificate, 500 copper coins are for bribing the guards, and 100 copper coins are for entering the city personally. Thinking of this, Lu Shi looked at Dina. Is there such a big difference between the fees for mercenaries and civilians entering the city? The gap was 100 times. Dina nodded. Yes, most civilians earn only a few hundred copper coins a year. For them, 1 copper coin is enough for a family's daily expenses. No matter how much money they have, it's not much. If the city charges too much to enter, ordinary people won't go in. Our mercenaries are different, Dina said proudly, straightening her chest. We can earn dozens of silver coins just by doing a simple task. Actually, it's not that much. Of course, although mercenaries earn money quickly, they also spend it fast. Expenses include healing potions, weapon repairs, equipment purchases, all of which cost money. Even elemental magic devices are priced in gold coins. Even if they don't spend on equipment, they still need to buy food and drinks. Ordinary people eat black bread, but most mercenaries wouldn't want that. Nobles eat white bread, but gray bread is common, and it costs more than 10 times the price of black bread. Buying a barrel of wine costs a few silver coins, enough for 2 or 3 days. They also buy vegetables, meat, clothes, and daily necessities. That's how money gets spent. Most mercenaries are similar to ordinary civilians, just with a slightly better quality of life. However, they face more dangers. Let's split up. Meet at the city gate in 5 hours. Don't be late. Clyde took out an old, worn pocket watch from his pocket, looked at it, and saw it was 1 p.m. In 5 hours, it will be 6 p.m. usually. City gates close between 7 p.m. and 10 p.m., depending on the location. In some northern countries, it might be earlier, but generally not before 7 p.m. Shulan and Kagali naturally formed a team and already had a clear goal. After greeting each other, they left first. The remaining Lu Shi and Dina naturally formed a team with Clyde. Although Dina and Lucy could go alone, especially since both girls look good, that could cause trouble. It's better to have Clyde, who looks intimidating, accompany them. Miss Lucy, where are you planning to go? Clyde asked Lucy. Since Shulan was buying supplies, their team didn't need to buy anything extra. It was best to focus on Lucy. After all, this escort mission mainly revolves around Lucy. It's normal for everything to be centered on her. Where should I go if I want to sell something? Lucy thought for a moment. She did want to buy some things, but more importantly, she had no money. Only the gems and jewelry she carried. Sooner or later, she would need to exchange these items for money to pay the Dragon Hunter mercenary group. Knowing the value of her belongings earlier would help her plan better, like figuring out what to do if she couldn't afford 800 gold coins. Clyde guessed Lucy's plan. He didn't show any surprise, just nodded and said, I understand. He called over a clever-looking young boy sitting by the roadside at the city gate. Clyde tossed him a few copper coins. Where's the auction house in town? Sir Mercenary, please follow this way, the boy said with a big smile. He carefully kept the coins and eagerly led the way. Lucy and the others followed. The boy kept talking as they walked. He wasn't trying to find out their purpose, but casually shared news about the town, some gossip, some confirmed latest public information. For example, which noble was offering a new bounty at the Mercenary Association, or what new items were up for auction at the auction house. Most of the news related to Clyde and their destination, so no one told the boy to be quiet. Everyone listened quietly. Sir Mercenary, we've arrived. The boy stopped. Even though he didn't go too close to the auction house's big door, everyone could see the words above it. The auction house was a 3-story building, one of the tallest in the town. Lucy didn't seem very surprised. She had seen similar-sized buildings in small towns back on Earth, so it wasn't impressive to her. Even the architectural style wasn't particularly eye-catching. Her hometown was a place where all kinds of building styles could be mixed together. What was more interesting to Lucy was the environment, the atmosphere, and how people dressed and behaved around here. It felt like a full-scale virtual version of a Western fantasy game. Clyde kept watching Lucy. Seeing that she was only mildly interested in the people passing by, and that she was quite used to the tall building, he became even more certain about her identity. Although Lucy's identity should have been confirmed long ago, some of his actions along the way made people doubt him. He gave the young boy a dozen copper coins. Clyde waved his hand to let him go, but the boy didn't leave immediately. Instead, he bowed and pointed to a corner, saying, Sir Mercenary, I will stay there later. If you come out, you can call me to lead the way. I know all the places in this city. He spoke proudly. Clyde didn't refuse. He nodded and said, All right, go ahead. Lucy looked around the auction house and asked Dina, Why not go to the pawn shop? Why come to the auction house? Clyde explained, The auction house offers lower prices but doesn't cheat customers. If you don't know anyone at the pawn shop, it's hard to sell things for a good price. There was another reason Clyde didn't mention. That was, the auction house provides enough privacy. No one knows if you are buying or selling. But pawn shops usually don't, and sometimes the staff collude with black mercenaries to leak customer information. Although Clyde didn't mind trouble, it was better to avoid some problems. At the auction house entrance, 2 polite attendants stopped a few people. They carefully checked Clyde's mercenary badge, and only after confirming it allowed them inside. Once inside, a cheerful female attendant greeted them and asked their purpose. Are you here to buy or sell? If you want to buy, you can wait in the lounge on the 2nd floor. Sell? Lucy asked directly. The female attendant looked at Lucy and Clyde, quickly recognizing their identities. She smiled even more brightly and said, If you want to sell, please follow me. But she didn't lead immediately. Instead, she looked at Clyde and Dina and asked Lucy, Are these 2 also with you? I'm alone. Lucy thought for a moment and declined Clyde and Dina's company. He didn't want them to find out if he didn't get enough money from selling. All right, the female attendant said, not surprised. It was easy for her to tell that Lucy was probably a noble lady rather than a mercenary. She also saw that these people weren't exactly a team. I waved my hand in another direction, and immediately another female attendant ran over, leading Clyde and Dina toward what was probably the lounge I mentioned earlier. I didn't look around much and followed the female attendant to a room on the 3rd floor. The room was small but well-equipped. In the middle was a luxurious, soft sofa, and on the table was steaming tea. A thin, middle-aged man, wearing glasses, sat across from the sofa. When he saw me, the man stood up and extended his hand. "Hello, miss. I am Wade, the second appraiser at the Wayner's auction house." "Hello," I replied, shaking his hand briefly. I didn't introduce myself. After several business exchanges, I was used to this kind of polite greeting. Wade seemed to sense something from my actions and smiled slightly. He didn't mind that I hadn't introduced myself and waved to the female attendant to leave. Following his guidance, I sat down. Wade poured me a cup of tea before speaking. "I wonder if you have any items you'd like to sell at our auction house?" "I have some jewelry," I said, pulling out dozens of my gemstones from my pocket. For a moment, Wade looked a little disappointed, but he quickly hid it and began estimating their value. "1 gold coin," he said, grouping some pearls together. Of course, this price was per piece, not for all of them. On Earth, that would be about $10,000 per pearl, which is quite expensive. The quality was also much better than on Earth. I was satisfied. With so many, I could probably sell for over 30 gold coins. 10 gold coins, he said, holding a small gemstone. 22 gold coins, for a slightly larger gemstone. 36 gold coins, 17 gold coins, 20 gold coins, 9 gold coins, 50 gold coins, 14 gold coins, 126 gold coins, and so on. The numbers seemed small, but considering that 1 gold coin was worth about $10,000 on Earth, selling a gemstone for a couple of $100,000 was normal. The especially large or high-value gems could fetch even more. Lu Shi quietly calculated that all these gems together are worth just over 600 gold coins. It's not a high price, but still far from what she needs. If she had known earlier, she would have just offered 100 gold coins. Total is 637 gold coins. "Miss, do you have any other items you'd like to sell?" Wade announced a number that matched Lu Shi's calculation. Wade couldn't help but breathe a small sigh of relief. Although it wasn't the big order he hoped for, the total value of these gems made his effort worthwhile. Lu Shi started to think about what else she could sell. A pocket watch wouldn't work. There was her photo inside, and it was very useful for keeping track of time, which was very important. Oh, and there was a box of nearly unused makeup. Maybe she could sell that too? "Wait, do you want to buy this?" Lu Shi took out her gold handbag embedded with a huge gemstone from her pocket, then pulled out the makeup box from inside. Wade's full attention was immediately drawn to the pure gold handbag, which seemed to glow with a rich, money-like shine. He barely glanced at the makeup box and spoke eagerly. "Miss, you seem to need money quickly. Would you be willing to sell this bag? Our auction house is willing to pay 3,000 gold coins for it." "Wow." Lu Shi was surprised. Then she noticed that her bag was emitting a strong glow of wealth. She never expected that among all her items, this bag was the most valuable. "Or, if you prefer, you can leave the bag with us to auction. In 3 days, we will hold an auction. The selling price will be split 3 to 7, 3 parts to us, 7 to you." Seeing that Lu Shi didn't respond, Wade quickly added, clearly very interested in her bag. Lu Shi carefully considered. She definitely couldn't stay for the auction in 3 days. Her travel schedule was tight, and she didn't want to waste time if she didn't have to. But she couldn't fully trust Wade's offer. Clyde had said that auction houses usually offer lower prices. What does lower mean? For example, for pearls, the auction house might only offer 1 gold coin, but if she took them to a pawn shop, she could get 2 or 3 gold coins. Of course, if the pawn shop thinks the seller doesn't understand or is easy to bully, they will offer a price of just a few dozen silver coins, or even less. It all depends on who they're dealing with. The auction house is quite fair in this regard. Although their offered prices are a bit low, they won't cheat customers and ensure that buyers at least make a profit. The auction house also won't lose money. They only stand to earn more. 5,000 gold coins. Lu Shi decided to negotiate carefully and raise the price again. The elders often say that when bargaining, you should start by offering half of what you want. If you want to sell for 100, ask if 50 will do. Lu Shi thinks that sellers probably follow this rule too. So, if she offers 3,000 gold coins, she should ask if 6,000 will sell. However, Lu Shi also feels that doubling the price might be a bit too much. She hesitates and feels a little shy to speak up, so she decides to lower her offer slightly. Deal. Hearing Lu Shi's offer, Wei didn't hesitate for long and agreed with a firm nod, his face full of happiness. Lu Shi's lips part slightly, her eyes a bit blank. Oh no, she should have doubled the price directly. She shouldn't have acted on impulse. But since the price has already been spoken, Lu Shi won't regret it. 5,000 gold coins is definitely enough for her now. In Earth money, that's a full 500 million. Lu Shi blinked. What just happened? How did she suddenly have 500 million? Miss, do you have any other needs? Weed, having made a big deal with her, was especially polite when speaking to Lu Shi. Some people might not understand why a handbag could sell for such a high price. Is there some special feature of it that Lu Shi doesn't know about? No, it's simply a luxury item decorated with a large red gemstone. We'd wanted to buy this handbag from Lu Shi because their auction house could sell it to other nobles for over 10,000 gold coins at the upcoming auction. Do you understand what a luxury item is now? Lu Shi actually has quite a few needs. She figures that this auction house probably has many items, so she nods and asks, "Do you have contract pouches?" And elemental magic devices with defensive properties. Carrying so much money, it's safer to have a contract pouch. The contract pouch requires a signed agreement with the user. Only those who have signed the contract can open the pouch, except for forceful breaking. However, forceful breaking requires strong strength, at least a high-level elemental mage, and can damage the items inside. In serious cases, it might even cause all items to be lost. Most people won't choose forceful breaking easily, so the security is generally reliable. Of course, Lu Shi plans to use it only temporarily. Once she activates her special ability, she will have a built-in backpack system that is definitely better than the contract pouch. Alright, miss. Do you have any other conditions? Wei took out something that looked like a crystal panel and handed it to Lu Shi. Lu Shi's eyes twitched. This thing looks like a tablet. Do other worlds have tablets? When will phones be available? But a crystal panel is different from a tablet because it projects holograms. Before Lu Shi could see what Wade was doing, a projection of more than 10 contract pouches appeared on the crystal panel, much more impressive than a tablet. When chatting with Dina, Lu Shi learned that larger contract pouches cost more. A 1 cube meter pouch costs only 10 gold coins. For pouches smaller than 10 cubes, each additional cube costs 10 gold coins. For example, a 2 cube pouch costs 20 gold coins, a 3 cube costs 30, and so on. For pouches larger than 10 cubes, each extra cube costs 100 gold coins. For example, an 11 cube pouch costs 200 gold coins, 12 cubes 300, etc. Pouches over 30 cubes have a different price. For example, Shulon's 35 cube pouch is said to cost 7,000 gold coins. 10 cubes is enough. Buying a larger one is unnecessary, and a smaller one doesn't match her noble status. Although Lu Shi isn't worried about revealing her identity, having the status is better than not. Wade didn't waste words and removed some projections that didn't meet Lu Shi's needs. Unlike salespeople on Earth who push the most expensive items, Wade carefully followed Lu Shi's requirements, which made her very satisfied. She chose a projection at random from the few that differed only in shape and pattern, a silver-white design embroidered with a silver wolf. Since entering the auction house, Xiao Yuan has been following Dina around. Because Lu Shi thought she might be too busy to take care of Xiao Yuan, she asked Dina to look after it. Xiao Yuan is sensible and caring, so there's no need to worry about it disobeying or causing trouble. Wade was tapping repeatedly on the projection selected by Lu Shi. After doing something, he smiled and said, "Okay, it will be delivered soon." "Do you have any specific requirements for the defensive element magic device, miss?" "Something like clothing, preferably a long robe," Lu Shi replied. She thought of the mage robes worn by Shilon, which could be worn outside, and were easy to change and wash. That would be very convenient. "Understood," Wade said, lowering his head to operate on the crystal board. The projection of the contract pouch disappeared, replaced by images of more than 10 long robes. The styles included both with and without hoods. The colors were mostly black, white, and gray. Lucy looked at them for a while and liked one black hooded cloak. She asked about the price. Since this type of clothing is a kind of element magic device, it's considered a consumable, so it's not very expensive. Except for some especially beautiful styles, prices generally range from a few dozen to a few hundred gold coins. 130 gold coins, Wade said with a smile. But since you've provided us with quite a few good things this time, I'll make the decision and charge you only 100 gold coins. It's just a sales tactic, not very meaningful, but saving some money is good. Lucy thanked him, and then thought of something. She asked, "Do you sell magical pets here?" "Of course," Wade replied immediately. "We have a wide variety of magical pets, including common species." "What kind are you interested in?" "Dragons, do you have those?" Lucy asked half-jokingly. "Miss, you're joking. Dragons are creatures we don't usually deal with," Wade said with a couple of polite laughs. "Baby dragons are not okay?" Lucy asked curiously. "We don't have those at the auction house," Wade answered carefully. "But I heard the Mercenary Guild has some bounties for baby dragons, which can be worth several thousand gold coins. You might try posting a bounty there." Lucy nodded and then asked, "Do you have any element magic devices that can make other magical pets look like dragons? I have always felt uneasy leaving the young dragon exposed. Since this strange world already has many unusual things, maybe there are some magical tools that can change the appearance of the young dragon." Wade thought carefully and asked, "Miss, are you looking to change your magical pet's body shape temporarily, or just want a different perspective?" "We have two types of magical tools you can look at. The body-changing tool allows the magical pet to temporarily alter its shape. Whether touched or moved, it takes on the new form, but the change only lasts for about half an hour. You can use it once a day. It costs 5,000 gold coins. The perspective-changing tool uses illusion magic to alter how others see the magical pet. The pet's body remains the same. It's like casting a shadow over it. This tool is cheaper, costing only 300 gold coins, and it lasts a long time, up to 24 hours a day, so it can be used continuously. However, this illusion tool cannot fool advanced element warriors or mages. While it can't see through the actual body, the fluctuating elemental energy in the tool can be sensed by skilled magic users. "Can I also use this?" Lucy pointed to the second magical tool, which looked like a large badge about 10 centimeters in diameter, engraved with complex patterns resembling an elemental magic circle. Wade paused and said, "That illusion badge needs elemental energy to activate." "Miss, you probably can't use it. It's easy to tell the difference between element mages, element warriors, and ordinary people." Wade was sure that the noble lady in front of him was just an ordinary human. Lucy understood. It's not that she can't use it because she's not human, but because she doesn't know elemental magic. "I'll buy it," Lucy decided without hesitation. If she can't use it, that's okay, as long as the young dragon can. Soon, everything Lucy needed was delivered. A new maid brought in a tray covered with a red cloth. On the tray were the contract pouch, the defensive elemental robe, and the illusion badge. There were also 2 crystal cards and a pile of gold and silver coins. Under Wade's guidance, Lucy successfully signed the contract, gaining ownership of the contract pouch. The steps involved signing on a special contract paper, dripping blood to make a seal, and then placing the paper on the pouch. The contract paper quickly merged into the contract bag and disappeared, completing the process easily. The defense element robe and illusion badge did not require these steps. They could be used immediately. "Miss Lucy," Wade naturally noticed the name written on the contract paper and politely addressed her, then handed over 2 crystal cards. "This is a 5,000 gold coin crystal card. You can use it at any human town." Lucy picked up the crystal card, which was slightly larger than an ID card. It was light purple and very pretty, with only a violet flower design on it, probably a family crest. She looked at the other crystal card, which was light gold. Wade explained to Lucy, "This is our Wayner's Auction House's gold VIP card. It records all your purchases with us. Showing this card at any Wayner's Auction House grants you VIP treatment, for example, access to a private lounge, discounts on purchases, and free entry to auctions. Yes, Each auction requires either a VIP card or an entrance fee. Lucy stored the 2 cards carefully, then looked at the scattered gold coins. After selling the bag for 5,000 gold coins, jewelry for 637 gold coins, and spending 100 gold coins on the contract bag, 100 gold coins on the defense robe, and 300 gold coins on the illusion badge, she had 137 gold coins left. Total here is 136 gold coins. I took the liberty of exchanging 1 gold coin for 100 silver coins, Miss Lucy. I hope you don't mind, Wade explained.
Thank you, Lucy replied.
Even if Wade hadn't done this, she was planning to exchange some small change anyway. Large amounts of gold are inconvenient for shopping. It was clear Wade was very perceptive. After packing everything, Lucy followed the female attendant down to a restroom on the 2nd floor to meet Clyde and Dina. In the lounge downstairs, there were only a few wooden chairs. Although they looked quite good, coming from the luxurious room upstairs, Lucy found this lounge quite simple. Xiao Yuan excitedly circled around Lucy several times. Lucy had just changed into the defense robe, and Xiao Yuan looked very curious and fresh, sniffing all around her front, back, and sides. Clyde saw that Lucy looked different, but said nothing. He stood up and prepared to leave with a few people. Dinara also looked at Lucy and said, Miss Lucy, this element robe looks really nice, but it doesn't match your inner clothes very well. Let's go buy some new clothes later. Although Dinara was a bit impulsive, Lucy simply looked down and agreed with her suggestion. Lucy was wearing clothes she brought from Kova village. The clothes of other girls didn't fit her well, and the fabric was poor, making them uncomfortable to wear. Now that she had money in her pocket, buying a few new clothes was a normal expense. Lucy wasn't the type to save money at her own expense unless necessary. Let's go to the mercenary guild first. After leaving the auction house, Clyde interrupted the girls' discussion about how to choose clothes. Why are we going there, boss? Dinar asked curiously. Miss Lucy, I believe you now have enough money to pay for the reward, Clyde said, ignoring Dinar and looking at Lucy. She could buy elemental magic tools and a contract pouch, so it didn't seem like she was out of money. Lucy didn't say anything and looked at Clyde, waiting for his explanation. Since you now have enough money, please go to the mercenary guild and officially post a bounty, Clyde said, brushing his hair and sounding a bit annoyed at the end. Dinar suddenly realized. Oh, right. The mercenary points too. She explained that mercenaries take bounty missions at the mercenary guild. Completing different missions earns different amounts of points. The more points they have, the more bounty missions they can accept. If they accept a mission but fail to complete it, points will be deducted as punishment. To upgrade the mercenary group's level, they also need to reach a certain point total. The previous Dragon Egg bounty mission for the Hunter Dragon mercenary group failed after the hatchling was born. That mission offered a very high reward, which meant a lot of points would be deducted if they failed. After losing so many points, the Hunter Dragon mercenary group wouldn't be able to accept bounty missions at their current level for a while, and their group level might even drop. Let Lucy go to the mercenary guild to officially post the escort mission, which is also a way to help their Dragon Hunter mercenary group recover some points. After all, a reward of 800 gold coins is quite a lot. Lucy has no objections. Anyway, she has money now and feels secure. Officially posting the bounty at the mercenary guild is also a form of protection for her, so there's no need to refuse. This is like a verbal agreement versus a formal contract. The latter is more reliable. The mercenary guild is a 2-story building. It doesn't look as luxurious as an auction house, though even in Lucy's eyes, the auction house isn't very impressive. The main door is casually open, without the careful checks typical of an auction house, as if anyone can walk in. Clyde tossed a dozen copper coins to the little boy guiding him. This time, Clyde didn't make him wait at the door, and the boy didn't suggest it either. The mercenary guild isn't as safe as an auction house. The auction house, to protect its image, only bans dirty, stray children from approaching but doesn't harm them. But some of the mercenary elders coming out of the guild don't care about stray children. There are plenty of stories about them getting drunk and randomly fighting or killing people. As soon as Lucy stepped into the guild, a loud, harsh noise suddenly rang in her ears. Such a loud sound outside would normally be noticeable, but here it was muffled, probably because of some soundproof magic array or magic device to prevent unwanted noise from escaping. Lu Shi frowned and looked around. The place looked more like a tavern that welcomes everyone rather than a proper guild hall. The smell of alcohol was strong and unpleasant. In the center, there were round tables filled with people, men dressed in various clothes, some shirtless, some in leather armor, others in full armor, raising huge wine cups, laughing loudly or cursing. There were also some rough-looking female mercenaries sitting at the tables, drinking and competing in drinking games, but they were few. On the left side, a long row of wine cabinets and a bar, with many people sitting quietly, mostly lone rangers, drinking or eating in peace, unlike the loud crowd in the middle. On the right side, there was only a small counter, like a cashier's desk. Behind it sat a young girl, probably in her early 20s, with a delicate appearance. On the blank wall beside the counter, neatly hung sheets of sheepskin paper could be seen from afar, with the words, "Bounty Missions," clearly visible. After entering the mercenary guild, Clyde kept walking quickly at the front. His tall, strong figure blocked the view of Dina and Lu Shi behind him. Almost as soon as Clyde stepped into the guild, most of the people's eyes turned to look at him. The atmosphere paused for a moment before returning to normal. Lu Shi keenly noticed these changes, but couldn't tell if people thought Clyde was harmless or dangerous. As Clyde moved forward, Dina and Lu Shi gradually became visible to others. Dina was fine. Her appearance was delicate, and many people's attention was on her mage robes, trying to judge her threat level. Lu Shi, however, was a different story. Her beauty was far beyond ordinary, with very fair skin, clearly indicating she was not an average person. Her features, though slightly westernized, still retained an Eastern charm. Black hair and dark eyes, giving her a cool, mysterious aura. Many people's gazes shifted with her movements, and the sounds of drinking decreased. Some even seemed ready to act until they saw Clyde in front of Lu Shi, which made them pause and hold back from doing anything inappropriate. Dina tried to block some of the view for Lu Shi, but she was not tall enough to hide much. "This place's atmosphere is really annoying," Dina muttered. She didn't speak quietly, but in the noisy guild, Lu Shi almost didn't hear her. Lu Shi didn't reply. She simply looked coldly at the gazes from all directions, making brief eye contact with their owners, showing no weakness or fear. She wasn't fearless, but she understood some truths. The weak would be bullied. So, no matter how scared she felt inside, she kept her cool and maintained a strong front. As a result, many people quickly looked away, observing her with only their peripheral vision. Xiao Yuan felt a little scared as she moved closer to Lu Shi. She was just a few months old, and although her nature made her want to be near humans, she could sense the dangerous malice in the air more clearly than Lu Shi could. Despite this, her instincts made her want to run away, but her awareness pushed her to stand in front of Lu Shi, as if protecting him. "I'll kill you." A man with a face full of scars, bare-chested and covered in wounds, threatened Xiao Yuan. His killing intent was obvious, and his fierce gaze was fixed on Lu Shi. Xiao Yuan trembled all over, unable to help but shake with fear under his threat. This was her natural reaction, and she couldn't control it easily. Lu Shi stopped walking and looked coldly at the man. His gaze was so icy it seemed to have no warmth. Although he was just an ordinary person without elemental powers, somehow, his stare made the man feel a sense of danger. Clyde also stopped when the man spoke and looked over. His expression was calm, showing no strong emotion. The threat to Xiao Yuan didn't make him angry. He simply looked at the man with a steady gaze, but his own strong power made his eyes seem threatening too. The man and Clyde stared at each other. After a moment, the man looked away first and stepped back, showing a sign of retreat. The tense atmosphere in the air eased, and the small conflict ended peacefully. In this world, the levels are very simple. Monsters are classified as normal, low, mid, or high level. Humans are also divided into in turn, low, mid, or high level. Because there are so few levels, the differences between them are very big. Even within the same level, the gap can be huge. For example, Clyde, a mid-level elemental warrior, although he never mentioned it himself, is rarely challenged by others of the same level. He is also the most likely to advance to a high-level elemental warrior. The members of the Dragon Hunter mercenary group respect Clyde because of his strength. For instance, Hylian, also a mid-level elemental warrior, is no match for Clyde and can't even last many moves against him. White, a mid-level elemental mage, might do a little better, but his ability to fight Clyde depends on the natural suppression of elemental mages over elemental warriors. At lower levels, the difference is very clear. However, after reaching intermediate level, the gap becomes smaller. Once at advanced level, there is hardly any difference, and elemental warriors can even be stronger than elemental mages. This is because elemental warriors have a low entry threshold but are hard to advance, while elemental mages have a high entry threshold but are easier to level up. In the current mercenary guild, among the people present, Clyde is confident he has no rivals. Even if that man is also an intermediate elemental warrior like him, Clyde believes he can defeat him within 10 moves. If Clyde weren't confident in his strength, he wouldn't have taken on the bounty to steal the dragon egg. After the man looked away, Clyde turned to glance at Dina and Lu Shi. He caught Lu Shi's cold, unrelenting gaze, which made him pause slightly. In his memory, whether from the brief encounters in Kova village or during these days traveling together, Lu Shi has always been a very good-tempered, noble lady. She doesn't mind occasional rude behavior and doesn't expect others to do things for her. She prefers to handle things herself and is easy to talk to. Her smile is warm, and her attitude towards others is gentle. Clyde had never seen her with such a dangerous expression. Frankly, this kind of Lu Shi seems more fitting for a noble lady. Nobility is never a flattering word. After exchanging glances, Clyde was the first to nod, and then moved to the front again. Lu Shi relaxed her emotions slightly, lowered her eyes, gently patted Xiao Yuan's head to comfort her, and followed Dina. Dina angrily clenched her fist at the man who scared Xiao Yuan, muttering some rude words. Luckily, the surrounding noise was loud, so Lu Shi didn't hear clearly. Otherwise, she might have to re-evaluate her impression of Dina. The man shot a glance at Dina but, respecting Clyde, ignored her provocation. Dina snorted fiercely, then stood beside Lu Shi, head held high, showing no sign of retreat. This was a survival rule among mercenaries. Never show weakness. When Dina first became a mercenary, she was a young girl easily scared and afraid. Then, those people started to bully and tease her even more. Later, after seeing Hylian handle these situations calmly, Dina gradually changed her attitude. Now, she can live well within the mercenary guild. Hylian's way was to forcefully press the head of the man who dared to tease her down onto the table. Actions speak louder than words. Miss Lucy, don't mind them. The boss is here, so they can't do much. Don't worry. Dina comforted Lu Shi, who nodded and looked around at those who no longer dared to meet her gaze directly. Actually, she wasn't very worried. After all, this is the Mercenary Guild, a place under the control of a large power. Although many different people are here, their noisy behavior doesn't seem chaotic, which shows there is some order here that prevents trouble. Most importantly, Lu Shi has money. This is also the place where bounties are posted. She can always issue new tasks to find someone to do her work. Even tasks like stealing a dragon egg can be posted. Lu Shi doesn't think it's too much to post a task to beat someone up badly. Based on what Dina said about bounty prices, such tasks usually cost only a few gold coins. Lu Shi can easily afford that. Unaware of Lu Shi's cold gaze just now, Dina still saw her as a fragile noble lady who needed protection and kept trying to comfort her. Clyde knocked on the counter. The young girl inside, who was reading a book, looked up and gave a somewhat indifferent smile. Hello, what service do you need? When Lu Shi and Dina stepped into the counter area, they immediately noticed the surrounding sounds dimmed significantly. It seemed this place had a soundproofing feature, which explained why the girl could still read her book. Reward task notarization, Clyde said straightforwardly. Okay. How much is the bounty? Who is the issuer? What's the specific content? The young girl took out a crystal board that looked familiar to Lu Shi and operated it like a keyboard. 800 gold coins. The task is to escort someone. Clyde turned to look at Lu Shi, who stepped forward confidently. I am the issuer. The young girl paused, looked up at Clyde and Lu Shi, and put away the crystal board. The bounty amount is large and requires a contract check. Please come upstairs with me. Because the Mercenary Guild uses a point system, points are very important. This sometimes leads to people faking bounty missions to increase their points. A bounty of 800 gold coins is already one of the highest in their guild, and the points are also high. So, some kind of verification is needed before officially issuing the mission. Lu Shi was taken alone to a room filled with traces of various magic arrays. An older man was in charge of the process. The old man's eyelids drooped, and he showed no reaction to Lu Shi's arrival. When Lu Shi sat in the middle chair as the young girl requested, the old man finally spoke, his voice hoarse like rusty gears turning. Name, Lu Shi. How much is the bounty? 1,000 gold coins, later changed to 800. What is the mission about? Hiring the Dragon Hunter mercenary group to escort me to the farm. Where's the farm? I don't know exactly, only the general area. It needs to be found. Lu Shi was surprised. She sat there, listening to the questions, and felt she could only answer honestly. She couldn't tell a lie. The room's purpose seemed to be to verify truthfulness. Of course, if she didn't want to answer, she could stay silent. The magic arrays only made her tell the truth, not force her to speak. But if she refused to answer, it meant her answers might be suspicious. Fortunately, the old man's questions followed a fixed process and didn't involve private information. Soon, the questioning ended. The young girl took a piece of sheepskin paper from the old man and then led Lu Shi out of the room to the lounge where Clyde and Dina were. The contract check is complete. This bounty mission can now be notarized. This is the contract. Both parties, please sign. The young girl handed the sheepskin paper to Clyde. The signing process was similar to when Lu Shi signed a contract at the auction house before. After both signed, Lu Shi suddenly felt a blurry sensation in her mind. Carefully sensing the situation, I realized that the parchment I just read all the agreements on included not only the task details but also restrictions like do not harm the employer and a mark indicating the task's completion. However, this mark cannot be touched. It seems it will only change when Lu Shi genuinely believes from the heart that the task is finished. Lu Shi handed the recently acquired crystal card to the young girl. She then took out a device similar to a card reader. After swiping, Lu Shi watched the number on the screen change from 5000 to 4200. Feeling a bit upset, Lu Shi kept a calm face. Dina was surprised and opened her mouth wide, not expecting Lu Shi to have so much money after leaving the auction house. The bounty has been received. It will be transferred to the Dragon Hunter Mercenary Group's account after the employer confirms the task is complete. Do you have any other requests? The young girl's smile became more genuine. With such a large reward, she could earn more this month. The 800 gold coins for the task between Lu Shi and the Dragon Hunter Mercenary Group were all given to the group privately. But officially publishing it through the Mercenary Guild would cost a lot of fees, and part of the payment would go to the guild. After all, things like notarizing bounties cost a lot of money. Plus, notarization earns points, which the Dragon Hunter Mercenary Group currently needs. Failure notarization for the bounty. Clyde stood up. This matter didn't require Lu Shi's involvement. About 10 minutes later, Clyde returned. They had completed everything needed at the Mercenary Guild. There were 2 hours left before 6 p.m. With 2 hours remaining, Lu Shi spent the time simply shopping. Honestly, shopping really makes people happy, especially when the wallet is full. A complete set of good quality clothes cost only a few silver coins, the most expensive being just over 10 silver coins. Of course, Lu Shi and Dina didn't go to stores that sell noble clothes. They went to the kind frequented by mercenaries. The styles weren't very fancy, but the quality was solid. Noble, glamorous clothes are beautiful but not very practical for action, and they cost dozens of times more. Lu Shi didn't hesitate and chose the store Dina recommended. The shop didn't have many customers, or rather, shops that sell clothes like this usually don't have many people visiting. This isn't the era on Earth. Here, people wear clothes for only a few days before buying new ones. In this world, even if clothes get damaged, they can be repaired and worn for many years. Mercenaries often live outdoors, so their clothes wear out quickly. They come to buy new clothes from time to time. Otherwise, the clothes in the shop are probably still the latest fashion from 10 years ago. She bought more than 10 sets of clothes at once. Her contract bag has enough space, so she can store hundreds of outfits if she wants. Later, Dina took Shi to a jewelry shop. The shop sold two kinds of items: ordinary jewelry and magical accessories that look like jewelry. Most of these were small trinkets, not as powerful as the protective robes and illusion badges Shi bought at the auction house. For example, there was a ring that looked like a lighter. When you twist the crystal decoration on it, it can produce a flame about 3 centimeters long. It's enough to start a fire with wood. It was sold for 20 silver coins. At first, it was priced at 1 gold coin, but it didn't sell well, so the price was lowered to 20 silver coins. When it still didn't sell, the owner decided to reduce it further to 10 silver coins. There was also a hollow metal ball about 20 centimeters in diameter. When you twist the mechanism in the middle, it can release wind magic in all directions. Its power is roughly level 4 or 5 wind magic, basically a spherical fan. It was originally priced at 10 gold coins but was now selling for 1 gold coin. Shi hesitated a little. "I'll take the 10 silver coins one." Dina was surprised and looked up, watching Shi bargain with the shop owner. Her expression changed from shock to admiration. 20 silver coins is the lowest I can go. Shi shook her head and pointed to the lighter ring. "If you give me this as a gift, I'll add 5 silver coins." The shop owner hesitated but finally agreed. These items weren't very useful, and those who could afford them didn't need them, while those who needed them couldn't afford to buy. He had been holding on to these for too long. Shi also asked for a simple wooden stand as a gift. The owner happily agreed, since the wooden stand only cost a few copper coins and wasn't valuable. At 6 in the evening, when they met at the city gate with Xiulan and the others, Dina was still looking at Shi with admiration because Shi helped her negotiate and buy an elemental magic device she wanted but couldn't afford. After finding a suitable resting spot a few kilometers outside the town, everyone began preparing dinner and getting ready to rest. Shi hung the illusion badge on a silver chain she had just bought and placed it around the young dragon's neck. Following Dina's instructions, she activated the illusion badge. Considering the young dragon's size, Dina set the illusion to make it look like a dragonbird beast, a magical creature similar in shape to a dragon and capable of flying. The downside is that dragonbird beasts are usually very temperamental and hard to tame. They can be dangerous and may hurt people. The permit to enter human towns costs more than 10 times what it does for a small dragon. But that's okay. Shi now has money. Shi felt a little regretful. She had only spent a short time in the human town, visited just a few shops, and only saw a small part of the town. She didn't learn much. "Miss Lucy, we've bought the flour. What should we do next?" Xiulan shyly approached Shi and spoke. He and Kajali were responsible for gathering supplies, including some tools Shi requested, like a larger set of pots and a steamer. Of course, in this world, there is no steamer. Shi just asked Xiulan to find something similar in shape. Xiulan was more direct. He spent money at the blacksmith shop and had them make a set according to his specifications. The items were simple and didn't take long to make. By 6 o'clock, they were delivered to the city gate. Besides that, he bought many other things Shi didn't mention. They might be useless, but they are essential. Xiulan's true personality. Shi didn't mind. She had been eating bread so much she was tired of it. Now she finally had a chance to improve her taste, and she was very happy. To ferment the flour, people usually use yeast or leftover dough from the last fermentation. But Shi didn't have either, so she used white vinegar instead, which also works for fermentation. She mixed the flour with water, added a little white vinegar, and kneaded it continuously until it formed a large, non-sticky dough. Then she placed it in a basin, covered it, and waited for it to ferment. Because it was quite hot, it took about 2 hours to finish everything. After asking everyone's opinion, no one minded eating later. So Shi confidently started instructing Kajali to knead the dough. This tiring and troublesome task couldn't be left to Shi, who still had to prepare other dishes. Considering dishes suitable for steamed buns, Lucy took advantage of the rare free time to pickle some vegetables, cucumbers, eggplant with garlic, salted radish, and so on. Knowing that Shulon loved spicy food, Lucy also specially pickled a jar of ghost hand chili peppers. Shulon's eyes lit up with excitement, while others' eyelids twitched nervously. Once these were done, the dough was almost ready to be steamed. The large pot below had already boiled water. Lucy divided the dough into small pieces, placed them in a steamer basket, and steamed them. Since steaming buns takes some time, Lucy casually made a vegetable soup and cooked a few plates of lamb. Although the soup and meat were prepared quite simply, they still smelled very fragrant. However, everyone's attention kept drifting back to the big steamer basket. A completely different aroma from white bread or black bread wafted out. It wasn't the fresh sweetness of vegetables, but still very refreshing. The flavor was not strong and was hard to describe, but it made people feel deeply drawn. Finally, Lucy confirmed the buns were steamed perfectly. She lifted the lid, and hot steam along with the aroma of the buns burst out. The buns were soft, like clouds in the sky. They could be easily torn apart without dipping in sauce. Biting into them required little effort, and even chewing became a pleasure. At that moment, the 7 otherworlders experienced the greatest shock of their lives. I never want to eat white bread again. A month later, Lucy finally reached the last marker of the beginner quest guide. The farm's location was shown just a few dozen kilometers ahead. After confirming the farm's position, the members of the Dragon Hunter mercenary group looked at each other with complicated expressions. During this month, they enjoyed all kinds of delicious foods they had never tasted before. Everyone's weight had increased by several pounds. Dina even noticed her belt was getting tight a couple of days ago, while Hylan quietly increased her daily activity. The other men also realized they had gained weight, but they weren't as worried as the women. After all, there wouldn't be so many tasty foods anymore, and they could lose weight later. Lucy ate quite a bit of food herself, but luckily she could refresh her body back to its original state every day, so she didn't have to worry about gaining weight. Dina was very jealous of this. When they reached the farm, it meant the escort mission was over. Their Dragon Hunter mercenary group probably wouldn't get to enjoy such delicious food again, which made everyone feel a bit complicated. Another point is that they finally found the farm, which was really not easy. There's probably nothing else ahead, right? Clyde looked at Lucy with a complicated expression. The fact that he looked like this showed how troublesome the journey had been. Lucy bit her lip and shyly looked away. Probably. Normally, it would take at least 3 months to reach this place by walking, but ever since the young dragon discovered it could carry Lucy and fly, she never walked again. If Dina and Shulon, the element mages, hadn't been unable to walk faster, the trip could have been even shorter. But those weren't the real problems. The problem was Lucy's guidance. She could only see the arrow pointing to the beginner task guide and didn't know whether the path ahead led to a forest, a lake, a valley, or a basin. The young dragon carried Lucy and flew wildly all the way. The members of the Dragon Hunter mercenary group could only keep chasing without stopping, unable to explore the terrain ahead in advance. So, they started crossing the vast lake, the borderless marshlands, climbing the boiling mountain peaks, and passing through valleys full of May wind monkeys. In just a month, they experienced adventures that normally would take a year. The changing terrain was mostly just a small problem, harder to walk on, a bit more dangerous, but if they accidentally ran into a nest of social monsters and were chased all day and night, that was no longer just a danger. Lucy didn't expect that the beginner task guide was actually more unreliable than some unscrupulous navigation tools. At least those would mark places you couldn't go and plan a rough but workable route. The beginner task guide only had a series of markers. No matter how you chose your route, you had to reach these markers. But these markers could appear anywhere, and it wasn't clear what they relied on to decide where to place them. Overall, this exciting and thrilling journey is about to reach its end. Whether there will be more problems in the next few dozen kilometers or not, everything will happen as expected. New Player Guide Task January 13th. After receiving your grandmother's gift, you decide to leave home and check out the farm. System notification. Player has arrived at the farm. Task complete. Rewards. 100 experience points. Backpack feature unlocked. System tip. Player level has increased to level 1. Lu Shi's eyes shift from the task panel that popped up in front of her, slowly looking into the distance. She sees a lush green field stretching out before her. Each plot is neatly divided into equal parts, with unknown plants gently swaying in the breeze. Occasionally, small figures appear among the crops. In the center, there is a solid stone road that is wide and smooth. Following this main road, she sees various buildings that look like a small village, with houses of different sizes and shapes arranged in a neat, staggered manner. Surprisingly, there are no tall city walls here. Instead, there are only short walls less than a person high, which seem more like fences marking private yards rather than defenses against danger. New Player Guide Task February 13th. After arriving at the farm and realizing you know nothing about it, you decide to meet the farm manager, Ro. Find Ro to learn about the farm. Reward: 100 experience points, a beginner's gift pack, new player guide. The farm map has been activated. Please open it to view. While observing the farm, a new task suddenly appeared. After reading the instructions under the new player guide, Lu Shi turned her attention to the game panel. In the top right corner, there is a map feature. However, it was previously gray and locked, indicating it was not yet activated. When Lu Shi arrived at the farm, this map feature, which she desperately needed before but no longer did, finally became active. Lu Shi felt a bit frustrated. She looked down at Xiao Yuan, whose eyes were full of wonder, and at Zhuazhua, who was gazing at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Oh, Zhuazhua is the name of the young dragon. The word Zhuazhua means brightness on earth, but it also has the meanings of being bald and fat. Lu Shi thought it was a very fitting name for the young dragon. Compared to the shiny, tough scales on adult dragons, the scales on young dragons are also strong but appear duller and look almost bald. Let's go, Xiao Yuan, Zhuazhua, Lu Shi said as he took the lead and headed toward the farm. The members of the Dragon Hunter mercenary group did not escort Lu Shi into the farm. Instead, they confirmed that the task was complete outside the farm, ending this exciting and delicious escort mission. There was no unnecessary talk and no formal goodbye. Some people stopped, while others kept walking forward. Lu Shi carefully checked the system map. His location was directly east of the farm, at one of its entrances. The farmland on both sides of the entrance was beyond what the map showed, so the exact amount was unknown. Following the main road into the village, Lu Shi saw that the terrain on the left was lower, with more houses, while on the right, the land was higher, with fewer houses but better buildings. The leader, Loam, was in a courtyard further inside on the right. Lu Shi, along with Xiao Yuan and Zhuazhua, entered the open courtyard. All the gates of the houses here seemed to be wide open, as if no one was worried about theft. On the left side of the yard was a small pond with a few unknown fish swimming and occasionally jumping out, creating splashes. Near the corner on the right was a storage room with some firewood stacked on both sides. Behind it was a small vegetable field, well tended and full of healthy plants. An old man with gray hair and dark brown skin was watering the crops with a water scoop. Above him, a large sign clearly read Loam. Lu Shi was about to ask a question when he saw the name. He suddenly felt speechless. What was there to ask? It was all right in front of him. Cough, hello, Lu Shi greeted. When Loam heard his voice, he turned around as if he had just noticed Lu Shi. Even though Lu Shi was walking loudly with Xiao Yuan and Zhuazhua, Loam seemed completely unaware. He only responded after Lu Shi made some action to trigger a conversation. This is definitely not a real person. Lu Shi immediately made a judgment. In this farming game, there are more than 20 NPCs filling the story, and they can also help the main character with some tasks. It seems that the residents here are these NPCs. Oh, you must be Miss Lucy, Roam said with surprise, like a friendly elder, speaking warmly. You look very much like your grandmother, Lady Charlotte. I almost thought I was seeing her in her youth. As he spoke, Roam suddenly looked sad. Sorry, Miss Lucy. Please forgive this old man. Sometimes I can't help but think about the past. Before Lady Charlotte left, she always hoped to pass the farm to you. She believed you could take good care of everything here. Lu Shi was momentarily stunned. Roam's reaction seemed very genuine, not like a scripted NPC. Could she be wrong? Oh, Miss Lucy. After Lady Charlotte passed away, the farm's original name was abandoned. Please give the farm a new name. Roem quickly shifted to another topic, from his sadness to the task at hand. Lucy didn't answer right away. She looked at the new task panel that popped up. Beginner Guide Task March 13th. You have met the farm manager, Roem. He now asks you to give the farm a new name. Please name the farm. Task Reward. 100 experience points. Unlocks check-in system. The previous task was marked as completed, and the reward was automatically added to the system backpack. The system backpack is different from the contract pouch. It isn't based on capacity, but on the number of slots. Each slot can hold one item, and identical items can be stacked. Lucy hasn't tested the maximum stack size yet, but it should be similar to the original farming system. The system backpack initially has 50 slots, which is quite generous. More slots can be unlocked by completing tasks or making in-game purchases. Whether by grinding or spending real money, both are normal ways to play the game. Lucy didn't respond, so Roem kept his position, motionless, giving the impression that if Lucy didn't talk, the story couldn't continue. Spirit Farm. Lucy thought for a moment and quickly came up with a name. This name comes from the Book of Songs, specifically from the section Great Elegance Spirit Terrace, and roughly means the first ancient zoo in the East, even though the concept of a zoo didn't exist at that time. Begin at Spirit Terrace. Manage it well. Common people will work on it, and it will be completed soon. Do not rush the start, and the common people's children will come. King at Spirit Enclosure. Deer lie in hiding. Deer are clean and bright. White birds chirp happily. The king is at the spirit pond. Fish leap in the water. Drums and bells are played, and the music is lively. The drums sound loudly, and the musicians perform. Talking about drums and bells, the name of the young dragon, Zhuozhua, also appears here. That's a really good name, Roem responded. As he praised, the system notified that the task was completed, and the reward was automatically given. A level-up prompt also appeared. System tip. Player level increased to 2. Miss Lucy, Lady Charlotte left a house for you on the west side of the farm, so you can live there. Would you like to see it? Roem smoothly moved on to the next topic. Lucy looked at the new task that popped up and nodded without much emotion. Let's go see it. After all, she couldn't refuse. Beginner Guide Task April 13th. You have given the farm a new name. Now Roem is taking you to a house left by your grandmother. Please go with him. Task Reward. 100 experience points, a set of common tools. Following Roem out of the yard, they headed west along the main road. Not far ahead, they saw a north-south main road crossing in front. Beyond this road, there were no more houses or residences on the west side, only a vast courtyard enclosed by a low blue stone wall about 1.5 meters high. The area was even larger than all the residents' homes combined. The gate was a somewhat old iron door with large hollowed-out patterns, looking no more secure than the blue stone wall, which was about 1/2 meter high. Roem gently pushed open the gate and led Lucy inside. A lonely 2-story small building appeared before her, surrounded by weeds that looked like they hadn't been lived in for decades, if not many years. Little Yuan and Zhuozhua followed Lucy blankly, looking confused and not knowing what was happening. They looked around at the environment and had no idea what to do next. Stay here for a while, Lucy said, glancing at the old, fragile 2-story building. Roem seemed to want to take her inside. Seeing that the game panel still didn't show the task as completed, Lucy had no choice but to grit her teeth and follow. But considering Zhuozhua's size and destructive power and how shaky the building was, Lucy thought it was safer for them to stay outside.
She felt safer that way.
Oh, this place is really terrible, Roem sighed as he pushed open the old, broken second-floor door. Lucy followed inside. The dust that hadn't been cleaned for a long time fell in clouds as the door opened. Lucy coughed and covered her face to avoid the dust getting into her eyes. Once the dust settled, Lucy looked around. The wooden floorboards were corroded and had holes, making her afraid she might step through. It was right not to let little Yuan and Zhuozhua come in. The walls were covered in dust and stains. Some old, broken furniture was scattered around, with thick spider webs on top. On the right side was a kitchen and a bedroom. Facing the front door were 2 staircases and a side room door. The outside of this 2-story building looked small, but inside it was quite spacious. Miss Lucy, this place hasn't been cleaned for a long time. The furniture is unusable now. Please move all these discarded items out and have Carpenter Kent make new furniture for you, Lo Mame said kindly and gently to Lu Shi. Lu Shi was stunned, her mouth slightly open, looking at Lo Mame in confusion. What did he say? Move what out? Who is supposed to move it? Aren't I a noble lady? Aren't you my servant? You, a servant, are telling me, a noble lady, to do chores? Before Lu Shi could ask questions, a new task appeared in front of her. Beginner Guide Task May 13th. You have arrived at your residence, but unfortunately, everything here is too old and broken to use. Please move the bed, wardrobe, desk, and sofa out and give them to Carpenter Kent. Reward, 100 experience points, a set of furniture. When Lu Shi opened her mouth and then helplessly closed it again, she realized she should have been prepared when she activated this golden finger. Even if her in-game identity was a king or a general, what could she do when encountering a civilian's chest? She still had to open it. I understand, Lu Shi resigned herself. But she didn't foolishly start moving all the furniture. She had a system backpack and a contract pouch. Either could be used to carry things out easily. After sweeping away all the furniture inside, Lu Shi left the room. Luo Weimu had already disappeared, either back to his own home or off doing something else. Lu Shi had no choice but to open the system map in the top right corner to check the location of Carpenter Kent. Although she could find him by following the arrow in the beginner's guide, it would take a lot of detours. Using the map was more convenient. Kent's house was at the southernmost part of the farm, near a small river. Lu Shi followed the main road through the farm. Before entering the yard, she saw various wooden items inside, semi-finished furniture, large wood carvings, and many pieces of timber stacked against the wall. To the left of the house was a wooden platform with a roof, holding many items that couldn't be exposed to the sun. Nearby was a well. Sitting by the well was a young man with a delicate appearance, holding a musical instrument. Occasionally, faint sounds came from it, but they didn't form a tune. He didn't react to Lu Shi's arrival at all. Seeing the name, Peter, above his head, Lu Shi decided not to bother introducing herself and instead walked toward Carpenter Kent, whose name was marked with a big exclamation point. Are you Miss Lucy? I've heard from Luo Weimu. Please bring your furniture over. I will repair it for you, Kent said without Lu Shi needing to greet him first. When she approached a bit, he looked up and spoke. Lu Shi didn't know what to say. Dealing with a bunch of scripted NPCs, if she could have a real conversation, she might seem a bit crazy. Okay, Lu Shi said, taking the items out of her system backpack and placing them on an empty spot in the yard. Kent, a small, thin old man with tools in hand, slowly approached. Lu Shi was momentarily stunned, thinking about what to do next, when suddenly everything in front of her changed. The old, worn-out furniture instantly turned into brand-new pieces. Lu Shi blinked and looked at Kent, the carpenter, who was slowly packing up his tools. What just happened? What just happened? What just happened? Confused, she watched the pile of furniture disappear into her system backpack. The task indicator showed it was completed. With her 2 equally shocked little ones, she doubted everything and headed toward her shabby, small second-floor house. Beginner Guide Task June 13th. You have received a brand new set of furniture. Please return to your home, clean the room, and place the furniture properly. Reward: 100 experience points. Storage box ×1. Lu Shi took out a set of common tools she had earned from a previous task, including mops, buckets, and other cleaning supplies. She originally planned to spend hours cleaning, but she forgot that this farm was actually part of a game. Suddenly, she saw that after just sweeping the ground twice, the floor flashed and looked completely new. Even the holes left by decay disappeared. She casually wiped the window with a cloth, and the cracked crystal glass instantly became bright, whole, and clean. She tapped the wall with a broom, and all the thick spider webs vanished. Then she wiped the wall with a cloth, and all the dirt and dust disappeared instantly. Fortunately, Lu Shi didn't let Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo come in, or she wouldn't know how to explain these scenes. After all, she was just an ordinary human. System tip: player level has increased to level 3. Just after completing the task and seeing the level up message, she heard a sudden knocking at the door. Lu Shi walked out of the house expressionless. Sure enough, a middle-aged man with the words Dai Wu on his head appeared at her door. From a distance, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo, who were playing, looked at each other in confusion. They had no idea when or how this person had appeared. Dai Wu was dressed in very bright clothes, but he was heavily pregnant, with a severely deformed figure. His flashy outfit didn't do much to improve his appearance. When he saw Lu Shi, he smiled warmly, looking very friendly. "Miss Lucy, I am the farm's tailor. I heard about your arrival. Please allow me to take your measurements and make you a suitable outfit." Lu Shi looked at the new task. Beginner Guide Task 7/13. After hearing about your inheritance of the farm and your efforts to clean your house, Tailor Dai Wu has decided to make you a suitable set of clothes for working. Please cooperate with Dai Wu to complete the clothing. Reward: 100 experience points, a set of clothes. What are you talking about? Are these things connected in any way? Lu Shi clenched her fists. For her special ability, she endured. Okay, what should I do? She asked with a forced smile. Please first clear away these weeds in the yard. Dai Wu nodded happily, making a request that had nothing to do with making clothes. Lu Shi took a deep breath, exhaled, and forced a fake smile. All right. Fortunately, cutting grass was no different from what she had done before. She took out a sickle from her tools, aimed at the weeds, swung her arm, and about a square meter of weeds was cleared. They were neatly piled on the ground, bundled up, ready to be burned. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo were so shocked they forgot to play. They watched Lu Shi quickly clear the entire area around the house. Xiao Yuan spun around several times, trying to see if she was dreaming. Zhuozhuo was simpler. It didn't care how Lu Shi did it, only that she succeeded. It cheered loudly, as if cheering for Lu Shi's amazing feat. Lu Shi no longer cared about her image in Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo's eyes. She returned to Dai Wu with the sickle in hand. Miss Lucy, you did very well. Okay, I've finished making your clothes. Go try them on. If you need more clothes in the future, you can come to my house, Dai Wu said with a big smile, patting his chubby belly. She didn't see him have anything with him, but Lu Shi found an extra set of clothes in her backpack. The task was marked as complete. After experiencing a very realistic 2-month survival adventure, Lu Shi had started to see this world as real. She never expected that, after finally finding the farm, she would experience such a mix of fake and real feelings. If she had appeared on the farm from the beginning, maybe she could have treated everything as a game and accepted it more naturally. But now, Lu Shi couldn't think that way anymore. Because the people she met are real, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo are also real. The only unreal part is the farm and everything on it. Watching Dai Wu leave and his figure disappear, Lu Shi hadn't had time to check the new task when a young girl appeared at the door. The girl had a character, Ling, on her head and was holding a bunch of bright, beautiful flowers. She shyly smiled at Lu Shi and said, "Miss Lucy, this is for you." The girl ran over quickly and handed the beautiful flowers to Lu Shi. "These are flowers grown by my mom. They are the prettiest." Before Lu Shi could respond, Ling ran off again. Lu Shi looked back at the task. Beginner Guide Task August 13th. Little girl Ling gives you a very beautiful flower. Please clear a piece of land in the yard to make a farm, plant any crop seeds, wait for them to grow, and harvest the crops. Then, give the harvest as a gift to Ling's mother, Mealy. Reward: 100 experience points. Unlock Seed Shop. Lu Shi sighed silently. Can this game improve the connection between tasks? She gives flowers, and she gets vegetables in return? Just plant vegetables and give me the seeds. While thinking of a way, Lu Shi suddenly remembered that during Beginner Guide Task 2, she received a beginner gift pack. She hadn't opened it yet. She opened her system backpack, selected the beginner gift pack, and a flash of light appeared. A notification showed up in front of her. System notification. Congratulations. You opened the beginner gift pack and received 500 copper coins, a pack of cassava melon seeds, and a premium white bread. Now she had seeds. Lucy let out a breath of relief. She knew the system wouldn't give her impossible tasks. Holding a hoe, Lucy cleared a small piece of land in the ground. It was just choosing a good spot and swinging the hoe casually. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua had stopped playing and were following Lucy closely, curious about what she would do next, looking like they had never seen anything like this before. Fortunately, the people in the farm were all NPCs. Besides reacting a little to Lucy, they ignored Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, so Lucy didn't have to worry about scaring anyone with the two kids. I took out a bag of cassava seeds from the system backpack. Lucy looked at them. The seeds are oval, somewhat like eggs, plump and white. Although I've never seen this thing before and don't know exactly how to plant it, Lucy was not worried. It's a farm. Planting is simple. Just bury the seeds. Like other things, there's no need to worry about it. Sure enough, as soon as Lucy buried the seeds, a sprout emerged from the soil. Then, these sprouts grew very quickly, hundreds of times faster than normal. In just a few minutes, Lucy watched a plant grow from a seedling to fruit, and suddenly a big exclamation mark appeared above it. Next to it, there were 3 large words: ready to harvest. Lucy blinked, finally understanding. She picked up the sickle again, ready to harvest. Just like when she cleared the weeds earlier, swinging the sickle over the field made the plant disappear. All that was left was a neat pile of fruits on the ground, and the process and reason behind it were unclear. Lucy picked up the fruits and looked at them with a strange expression. Isn't this just a potato? She thought. She had thought the cassava was something special. That bag of seeds? It was just peeled small potatoes.
No, wait.
Lucy looked back at the task. So, they gave her flowers and she returned with a bag of potatoes? Can this game come up with a more reasonable story? Without options, Lucy carried 2 large potatoes, each nearly 2 pounds, and headed toward the house in the middle of the farm. The system marked the locations of Miley and Ling there. Miley's house should be a flower shop. The yard was full of various flowers, with layered flower stands that looked very beautiful. Even the walls were covered with green vines, blooming with colorful flowers. In the corner of the yard, there was a pavilion covered with vines, with a pretty swing hanging underneath. A young woman in an apron, probably around 27 or 28, looked very beautiful and carried a gentle aura. She was trimming the branches of the flowers in her yard. A shy, cute girl named Ling was nearby, occasionally showing a bright smile. If not for the big words Miley and Ling above their heads, this scene would actually be quite pretty. Lucy approached, but neither of them reacted. It seemed she needed to speak first. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the flowers you just sent. This is my gift in return. Lucy spoke dryly and handed over the 2 large potatoes in her arms. You are very kind, Miss Lucy, said the gentle and beautiful Mrs. Millie. She put down her scissors, took the 2 large potatoes, and held them while talking to Lucy. Lucy couldn't bear to look directly, and looked away. Miss Lucy, I have seeds for this kind of plant. If you're interested, you can buy some for me, Mrs. Millie said softly. Lucy was no longer concerned about why a farm owner would need to buy things on her own farm. After replying vaguely a few times, she looked at the new task that appeared. Beginner Guide Task September 13th. You have successfully unlocked the seed shop. Please buy seeds for cassava, red fruit, and ball cabbage from Mrs. Millie. Reward: 100 experience points, 1 basic repair blueprint. I want to buy seeds for cassava, red fruit, and ball cabbage, Lucy said with a serious face, used to these sudden, unexplained tasks. Of course, no problem, Miss Lucy, Mrs. Millie smiled. The potatoes in her arms disappeared at some point and were replaced by several packets of seeds. Cassava seed, 100 copper coins. Red fruit seed, 150 copper coins. Ball cabbage seed, 200 copper coins. Lucy's 500 copper coins from the beginner gift pack suddenly dropped to only 50, making her feel a bit anxious. Having no money at any time is never a good thing. While she was thinking about whether she could exchange the gold and silver coins she sold at the auction house for copper coins in the system, Mrs. Millie suddenly spoke up. Miss Lucy, you seem a bit troubled. If you have any problems, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you find a solution. Lu Shi was surprised and instinctively said, I'm trying to find ways to make money. Do you have any good ideas? No, that wasn't what she wanted to say. Lu Shi frowned. It seemed like some kind of forced storyline. Of course, she was indeed thinking of ways to earn money. The restaurant next door seems to be lacking dishes lately. Maybe you could try going there. Mrs. Millie smiled gently, completely unaware that she was introducing a restaurant job to a noble young lady. Newbie Guide Task October 13th. After arriving at the farm, you, feeling short of money, are looking for a new way to earn. At this moment, Millie introduces you to a new job. You decide to go see it. Please head to the restaurant. Task reward, 100 experience points, 1,000 copper coins. No, the whole farm has only about 20 people. How do you even have a restaurant? Is it useful? Can it really make money? Won't it lose money? Lu Shi decided to put her mind aside and focus on completing the newbie guide tasks. Clearly, if she didn't finish all the tasks, the farm's special features wouldn't fully unlock for her. The restaurant is on the other side of the village, opposite Mrs. Millie's flower shop. The clean, bright building made Lu Shi feel like she was seeing scenes from Earth. The smooth stone ground was filled with tables and chairs shaded by umbrellas. Unfortunately, Lu Shi didn't see any customers, only the owner standing diligently at the door. The restaurant owner was a young girl named Kailina. She greeted Lu Shi warmly when she saw her. Miss Lucy, you're here. I already know about your situation. Please come with me. No, I just walked from that side and it took less than 3 minutes. How did she know about me? Who told her? No, I already put my mind aside. I shouldn't think too much. Lu Shi followed Kailina into the restaurant. Inside, everything was clean and tidy, white tables and chairs, and flower racks used as partitions. Besides the lack of customers, there was nothing wrong. Their destination was the kitchen, where a tall, chubby middle-aged man in a chef's uniform was working. Kailina introduced him. This is my father, Roman. He works as the chef here. Miss Lucy, you need to learn how to make dishes with my father now. I don't need Kailina to introduce him. Lu Shi had already seen the big words on Roman's head, but she just nodded silently and said nothing. Learning to cook was easier than Lu Shi expected. She picked up ingredients, made the necessary preparations, and before she could even start, everything was already done. Cooking is the same. Put the ingredients in, and within seconds, the dish is ready. Use a spoon to serve it onto a plate, and a delicious, fragrant, and colorful meal is successfully prepared. You're really amazing, Miss Lucy, Karina said enthusiastically, clapping in praise. Lu Shi held the stir-fry spoon, looking a bit helpless. Did she do something wrong? Did she really do something? Miss Lucy, your cooking skills have been confirmed. Staying here is a waste of your time. You can now cook at home and send the food to the restaurant using the teleport box, Karina said, speaking words Lu Shi couldn't understand, accompanied by system notifications about completing tasks and leveling up. System message, player level increased to 4. Lu Shi was silent for a moment. What is a teleport box? Why does this game have so many different things? For the teleport box, you can ask the craftsman Yuga. His house is right next to the restaurant. Karina smiled like an NPC. Beginner Guide Mission November 13th. Catherine from the restaurant suggests you find craftsman Yuga to ask about the teleport box. Bring the following materials to Yuga. 1 basic repair blueprint, 10 wood. Mission reward, 100 experience points, 1 portable kitchen. Lu Shi looked at the sky. Luckily, there was still some time before dark. She should be able to finish all her tasks today. How do I get wood? Although the villagers on the farm seemed a bit like NPCs, they were better than normal NPCs. They didn't repeat the same lines too often. For basic questions, they gave useful answers. If they couldn't answer, they could introduce her to someone who could. Follow this road to the dark night forest. You can gather wood there, Catherine replied, also giving Lu Shi some tips. If Miss Lucy needs wood, don't forget to bring an axe. Also, the dark night forest is off limits at night. Please leave before 10 p.m. Lu Shi nodded seriously and thanked her. Thank you. Whether these reminders were just programmed NPC messages or not, they were valuable to Lu Shi, so she appreciated them. Lu Shi turned around and followed Kailina's directions, heading toward the dark night forest. It was strange. On the north side of the farm, there was a medium-sized forest. Surprisingly, the residents hadn't built any walls to block the monsters inside the forest. All the tools were in Lu Shi's system backpack. The set of ordinary tools included dozens of different items, so she could basically take out whatever she needed. Lu Shi didn't notice that after she left, Catherine, who was just an NPC, showed a different expression in her eyes. She stared straight at Lu Shi's back. If Lu Shi remembered a bit, she might recall that at the very start of the beginner guide quest, there was a hint. Please reach the farm quickly. If the farm remains idle for too long, unexpected things may happen. From the time Lu Shi received the quest until now, more than 2 months had passed. Changes had already occurred. Compared to the pro-Black Forest, the Dark Night Forest was much better. When Lu Shi entered with Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhu, she was completely stunned. In the middle of the forest, there were several wide dirt roads. Plants grew neatly along both sides of the roads, without blocking the way. What shocked Lu Shi most was that all the plants had their names marked on them, indicating they could be picked or cut. She opened the map in the top right corner, and detailed information about the Dark Night Forest appeared. It even marked the areas where monsters lived and what kinds of monsters were in each place. Lu Shi looked at the sky and decided it was better to finish the beginner guide quest first before exploring the Dark Night Forest. The quest didn't specify which type of wood to gather, so she chose the closest trees to cut. Cutting was easy. She just raised her axe and gently tapped the trees a few times. After 2 or 3 hits, the whole tree fell, turning into processed wood. She stored it in her system backpack. 1 tree could turn into 5 or 6 pieces of wood. That was pretty good. Lu Shi only cut 2 trees and had enough for the quest. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhu looked eager to play. One ran off to chew bark, and the other bumped its head against a tree trunk, having fun. Lu Shi happened to gather some other materials and then took the 2 dizzy and toothache-ridden young ones back home. It was strange. Lu Shi could easily cut down trees, but Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhu used all their strength and still couldn't hurt any plants in the forest. When they arrived at the craftsman Yuhi's house, it looked very similar to Carpenter Kent's home. The floor was filled with various metal tools, each with different uses, and there was even half a wagon, either being taken apart or assembled. Near the right wall, there was a blacksmith's workshop. The blazing fire inside was burning fiercely, and even from a distance, you could feel the intense heat radiating out. A strong man, shirtless, was holding a huge iron hammer and pounding on something. Sparks flew everywhere. The words, Yuhi, flickered above his head. Hello, Lu Shi called out loudly several times, but the strong man inside the blacksmith's workshop didn't respond. He kept focused on hammering the piece of iron in front of him. Lu Shi watched for a while but couldn't find a good moment to speak. She simply took a small wooden stool nearby and sat down with Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhu, waiting for the blacksmith's action scene to end. Some NPCs have special action scenes to enrich their characters. Some can be interrupted by players, others cannot. Lu Shi thought that this blacksmith scene was probably one of the latter. After about 10 minutes, just as Lu Shi was starting to feel sleepy from waiting, the sound of hammering finally stopped. Yuhi, with a face that looked very strong, picked up a towel hanging on the wall nearby. He wiped the sweat from his face while looking at Lu Shi. What do you want to talk to me about? He asked coldly. His voice was emotionless and harsh. Tell me, what do you want? Lu Shi was caught off guard by this question. From her previous interactions with other NPC residents, she had learned that these NPCs seemed to have some kind of connection. They could understand each other without direct contact. Lu Shi initially thought that Yuhi, the craftsman, might also be like this. But his impatient expression and the look of not knowing anything seemed to be different from what she expected. The matter of the teleportation box, Lu Shi explained. When talking to these resident NPCs, there's no need to worry too much about wording, just mention the key points. Even if the conversation seems a bit disorganized, the NPCs will continue based on the keywords. At the same time, Lu Shi observed Yuga's reaction. For some reason, Yuga's name above his head seemed dimmer compared to others. Maybe he was just dazzled earlier, But Lu Shi felt like Yuga's name flickered briefly. When Lu Shi spoke, the words, teleportation box, seemed to trigger a keyword for Yuga. His eyes went blank for a moment, though he quickly returned to normal. Lu Shi didn't miss this. Yuga quickly responded to Lu Shi, but his tone was still not very friendly. You want to fix the teleportation box, right? Are the materials ready? Lu Shi nodded before answering, but Yuga had already turned around. If you're ready, let's go. Yuga walked quickly toward Lu Shi's home. He was much faster than the other NPC residents. Lu Shi had to jog to keep up with him. Xiao Yuan noticed this, and immediately lost some respect for the man. She growled angrily at Yuga. Yuga glanced at Xiao Yuan but quickly looked away and kept walking at the front. Zhua also noticed that Lu Shi couldn't keep up with Yuga. Unlike Xiao Yuan, Zhua was more direct. It bit Lu Shi's clothes and tried to carry her on its back. Hey, Zhua, no need. We're not that far apart, Lu Shi said, stumbling a little from being pulled. She didn't notice Yuga's look at Xiao Yuan. The NPCs on the farm only reacted to the player, Lu Shi. Lu Shi didn't let Zhua carry her. She straightened her clothes, not because she didn't want Zhua to carry her, but because once Zhua carried her, it would have to fly high in the sky, circle around a few times, and then follow the route to keep flying.
But the farm isn't very big.
Zhua could fly from one end to the other with just a few flaps of its wings, so it wasn't really necessary. Zhua wasn't upset. It kept its wings behind its back, standing tall like a leader inspecting the troops, walking proudly behind Lu Shi. The road at the farm is very solid. Although it is just a simple blue stone path, Wu He walks on it smoothly. Besides the louder sound, the stones on the ground show no signs of movement or dust being kicked up. After passing through the large open iron gate, Wu He heads straight to the left side of the house. Lu Shi follows behind. As they get closer, she notices some marks on the ground. It looks like many objects once sat there, but over time, only the base remains. Give me the wood and the basic repair plans, Wu He says without wasting time. He stops and reaches out his hand to Lu Shi. Lu Shi opens her system backpack panel. A semi-transparent screen appears in front of her eyes, showing different items in a grid. Unlike the games on Earth she used to play, where opening the backpack only shows icons, now Lu Shi can see the real appearance of each item inside the backpack. If she clicks on a specific grid, she can enlarge the view and see a hologram of the item in detail. After selecting the basic repair plans from the grid, a piece of A4 paper with a printed machine diagram appears in Lu Shi's hand. She then clicks on the wood, chooses the amount, and in a flash, a bundle of wood appears on the empty ground nearby. Wu He reaches out and takes the basic repair plans from Lu Shi. He looks at them briefly, then puts them away. He picks up the wood, and a set of tools suddenly appears in his hands. There is a loud clanging sound. Lu Shi watches in surprise. Compared to other NPCs, Wu He's actions are clearly observable. It's like watching something being created from nothing, as if sped up dozens of times, but she can see the entire process. It's not like blinking and suddenly having something appear. A few minutes later, a large box big enough to hold a person appears in front of Lu Shi. Wu He puts away his tools. The transmission box is fixed. I have some materials left. I'll also help you repair the kitchen in the yard, he says. Lu Shi feels like Wu He's tone sounds a bit unhappy, but she's not sure if it's just her imagination. And he seems to be talking to you instead of you, formal. Before Lu Shi can respond, Wu He starts acting on his own. Soon, a simple wooden kitchen stove appeared nearby. It was about 1.5 meters long, with 2 pots side by side on the left, a cutting board in the middle, and a water basin on the right. Below, there were many drawers filled with spices and various kitchen tools. Lu Shi's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't understand where all these items came from, since the only materials were just a pile of wood. The water basin didn't have a water pipe, so where did the water come from? The wooden stove was burning fire. Was that safe? But since the farm's items didn't follow normal physics, Lu Shi could only accept it. After finishing the simple kitchen, Wu He looked unhappy and left without saying a word to Lu Shi. Maybe that's just his character? Lu Shi thought as she watched his back. Every story has characters who are a bit different. Beginner Guide Task December 13th. The teleportation box has been repaired. You can now try using it. Please cook any dish and use the teleportation box to send it to the restaurant. Reward: 100 experience points. Unlocks the selling board. Lucy looked at the task and then at the simple kitchen in front of her. She knew the system's items would definitely be useful. She approached the kitchen, and soon a transparent panel appeared above it, visible only to her. It displayed a long list of dish names. Most of the names were grayed out and had a lock icon, but the first few dishes were in color. These were the dishes she had just learned in the restaurant, all simple. However, she didn't have enough ingredients to cook any of them yet. She needed to start farming first. She opened a few recipes and looked at them. The easiest one to make was fried potato fries, which required 2 yams and 1 red fruit. Yams are like potatoes from Earth, and the red fruit is like a tomato. It seemed the game inherited many items from Earth, but with names changed due to the world's influence. Lucy had plenty of yams in her bag. She had just harvested dozens after planting them. After giving 2 to Mrs. Miley, she still had many left. Unlike the fixed harvest amount in the game, when Lucy plants a seed, she may harvest between 3 and 6 finished fruits. This number is random. Although, compared to real life, this harvest amount seems very small, but who can harvest crops in just 10 minutes? Lucy leaves the simple kitchen and returns to the cultivated farmland. She plants a packet of red passion fruit seeds, which contains 10 seeds. She can expect to harvest about 40 fruits. In the game, planting has no chance of failure. After waiting about 10 minutes, the "ready to harvest" message appears on the field. Lucy picks up her sickle, swings it a few times, and then carries a bag of red passion fruits back to the simple kitchen. Before leaving, Lucy also plants the remaining 2 packets of cassava and cabbage seeds to save time. When the menu for choosing dishes reappears, Lucy selects fried fries. The required ingredients, 2 cassava and 1 red passion fruit, are all available. She clicks to start cooking again. What surprises her is that it doesn't go straight into the cooking process. Instead, there are 2 options: automatic and manual. Lucy clicks on automatic. She sees that one dish only takes 2 minutes to prepare. Although doing it manually takes less time, the automatic option allows her to choose how many dishes to make at once. She can make dozens in a row. Thinking for a moment, Lucy decides to use all the cassava in her bag. She ends up making 20 batches of fried fries, which appear in the cooking list. With nothing else to do, she watches the simple kitchen in action. It's as if an invisible person is controlling everything. The tools move by themselves. Somehow, the cassava and passion fruit appear on the counter, then jump into the sink for cleaning. Afterward, they move to the chopping board, roll under the knife, and are peeled into clean pieces. The knife, without anyone holding it, quickly slices the cassava into evenly sized fries. These fries appear on the chopping board, then jump into bubbling hot oil, turn golden, and are placed onto plates. Lucy watches in amazement. Even Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo are surprised. They circle around the simple kitchen several times, trying to figure out who is controlling everything. Calm down, calm down. These are normal actions. Lucy silently comforts herself and also stops the young dragon Zhuozhuo from breathing fire at the simple kitchen. Although this young dragon is obedient, it doesn't make Xiao Yuan feel at ease because its strength is too high. Anything it does could cause great damage. The prepared dishes are stacked one on top of another on the counter, so there's no worry about them being crushed. Lucy carries out a plate and shares it with Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo to taste. The food is crispy and fresh, and the tomato sauce is especially sweet and tasty. However, Lucy feels that this delicious food seems to lack some soul and isn't as good as her own cooking. This isn't bragging. She genuinely feels that way. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo agree. After 2 bites, they lose interest in tasting more, even though the food is actually very good. It's a pity they can't talk, or Lucy would definitely ask carefully about the reason. While eating, Lucy suddenly feels her energy seems to increase. She looks at her hand and notices a small panel. Skipping the part about how to make it and its flavor, she looks at the bottom line of the text. French fries. Restores 50 stamina points after eating. Lucy is momentarily stunned. On Earth, In the casual farming game, eating food can restore stamina or give other bonuses. She didn't expect that even in this different world, this feature still exists. But wait, is this effect only for her? Or does it work for others too? She ponders. Unfortunately, she can only see her stamina change on her own attribute panel. Even if Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo feel something, they can't tell her clearly. In this farm, besides her, there are only NPC residents. Giving them food wouldn't have much effect. Are there any foods with more obvious effects? She starts checking the list of dishes in the kitchen, but unfortunately, only the first few are unlocked. The rest require unlocking first. So, she can only focus on the 5 plates of French fries she already made. She put the fried fries into her backpack. She approached the recently repaired teleportation box. The lid of the box opened automatically, but it was empty. Nothing inside. A transparent panel appeared in front of Shi.
It looked similar to a system backpack.
She opened her system backpack and dragged the fried fries from it onto the panel of the teleportation box. After setting the quantity to 3, a transfer option appeared. She chose yes. Instantly, the fries inside the box disappeared. A system notification popped up. System message. Congratulations. You received 660 copper coins. She calculated that she had put 3 plates of fries in total. That means each plate is worth 220 copper coins. From a game perspective, the price doesn't seem too high. But in this world, if an ordinary family of 3 spends only 1 copper coin a day, then making a simple dish like fries being worth 220 copper coins is quite amazing. Miss Lucy. Karina suddenly appeared at the door, smiling and greeting She. She turned her head to look. Karina had already come closer. The restaurant has received the dishes you prepared, Miss She. The customers are very satisfied. I wonder why she came over in less than 10 seconds after I submitted my dishes. Was she just waiting at the door for me to finish? And where are the customers in your restaurant? She took a deep breath to calm her thoughts and frustrations. Next, I'll need your help again, Miss Lucy. Besides the dishes you prepare, if you have a lot of ingredients, you can submit them to our restaurant, Karina said with a smile. Also, if you're missing some ingredients while cooking, you can buy them from the hunter's house to the east of the village. They have many kinds of meat at very low prices. Oh, and Miss Lucy, Karina suddenly looked like she remembered something important. She raised her arm, and a large billboard, over 2 meters tall and more than a meter wide, appeared in her hand. This is a sales notice board that records some customer requests. You can make dishes based on these requests and sell them directly to the customers. The selling price will be higher. You can also sell items you don't need on it. New Player Guide Task 13/13. Please complete 10 customer requests from the selling board. Check the information on the selling board for details. Reward: 100 experience points and unlocking all basic features. She watched Kailina casually place the large selling board on the ground, then cheerfully and openly said goodbye, with a blank expression. I'm used to it. All used to it. She approached the selling board and saw that the panel was divided into 2 parts, the top labeled Commission Area and the bottom labeled Sale Area. In the Commission Area, several A4 sheets were displayed side by side, with bold black text reading, Client, request for a portion of fried fries. In the lower right corner, a small note indicated, price, 230 copper coins. She remembered that sending a plate of fried fries to the restaurant via a teleportation box earned 220 copper coins. This means that completing tasks in the commission area offers higher rewards than directly teleporting dishes to the restaurant. She also looked at the nearby explanation, which said that the selling board can display up to 30 commissions per day. Only 10 are shown at a time, and after completing them, the next 10 will appear until all 30 commissions are finished for the day. The sale area was empty, with nothing displayed. This was normal. The explanation next to it said that Shi needed to list items for sale himself, set the prices, and if someone bought them, he would earn money. If no one bought, the items would stay listed until he removed them. For example, Shi could set the price of a plate of fried fries at 100 copper coins or 100,000 copper coins. The lower the price, the higher the chance of selling. Lu Shi thought for a long time. Who would be buying these items? Using the system was easy. When approaching close enough, a transparent panel would pop up. Lu Shi could move items from his backpack to the panel, click confirm, and the listing would be complete. The beginner task required completing 10 customer requests. Looking at the initial 10 commissions on the selling board, 5 of them asked for fried fries. Maybe because this dish is the simplest to make and easiest to complete. This game system is quite considerate, making it easy for players to complete beginner tasks without feeling overwhelmed by collecting materials everywhere. However, each commission requires a different number of dishes, and the prices vary. Even the same dish can have different prices. For example, the cheapest fried fries are worth 230 copper coins, while the most expensive ones are worth 260 copper coins, a big difference. Lu Shi submitted 9 plates of fried fries, fulfilling 5 customers' orders. In no time, she earned 2,150 copper coins. With the coins she had before, her total balance became 2,860 copper coins. Although it's not a lot, it feels reassuring. Without money, you lack confidence. Having money makes everything seem half done. Lu Shi looked at other commissions. 5 completed tasks had refreshed with new demands. Besides dishes, some customers also wanted ingredients. For example, one commission asked for 10 cassava gourds, paying 200 copper coins. One gourd is worth 20 coins, which is 5 coins more than what the restaurant offers. A pack of cassava seed costs 100 copper coins, containing 10 seeds. From one pack, she could harvest about 40 cassava gourds. The profit from one pack of seeds is around 500 to 600 copper coins. And it only took Lu Shi about 10 minutes to do all this. Wait, she could plant dozens of seed packs in 10 minutes. Even if she only worked 8 hours a day and only planted the cheapest cassava gourds, her daily profit could reach over 100,000 copper coins, equivalent to 10 gold coins. Seeing these numbers in the game seems normal, but in real life, is it really that incredible? Lu Shi was momentarily stunned. She casually did some quick calculations and suddenly wondered if she had made a mistake. Why are there so many zeros? She harvested all the cassava gourds and vegetables she had planted earlier, finally completing the 10 customer requests needed for the beginner guide. System notification. Congratulations! You have completed all beginner tasks. All basic game features are now unlocked. Explore the game further on your own. The invisible golden light flickered for a few seconds, then the familiar game interface appeared before her eyes. The game panel floats about a meter in front of Lu Shi and can be moved closer or farther away at will, either by thought or by body movements. However, body movements look like random gestures in the air to outsiders, so it's better to control it with thoughts when others are around. In the top left corner of the panel is the character's avatar. Clicking it shows personal information. Below the avatar is the task list, which normally only displays task names. The details are visible only when clicked. The top right corner has the game map, which shows the terrain around the farm. Lu Shi hasn't left the farm yet, so she doesn't know how useful the map will be outside. As for the Dark Night Forest, Lu Shi believes it is part of the farm system. Regular forests don't show plant names. Below the map is the backpack. Next to it is the friend system, a basic feature just unlocked. It currently has no friends, and its purpose is unknown. In the bottom right corner is the system settings icon, also a basic unlocked feature. Lu Shi clicked it out of curiosity. In a normal game, system settings include sound, graphics, customer support, and account info. Lu Shi wonders what options will be available now that she's in the real farm. Player name: Lu Shi, Lucy Roller. Account ID: Lucy001. Faction binding: Spirit Enclosure Farm. Faction relationship: Roller family. Information push: on or off. Unlocked after building a notice board. Server selection: Element continent. Other servers are temporarily locked. The information isn't long, but each line made Lu Shi's pupils tremble. The name Lucy Roller finally explained why she always felt a strange disconnect when people called her by her real name. It also proved that her current body once belonged to someone else, or rather, to a family, the Roller family. The faction binding shows Spirit Enclosure Farm, a name Lu Shi just chose today. Clicking the plus sign next to it shows options to add other factions. After casually entering a few names, She kept seeing messages like, "This faction does not exist," or "Player has not obtained ownership of this faction, cannot bind." She roughly understood what was happening. The plus signs next to the faction relationships were similar. However, when she tried entering Hunter-Dragon Mercenary Group, it surprisingly showed, "Addition successful." It also added a message, "Relationship with this faction is normal. Please confirm if you want to add." There are 5 levels of faction relationships: hatred, stranger, normal, friendly, and close. After more than a month of traveling together, their relationship seemed pretty good. But She didn't expect the system to still classify it as normal. She shook her head and sighed. People trust each other very little. Still, She was curious about what would happen after adding a faction. She didn't know any other factions now, and it was unlikely she would meet new ones soon. After thinking for a moment, she decided to confirm the addition. She wondered if she could delete it later. After waiting a little, the only change was that Hunter-Dragon Mercenary Group appeared in the faction list. Nothing else changed. She put aside her doubts and looked at the last 2 lines of text. The information push requires building a notice board, but to do that, she needs to learn the carpenter skill. She would have to find Kent to unlock it first. Looking at the darkening sky, She decided to leave these tasks for tomorrow. She then focused on the last line, which seemed to contain the most information. The elemental continent was probably the name of this strange world, similar to Earth before She traveled here. The words server referred to these different worlds. Seeing other servers cannot be unlocked for now, a new idea suddenly appeared to her mind. If cannot be unlocked for now means she just needs the right conditions, then She could unlock other servers too. Could she also return to Earth? She slapped her cheeks a couple of times to wake herself up. She pushed aside her scattered thoughts about what she couldn't do yet. She exited the system settings and looked at the other features. Between the character icon in the top left and the system map in the top right, there was a row of icons: shop, events, achievements, and check-in. She clicked to check the shop, which had several small category pages. The first few pages were labeled as clothing, items, and furniture. She only glanced at the items on these pages before closing them quickly, because most of the currency used was gold coins, and she was very poor. There was also another type of currency she had never seen before: element stones. She frowned slightly. She had never heard of that name. On the following page, there was a lottery option. She clicked on it. There were 2 ways to participate. One used regular currency, and the other used element stones. However, it seemed she hadn't met the requirements to unlock the lottery, so the entire lottery page was gray, and she couldn't see the details. She looked further back and saw a recharge page behind the lottery. Unexpectedly, the recharge page clearly listed 2 rows of data. The first row showed her virtual assets in the farm system, which only appeared on the game screen and didn't exist in real life, like task rewards and copper coins. The second row showed her real-world assets, gold coins and silver coins she earned at the auction house, with exact amounts displayed. Between the 2 columns was a symbol indicating she could convert money between these 2 forms. Thinking about how quickly she could earn money in the game, She's expression gradually became blank. Could she become the richest person in the world so easily? But then she remembered the sky-high prices of items in the system shop. She wasn't so sure anymore. Earning money in the game was fast, but spending it seemed even faster. She casually transferred dozens of gold coins into her game account, confirming it was real. Her mood was hard to calm as she opened other features. The activities section only showed no ongoing events at the moment. The achievements section was more populated. She saw many to-be-claimed labels. The first page was for level rewards. She was currently level 4 and could claim level 1. 1 cassava seed, 1 red fruit seed, 500 copper coins, level 2. 5 normal fertilizers, 1 basic toolkit, level 3. 1 premium white bread, 1 normal red wine, level 4. 3 basic wood packages. 1 basic repair blueprint. Page 2 shows achievement rewards, such as first time planting crops, making the first dish, first seed purchase, and completing the beginner tutorial. All these rewards give between 1,000 and 3,000 copper coins. The last page offers title rewards. Currently, Lucy has only earned the title, New Farm Owner, which unlocks a reward of 1,500 copper coins and increases crop harvest by 1% when wearing the title. This bonus is almost negligible. There are 2 sign-in pages. One is for new players, with a 7-day login challenge that offers many items. On the first day, she received a set of table and chairs. The following days provided various furniture, and the final reward was a countryside villa appearance. Lucy looks at her old, 2-story small house and feels she really needs this reward. The other sign-in page is for daily check-ins. Each day, she receives random tools and materials. After signing in for several days in a row, she can also get special limited items. After receiving an item called Basic Monster Feed, Lucy notices a feature called Faction Management at the bottom left. She isn't sure when this feature appeared, but she definitely hadn't seen it before. Within Faction Management, there are a few small pages. The first shows Spirit Enclosure Farm. Opening it displays information about the farm, including all resident NPCs. Only NPCs she has interacted with are visible, others are grayed out, so she needs to visit each resident NPC to learn more. The second page shows Magic Pets, but it is locked. Lucy can't click on it, probably needing to complete a task to unlock it. The third page is Faction Relationship Management. When opened, it shows the names of the Royalt family and the Dragon Hunter mercenary group. Lucy can see her relationship status with these factions and set permissions for them. For example, she can decide whether members of these factions can enter her farm, interact with resident NPCs, or harvest crops. There are also some permissions she doesn't fully understand, like whether information on the bulletin board is public or if selling permissions are open. For safety reasons, Lu Shiqing chose to say no. Once she learns more about the spirit farm, she will decide whether to grant these permissions. For now, Lucy will focus on cooking and resting. If anything happens, she will wait until tomorrow when the sun rises.